Good evening.
Good
Can you
evening,
hear me?
everybody.
Can everyone hear us
Yeah, I can hear
okay?
you fine. Yeah,
Oh. Evening, Danny. Evening, Popsy. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, open panel. So I'm going to stick the link in the comments in a minute. So if you want to jump on and have your say, you can. Tonight we're basically we're not like as much. Some people say the last two shows we did open panel was trying to sort out an argument that was going on between YouTube groups. We're not going to do that no more because let's face it, it's like as everyone sees, they're not ready to put their stuff aside, and we want to start talking about solutions to the problems we face. Because I think we all know the problems by now. Many of us are actually actively trying to do stuff to put ourselves in a position that we can actually come away from a lot of it. So I'll put the link in the comments in a minute, and then people jump on. So it's about basically we can talk about the problems, but we want to talk about the solutions to these problems. So.
exactly. That's what it's about. Talking about solutions. Everybody knows what the problem is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, there's things we'd be discussing, like we were discussing earlier, Gary. Certain things about the way people have got to start actually thinking about things. A lot of it is information and the way people gather information, stuff out, and do their research. But like I said, it's more about an open panel and other people coming on and just listening to me and Gary rattle on about solutions. So if anybody wants to pop on, they're more than welcome. Bear with me and I shall be. So anything you want to discuss quickly while I sort of get ready to put the link out?
Not really. It's open age, so we just let people come on and we'll answer questions and whatever if you want to. But people have got to stop listening to the government says, the governments are going to say, because the government ain't going to tell you that everything, all your rights are still there intact. All you've got to do is uphold them, are they? They're not going to tell you that. They're going to say, no, that don't exist no more, and this doesn't exist anymore. Because if you let them take you down that road and you believe that and you let them brainwash you into that, then they know, I mean, I'll give you an example. To me, I don't know how other people feel, but to me, Kate Hopkins did a live the other day, basically saying, me and Tommy fall into this category, and Nigel Farage falls into this category, where he's more for himself, this, than the other. Now, to me, them are three people with huge followings. Now, that to me was, again, putting another wedge and another division. Because at this time where we are now, whether you like somebody or not, you do not want to cause any more divide. You want to bring people together. Now, to me, all that's done is said, either follow me and Tommy or follow Nigel Farage because he's different to us, blah, blah, blah. And he's put another wedge and this and another. And, well, Katie Hopkins has called him out, so blah, blah. No. Just because she's called him out, it doesn't mean well, we've said the same. We've called him out. We've called them all out. But not now, years ago. Yeah, we've called them out and said, if you're not talking about Article 61, you're not really for the people. Because Article 61, whether you like it or not, if you go and research it, it's still in force. So why are people not talking about it if they're for the people?
Exactly. I mean, we've been saying this for years. It's about, I mean, people got to start to look at, if you're going to look at these sort of people, look at these people in the way you should be. Okay. Yes, they talk about the problems and problems we all face, but it's like you say, they often, and I wouldn't say they mean to do it purposefully. They're just trying to do their own little thing, but it does cause divide because, like you say, it then puts two people up against each other. It's like, well, this person's fighting for this and this person's fighting for this, but if you put that one, you've got to go against that one. It's not how it should be. Like you say, we have, when we say we called these people out, what we've been saying is myself and Gary have been fighting to get everybody to uphold our rights. So the government and the UN and the WWF can't do what they're doing. It means we can actually live as our generations and ancestors have before, in freedom and in peace. That's what we mean by calling them out. If these people were not talking about solutions, and I mean proper solutions, not solutions that involve the deep state and the government that are actually doing this to us. Solutions that us people have to enact, because by law, and if you look through history, it's always been the people that have to stand up against tyranny. The tyrannous have never stood against themselves. So we've always called it out and said, look, if people aren't talking about our rights, your rights, all of our rights, and what's best for us and how we get them to be upheld, then they seriously either don't know the size of the problem we face, or they don't know how to deal with the situation we face. And that has been the main problem. A lot of people, I do think, are in it just for PayPal. A lot of people are in it for their own egos. There's very few people, I would say, that we've met along the line which are completely is just like, no, I just want right to be right and wrong to be wrong. And that's the problem. But it's about
when I've said call them out, that's exactly what I meant. We've not called them out as people and not genuine. We've called them out as in, well, if you're genuine in that, why haven't you looked into this? Why haven't nobody looked into 61 and then either come on and debunked it with us? Because it's out there, the invite's out there, bring in evidence, because we get all our evidence from the National Archives of the House of Commons. We don't get it from Google.
Yeah, Hansard and Halsbury's Laws of England. Halsbury's Laws of England literally is the encyclopedia. It's the Bible that our courts are meant to go by under English law, even though it has got things like statutes and that, but it's also got the other bits. Look at the different ones. For instance, you've seen them, Gary, my Halsbury's. Now, I've got Halsbury's where it mentions, in one book it mentioned the statute, the Magna Carta statutes, and in another book it mentions the Magna Carta as a law. It's things like that. And I know these books are quite expensive, but there is free PDFs online. But it's not a book you read from cover to cover. It's a reference. So you need to know what you're looking for to go and look for it, really, which is a problem we've faced up until the internet, I would say. Many people didn't know about what's been done, especially in politics, if you didn't have the capability of knowing about it and where to go and look for it. That's why we spent many years putting out the sources to what we do. And the sources cannot be argued with. It's like the Facebook disagree we had with, I think, from someone with another group. They're trying to say that there's 4 statutes on the .gov website that the government state are the only 4 that are relevant. And we'll say again, look at the wording. The government are saying only them 4 are relevant. Look at the word relevant. Relevant to who? Us or them? So you're right. I mean, are only them 4 relevant to you? So they're the only 4 rights that are actually relevant to us, or are they the only 4 rights that are relevant to them? Because this is what people got to start understanding. Magna Carta 1215 was a peace agreement. The government, it was done before the government weren't about. So the government have no legal or lawful right to intervene in that contract, because it is a contract. Only the Crown and the people have input into that and can change it, and both have to consent to that. And there's been never any consent.
I mean, and we've said it many, many times. What you've actually done, not through ignorance, but through the brainwashing of the telly and the removal of it from the schools, the national curriculum, the teaching of civics and the teaching of your constitutional rights, which used to be taught in the schools. They took away civics in the 50s, and then they took away the actual Magna Carta, was still being taught till around about 72 before they started phasing that out. But since then, all you've had is a brainwashing off the TV and what the mainstream media and your government tell you, and they've basically switched it all around, because we used to live in the private and the business, and them was civil servants. We lived in the private where they couldn't find anything out about us, but they had to be totally transparent because they served us. But what we've let happen is, we've let it happen that now they seem to think that they are the masters, and they are now living in the corporate where we are no longer being able to ask them any questions or whatever, because they seem to think they're immune from it all. But they want to know everything about us. So they've just switched the roles. Very cleverly done. But if we all stand together and say, no, that's not how it works. This is the real. These are our real rights. This is the real law. They would have to stop what they're doing. It's that simple.
Got a question from Pauline Smith. I'm sure you'll remember Pauline, Gary. If it's true, how come we got foreigners in Parliament and sitting on council boards? Well, that's quite easily explained, Pauline. Okay. It starts really with the Act of Settlement of 1701. That's when the British corporation known as the British East India Tea Company took over the running and the management of the four kingdoms, and and technically speaking, the Commonwealth as a whole. That's why we got it, because basically what we had is we swapped from having a lawful society and a lawful land to then we moved into being controlled by a corporation. That's why if you look at things like the Bill of Rights, a lot of people say it's unlawful, and in many ways it is, because that is also the start of servitude, because the Bill of Rights 1689 and 1688, 1689 Declaration of Rights, Bill of Rights, you'll find in the Bill of Rights there is a clause in there that allows Parliament to create legislation. It's not that it gives them the parameters to which they can legislate. It doesn't give them carte blanche right. But what has happened is we have now been moved over. So what the corporation decides, that's why if you look at House's Laws of England, again, it's the encyclopedia, so every law that is in there. It states in the House's Laws of England, which have to be upheld by our courts, that acts and statutes can only be given the force of law by consent of the governed, because the corporation cannot create laws that bind us, because we are the ones that create law. Law actually is created, and many people think judges. It's not. Our common law is based on case law, and the reason why it's based on case law is because it is the decisions of juries. That is 12 peers, so that's 12 people that live and breathe. So what you're getting is you're now getting the situation where we've got a corporation, a business that are putting their interest before ours, because with a jury, because that's why we had juries, because we decide what we accept and what we don't accept in law. We create the laws that we live by. You can't have a business saying, no, we're not doing this, we're doing this instead. And it's been done for too many times. It's like Gary said, the reason why we have these people in our parliament is because people are voting for people, allow people thinking. No one's actually bringing this to attention because it's been taken away from our education. We are just not taught how our constitution and our laws are actually built and how our rights are actually formed. I could tell you now, it's like I left school in the early 90s. You had a smidgen of Cromwell and you had a smidgen of other bits, but if you didn't get into it and research it yourself, you'd never know. You'd never know. You just think that this was something that was done. It's not superseded. Evening, Eric. And this is the thing, and this is where we've got to start getting to solutions, because I know people have got problems. For instance, this I was speaking to someone the other day. They got a massive problem because of like Labour candidates or all being as A class is like not being there and not having the interests of basically the people foremost. And it's like, yes, but I mean then you go to our constitution, because the constitution binds politics, because politics is actually means what happens in our everyday life. So we decide that too. That's why they have to have our consent. And that's what people don't realize. You're actually consenting before they do things. So if we vote now, what we're saying is we're basically saying, right, I don't agree with what you've done in the past personally, but it's okay, carry on.
Yeah. And basically all they've done, they've registered themselves, and now the government is a legal fiction, just like your birth certificate and my birth certificate and Nathan's. They've switched it so they are heading a fictitious system. They're a legal fiction, we're all legal fictions. That's why when you go to court as a living man, they can't handle you, because they don't live in the real world. They're a legal fiction. They're a registered company. They do not exist only on paper. That's why you should never take the government or the police or anybody to court as the company. You should always take them as the living man in the position they hold.
Well, yeah, because only a living man or woman can bring a claim against another, not a corporation. Yeah. And like you say, and I want to say that because Pauline's just asked another question. She said, "Does Parliament have its own constitution?" Technically, Pauline, yes, actually, they do. There is same as the EU, which is a corporation, wanted to create their own constitution. Most businesses, if you get into it, they do actually have their own form of constitution. They have their own set of rules and standards that they have to go by, and their employees have to go by, and that's exactly why we have acts and statutes and the things that happen to us, because it's like Gary says, we are classed as legal persons. Now, this is not freedom of the land stuff, because I'm going to put out there again, everyone who keeps saying freedom of the land, come on and have a discussion, because I'd like you to explain to me how Blackstone's was a freedom of the land. Because if you haven't bothered to read any proper books, and you just read Google or thing, you wouldn't know. But if you actually read Blackstone's books, i.e. especially Blackstone's commentaries, Blackstone talks about the artificial person. So is he a freeman of the land, or was he a person that just understood the legal and the lawful, and he put it into his book? Because that's always been my problem. It's like, I'm quoting literally people like Sir Edward Coke, Blackstone, Dicey, Archibald, stuff like that, and people go, "Oh, you're freeman of the land." It's like, so are these freemen of the land then? Because what it is basically people haven't researched, or people don't know, or people try and defame. Because basically what it is it's like you said earlier, Gary. This is the solution. This is where the people can actually take control and say, this is what's happening. And a lot of people don't want that to happen because they pretty much haven't got the backbone to do it, or they can't do the research. And this is the thing. This is the main problem. We need people to actually start doing research, and we give you all the sources and where to go. It's not hard.
And the thing is as well, carry on, Nave.
I just want to say Peter Smith has just said in the chat. Anyone, look, the link's in the chat. I'll put it again if anyone wants to jump. But Peter Smith just said, Pauline Smith, it makes no difference. They are owned by the City of London. That's the problem. No matter who is in there, they are owned by the City of London, just as the monarchy are. Peter Smith, you're exactly 100%. That's why they have the remembrance. Technically speaking, the remembrance is the only sovereign being outside of the people in Parliament that is actually there, and that is the remembrance actually upholds the. Basically, even though it shouldn't be, because it's a separate state, obviously due to the Bill of Rights and the Magna Carta, certain things. City of London has its own sovereignty, so they're allowed to have somebody come in and have a say. Unfortunately, the way the government and our politics are set up, even though we vote as a legal fiction. So basically, all businesses are handed over consent to another business, and this is what a lot of people don't actually understand.
Yeah, it's so simple to sort out, though. That's the problem. It's that simple. It's not a problem, really, if you get your head around it all and just realise you've been duped, and the way to get unduped is, uphold your actual rights instead of admiralty law, maritime law, the law of the sea. You're on land. That's what you've got to remember. That was set up for the sea, and I brought it onto the land and changed it all round, and now we're living under that fictitious rulings, these fictitious rulings. And that's why you have a dock in the courts, etc. Too long-winded to go into, but that's why you're living basically on the sea on dry land. Under the laws of the sea,
in a dry dock, because they did actually extend to rivers, waterways and stuff. This is a lot of things people don't dive into, because it is a lot. But it's like you say, I mean, we've done a video about it, about the British Corporation, how it came about, how it started with Venice and the Earl of Leicester. They built, because there was the West Indian I think it was the West India Company. Then we had the East India Company with Venice and Earl of Leicester and stuff like that. Then literally, because people don't realise, instead of traders coming over like I did in the past, we had a corporation that grew bigger than our monarchy. They was richer, they was more powerful, they had more assets around the world than our monarchy actually had. That's why the monarchy was amalgamated into it, and that's how this all comes about, because rather than one couldn't take over the other, and the other couldn't stand the other one having more power, so they had to sort of join together.
Amalgamated.
Exactly, into a corporation. Yeah. This is what people got to realise. It's like since then it has, and that whole business, that whole infrastructure that the British East Indian Tea Company and the Dutch West Indian Company, their whole structure was built on laws of the sea. So it was all about the corporation, and it's like most people understand stories from the past of infractions on ships and stuff like that. They have their own rules, they have their own regulations, they have everything. And if you do an infraction and stuff while you're working for them, you are punished. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing basically, because what people don't understand is, and you can go research it, and if you want, people can come on and call me a liar. We'll set up a live and we'll go through bit by bit by bit, and I'll prove exactly what I'm stating. I.e., if you're classed as a citizen and stuff like that, you're actually classed as an employee of the corporation. You're under the control of the corporation. You're not a living man. You're not free. You're not who you think you are. You are an employee, so therefore you are bound by, and this is what people don't get, you are bound by the rules of that corporation, especially if you vote, because you have consented not only to their rules and to abide by them, like you would in any contract if you go for a job. This is what people don't realise. When you go for a job and you agree to, and you sign a contract with a company, you agree to abide by them rules, and if you don't abide by them or breach them, you're fired. There is a punishment. You can have your paid docs, you can have things like this. It's the same thing with the British ECT company, which is the British government. You actually vote, and you are consenting to a contract with them that you will agree to whatever they say. So you agree to these act statutes and all these little rules and regulations they put out, and you also agree to give them carte blanche over yourself and full rights. And you become an employee, a fiction on paper, because you have to, rather than being employed by yourself.
Why do you think? Why do people think they transferred from the English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish passports to British passports? Because now, when you class yourself as British, you are saying, "I'm part of this corporation. I'm actually owned and I'm employed, and they own me as my passport to prove they own me as my documents. I'm owned by this corporation." That's what you're doing, because you give up your English heritage and become British.
Exactly. It's like ID. I mean, if you work for a company and you have to go in certain buildings, most people, it's like, for instance, I don't know, whether it be to deliver something like that, often you'll have a uniform or some identification that means that you're allowed to be there. This is what people don't realise. We have nobody, and I mean nobody, should be stopped from travelling. And it wasn't that long ago, actually. There was a point where we didn't need passports or anything like that. You just needed the money to pay for the ticket to get on the ship. But we have now got to the point where we are not free to travel. We are not free to create and have our own businesses. We're not free to do anything anymore. And this is where people got to start realising. It's like, a lot of people go, "Oh, but it's for the greater good." But look at society today. Okay, and look at the ring. We used to be one of the richest countries in the world. And I don't want to hear about cronies and things like that. I'm talking about just generally. I mean, we are no longer the richest country in the world. In fact, we're actually, since we've become part of the EU, we've actually dropped quite a few places. But have a think about it, okay? Have a think. I mean, if this was all these rules and regulations, if that was for the greater good, why isn't society better? Why is society going downhill? Because I'm not being funny. You break, for instance, the Road Traffic Act. You breach that, you get a fine, or possibly imprisonment. Who does that benefit? Who does that benefit? Because the money doesn't go into the roads, it doesn't go into things, it goes into the pockets of people. There is no act. I mean, not be funny. We've trawled through many, Gary, and you've seen that. And this is the reason. And people won't understand this, but it's like we started diving into the government and that lot many years ago. And when we first dived into the government, a judicial review was completely different to what it is now. A judicial review back then, you could actually get in court and get a court recording and get it on paper that the government have actually committed a crime or done some harm. They changed the rules of judicial review a couple of years after we started attacking them. Now, a judicial review, all it means is you're highlighting to the government that although they didn't mean to cause any harm and there is absolutely no fault on their part, they may have accidentally had harm come from one of the legislation, so they have to adapt it. That's it. That's a judicial review for you. That is it, a judicial in a nutshell. And if anyone wants to contest me on that, please do, because we've dived into judicial reviews. Who's going to do some? We looked at the rules and how you go by and the rules of engagement, and it's absolutely, it's a dead end. Again, all it is a slap on the wrist for these people.
And that starts at £25,000 to get one, up to over £100,000, depending on what the judicial review is about. So it's not free either.
No, exactly. And this is what people got to understand. This is why we bang on about the Constitution so much, because under the Constitution, justice is free. So if the government is doing a wrong, this is why we bang on about Article 61, because it's a free solution, and it is the only lawful solution we actually have at this moment. Besides with the Constitution, because the Constitution is the lawful side of it. So if you want something that can hold them to account, if you want something that's going to change things, it's going to be the Constitution. The government have tied it up, like with their judicial reviews, everything like that. It's unlawful to expect somebody to come up, like, for instance. There's been a couple of cases in some of the cases that I've dealt with on my own and with other people where we've created grounds for a judicial review straight off. And it's been said in the courts, there is grounds for judicial review here, to basically alerting the judge, be careful, there's grounds for judicial review here. But it's never been an option to take that on. Some people say, oh, but I've got judicial review, things like, yeah, but all you've done is basically attack the taxpayer, because it's the taxpayer that lands up paying for that. The government and the people that create this legislation, because let's face it, there used to be a point when laws was created in this country that if the law was created, it was detrimental, it was void at that very fact because people knew the law and say no. We are now sitting here with thousands upon thousands of acts and statutes that are contrary to our rights, our way of life, and what we should be allowed to do. But no, everyone just goes, oh, well, that's the way it is. Things change. No, don't.
No. If you want your rights and your liberties and your freedoms back, you've got to fight for them, like we've said many, many times, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at history, tyranny, corruption, and oppression never, ever has gone away by itself. It's always needed the people to rise up and remove it. When the people have rised up and removed it, then it can be removed. If you don't do nothing about it and you keep voting for the same old, all that's going to happen is your freedoms are going to get less and less and less. I mean, I've seen just sent me one just now with the SPA. Actually, now the SPA are coming out with this facial recognition. Well, the way around that, ladies and gentlemen, is when they say facial recognition, everybody boycott SPA, but you won't, and that's the problem you got. You won't boycott. You'll fall for it. You'll go and have your facial recognition done just so you can use the SPA, and then that's even more enslaved. Instead of saying fuck SPA, if that's the way you want to go, the road you want to go down, you ain't having more custom anymore. And if everybody in the area of that SPA did the same, I guarantee you that would not be in force for very long, or SPA would actually end up shutting, because they couldn't cope if the people don't go in. They need you more than you need them.
Exactly. We've got another question. Yeah, we've got another question from Peter Smith. It's like, local government has no mandate to govern, having only got 30% of the vote. Is that correct? Technically, yes. It's always been a thing of majority. It's majority. So, say, for instance, the majority of the country, like, for instance, I'm going to use Brexit. Even though people go, oh, it's very close, but the majority won, because that's what has to, because it's about the mass, not about the minor. So, technically speaking, and this is why we say don't vote, because we're not going to get rid of this government and what they're doing if we keep giving them consent to do so. It's not. They're going to carry on doing it because we are literally saying, here's my sovereignty, here's my consent, go and screw me over. It's not going to change. So if people stop voting, people stop basically consenting to these people to govern us, they have no lawful right or any authority to do so. That's what happened. That's how we reset Parliament. And then what we do is we all stop voting. And then we literally force a situation where the people say, we are not happy how we're being governed. We are not accepting this. And then what happens is then Parliament has to sort itself out. The people, there has to literally, once the government becomes illegitimate, and they have been illegitimate for a very long time, this is what people don't realise, but we have to cement this in law, and this is how we do it. To cement the government and their ruling being illegitimate, we go along these lines of 61 and our actual constitution and our laws. Once we do that, we then force a situation where we have to have all local elections and everything again, and then that's where the people then start to really move, because that's when you vote for your independence. That's where you vote for the people that are independent, that are on the streets talking to you, you can talk to, you can speak to. So Chrissy just popped in, his people like Chrissy. We could force a situation where Chrissy can actually run, and he'd actually have the backing of people, because he would be an independent. He'd be a person on the ground who lives in your area, who's in touch.
2 seconds now.
Evening, gentlemen. How are you getting on?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. How you been?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. If I've not got a massive amount of time because my battery's low, but the simple thing is, as long as someone votes, they'll always claim that they've offered you democracy and you've democratically decided to step out of the system. that they've by making the voter ID stuff go through, they actually committed to lowering the turnouts.
Yes,
That just goes to show that they don't give a shit about who turns out. And as long as one person votes them in, they'll say, well, if two people who had voted that didn't like it would have been voted out. And obviously it's a tilted game because none of the big parties are going to be helpful to the people. It's literally an illusion of choice. And
Exactly,
you mentioned Brexit. Yeah, you mentioned Brexit, Nath. I mean, I didn't vote on Brexit because I didn't like. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like what either side was going to be doing. There were some good points to staying in, there were some good points to leaving. Ultimately, I'd like this country to be self-sufficient as possible, and we did vote to leave. We should respect that. Yeah, we should respect that vote, even though we never really had a choice, because what they done was they basically gave us an illusion of choice, and they went, you know what, if we let them decide, if we let the peasants think they've decided, that way when we rob them, no matter what way it goes, whether we stay, whether we go, we was getting shafted, and then we can turn around to them and say, well, it's what you wanted, it's what you voted for.
Well, you hit on something there. A lot of people still to this day, I don't think, Chris, understand what happened with Brexit in the EU. You're exactly right. They always plan to rob. That's why the EU shut down all our industries, our steel, our coal, and everything, because we was meant to be taken over by them, and then they was going to take control of all our resources and become rich rather than us. So I didn't vote because there's bits that I did agree with some people sort of saying, there's bits I didn't. I mean, me personally, I would like you. I'd like to be independent. I like to be self-sufficient, but I'd also like to work with our cousins across the water.
Yeah,
it's one of them. It's like,
that's perfectly said, Nath. Perfectly said.
If you take the politicians out of it, all right, like it has before. If you take the politicians out of it, we would all get on across the continents, across the world. I reckon most people would get on. It's only when politics comes into it and these politicians get into society and start.
They profit from the division.
Well, yeah, basically, divide and conquer. It keeps being said, but it's one of art of war. It's one of the main sources of being able to undermine any force.
Yeah, keep everyone squabbling whilst they keep robbing. It's that simple. But if you, I mean, the way to do it, and I'll try to explain this to as many people as possible, is if you imagine our political system as a house, and it's the only house we've got, and it's a house that has good foundations, it's got solid walls, it might have broken windows, the floorboards might need to be redone, it's got no central heating, and it could do with a lick of paint, let's say. It's not worth knocking the building down when you can do the repairs. It's not that far gone. The system isn't that bad, it's just that the system is corrupted.
Exactly. We've had many discussions about this, Chris, and we've agreed on this every single time. It's like the system itself is perfect if it's done right, but you bring that corruption into it, and then you bring the rot in, and that's the problem. It's like this is why we need to get rid of restart bases, like you say. Take that house with the good foundation, good walls, take it back to as far as we can to all the good stuff, to the good foundation that be built back on it. And this is where we force government to be legitimate, and we have people like yourselves and all the other independents start to run after we do that. We can actually get the people in there, and we can basically we can get rid of all the rot and put people in there to start fixing up the house, if it will. And the way around it is to get everyone away from the big political parties. I mean, the argument I seem to have with a lot of people right now, and I am left leaning. I'm not a lefty, but I am centre left. Most of my friends are conservatives, funny enough, and sort of like on the right. And I do have a lot of rows with them about various different issues. But the thing is, we're not that far apart. It's only the media and the system, the establishment that's telling us that we're massively far apart that makes us think we are. And if we spent more time talking to each other than we did, sort of like listening to the media and watching telly, the propaganda channels and whatever else, we would find that out very, very quickly. Now, what's got to happen is because, and I'm not having a pop at anyone that hasn't done it. I'm just trying to sort of like put across to people how it would be quicker to do, is that if everyone that knew that
and realised that they could help change the system by participating in it. And I'm not talking about sort of like, you know, be an MP, be a councillor, be anything, and then sell your soul. What I'm saying is you basically, you understand how you can help things, you get into it and you change it. Stop looking for the light and become the light you want to see. And that is going to be the way forward. I mean, so far at local election level, people have realised that the big parties are complete arseholes.
Yeah, it's not
what
just
they've realised is vote independent and get people, usually, because not every independent is a good independent. You need to have brave independents, and you need to have independents that aren't just undercover Tory or Labour. And what you've got to do is you've got to get into your local community. And, you know, I know from personal experience, it's not difficult. It's all you've got to do is what you think is right and what the people want you to do. So simple. It's when people sort of like look at it and go, hang on a minute, I voted and I got in saying I would do this, and you know the media are telling everyone to do that, and it's like, look, forget about any of the outside pressures, do what you think is right, listen to what the people that voted you in, and even the people that didn't vote you in, want, and try and facilitate it as best as possible. And then what you get is you get sort of like the country would be run not for the profit of the corporations and the big businesses, but for the people that are in that country. And I mean the immigration issue. Yeah, I'm forever speaking about, you know, the immigration issue. And as I said, I'm centre left. And if anyone ever wanted to know what my thoughts on immigration are, just have a look at Immigration by Gumball. Yeah, there's a short YouTube video.
Yeah,
Immigration by Gumball is fucking brilliant. Yeah,
if you want the most easiest explanation of immigration, I suggest you watch that video, because I'm not being funny. I don't know anybody else who could explain it in a better way, personally.
Immigration by Gumball, mate, is brilliant, and it's what I subscribe to. And when I tell people that, people are like, "What's Immigration by Gumball?" And I'm like, "Go and watch it." And they're like, well, no, you tell me about it. I went, no, it's 5 minutes. You can. It's a 5-minute video. Please just go and watch it, because if they watch it, they will get so much more from it than if I try and tell it to them. And the thing is, because they think I'm a lefty, yeah, they're thinking that they're not going to accept the idea, even without, you know, processing it through their head or watching it. So watch Immigration by Gumball.
That's the problem with a lot of things. I mean,
I've got far right friends.
I'd say watch it, because what people don't realise is, like, we could sit here and explain it now, but the visuals that man uses, and with the gumballs and the giant feet, the visuals are what hits home. And unless you watch it, you won't get that visual, because you need oral and visual to actually understand what the man's saying. Yeah. And once you do watch it, I might even try and put the link in this video.
But the thing is, mate, it's like, see, you know, there's pretty much, so there's not many issues that cannot be bottomed out to everyone's mutual happiness, you know, to everyone's mutual benefit. I'm not saying that everyone would be happy, but you know, the political scene and world and society is all about finding the middle ground, and collaborating, and you know, and basically understanding that we just need to do what's best for the next generation. And we might not always agree on the path to that utopia, but as long as we all get there, that's the way. And we you know, and if people watch Immigration by Gumball, I'd struggle to see anyone. I mean, I've not met anyone yet that doesn't agree with it. And I'm talking about far left, far right, centres, everything. Everyone agrees on Immigration by Gumball. Watch it, have a look, tell me what you think, tell everyone what you think, then speak to everyone and tell everyone about it. Because, you know, it's one of them things that goes, do you know what? That's a solution to the problem. It's not just furthering an argument that basically neither side is ever going to win because they're so far apart on it. But the thing is, right, it's like, you know, you've got Labour and you've got Conservative. They're the big two runners in the next election, and what's going to happen is that basically they're going to come out with various fucking shit, and because people think they're so far apart, they're not even going to consider, you know, if you're a lefty, you're not going to consider the rights, and if you're a righty, you're not going to consider the lefty, when ultimately if we could just let everyone sort of like see that there is, you know, a pragmatic way of solving problems like this, which immigration by gumball for the immigration issue is, we'd all get on. And they're scared shitless of that.
Exactly. This is the thing, right? You say that you are lefty leaning and things like that. Myself and Gary, we're not right, left, or anything like that. We don't really get into politics because we understand more things like that. We've spoke for years. I mean, I know you have problems with everybody else on YouTube, for example. We spoke on Facebook, we spoke on here. Me and you have always been able to, without name calling stuff out, we've always been out, me and you have always been able to have a discussion about
exactly, mate.
And the amount of things that we both agree on.
Yeah.
Because we concentrate on what we agree on rather than anything, it's quite surprising. And this is why me and Gary
we agree on more than we disagree on. We agree on more than we disagree on. I mean, the thing is, Nate, it's like, you know,
disagree on is how we go about it. That's it. It's not so much. It's just how we go about it.
Well, do you know why it comes together? Because basically, Nathan, you've got best intentions, and so have I. And if we start off from best intentions, mate, we're not going to ever go far wrong. You know, it's only when people sort of like are looking to fuel the division that they sort of like, they can't let certain things go and whatever else. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Nathan, I'm not pigeonholing you, mate, and please don't think I am, but I've got you as centre right. I don't think you're an out and out righty, but I don't, you know, but I'm pretty sure you're not as left leaning as I am. But that's fine because we're both in the centre and we both want a better world for our children.
I wouldn't say I'm centre right or centre left. If I'm going to put it, I'll say I'm in dead centre because, like I said, there's things I agree with the right, things I agree on the left. So it's like I can't go either way. Because at the end of the day, the things I agree with on the left and the right are pretty much moral aspects and our rights. So it always converges to the centre to me. So I said I don't believe in the illusion of left and right. All I believe in fact, if you have a difference of opinion, and a difference of opinion should not really enter politics in the essence it has to today.
Well, the thing is, I mean, politics is probably the wrong word for it. It's trying to help society. That's because politics means that you are, I think the way that a lot of people perceive it is that you have chosen a party, you've chosen a path, and you're going to stick to that path. And that isn't what I think it should be. I mean, you know, I've got my values and I've got my morals, and I do stick to them. But if I get new information on something, I change my mind, because that's what intelligent people do.
Yeah, and I'm happy when somebody actually corrects me on saying I've got wrong. I'm happy about it. I seem to be really weird, and people think I'm weird, but I'm actually happy about it. It's like, oh, thank you for correcting me. Now I can actually make a better judgment. I have what you call informed consent.
Yeah, a more rounded opinion. You get a more rounded opinion when you hear other people, and even if you if you disregard something someone says, at least you give them the respect of actually fucking listening to it, which is always going to help people.
I've always heard you out, Chrissy. I've never once sort of said no, I won't listen.
No, it's me and you've been really good, mate. And the last time, I was on the show and stuff like that, mate. It wasn't me and you. It wasn't me and Gary that was falling out. Me, you, and Gary was absolutely cool with each other. It's just when when I get wrote off because people think that I am a certain way and that they think that I've got a certain opinion, and that isn't right, and they're not prepared to listen to it. That's when I've got to go. You know what? I've done this so many times. I can only tell people, I don't know how many times, what my view is and what, and try and explain to them. And you'll get people that, for instance, when people say to me about, oh, what's your stance on immigration? Because they think I'm sort of like, I want to open the borders, mass immigration, stuff like that. And I say to them, have you seen Immigration by Gumball? And they'll go, no. And I'll go, well, watch that. And that is basically what I subscribe to. And the thing is, they'll never watch it now because they're thinking, oh, it's going to be some lefty shit. And it's just like, you're so close-minded that you're never going to get anything done because you've got the preconception of, of someone being against you.
You make a good point there, because it's like a lot of people seem to think most of the problem is apathy and that lot. The actual biggest problem we have, especially with unity amongst the people, I don't like to say left and right things like that, because like I said, there's people that agree with bits on other things. So we've got a lot of people that I would say are confused because we've been given this, you said, this stance or this stance, when really there should be other options. But I think the main problem we are facing, and Gary would back me up on this because we've been doing this for many, many years, as you know, Chrissy, the main problem we come up with is presumption and assumption.
Yes, big time. Yeah, most people fucking listen to reply. They don't listen to learn. And that is a massive problem as well, you know, because they're full of the presumptions, and you're not going to get far, because if you're not willing to explore someone else's opinion, you're never going to change your own.
Well, this
You're
is the thing,
never going to change your own.
people think I'm an intelligent person, but I wake up every day and I realise I knew less than I knew yesterday. It's weird.
No, but that's a sign of intelligence, because you can't teach an idiot anything, bruv. You cannot teach idiots things, because they already know it all. I'm the same, mate. I listen to everyone. I mean, you know, I do. I literally have got a thirst for knowledge, and I try and understand how. Because if you can work out what the problem is, you're halfway to solving it.
Well,
And a lot of people don't realise that. If you don't understand the problem, you're never going to solve it.
Well, exactly, and this is what we've been saying. We've been talking about the problems for years, over a decade now. So we should be at the point now. And this is why we've been talking about solutions for at least the last 7 years. Because, like you say, once you know the problem, you're going to work out the solution, because there's only going to be a couple of solutions. Usually, only one solution will work. And this is at the point, like I said, this is why we have, because people probably would attack us, but this is why we have you on and other people on of all different walks of life, left, right, whatever, because we've all got to start talking like this. We've all got to actually start having discussion. Definitely. Where we can be in an environment like this, where it's like, you may say something I don't agree with, but I'm not going to attack you over it. I'm not going to call you names.
No, that's it. Bottom it out so that we can both hopefully learn. I mean, the other thing is, mate, it's like, you know, and this has served me so well in the last sort of like 4 or 5 years. I've always known it, but I never sort of like, you know, did it until on a regular basis until a few years ago. And that's when I come up with a problem, when I find a problem, and for some reason I'm fucking good at finding problems, you know, and a lot of people bring problems to me.
Or is it just trouble just finds you?
No, something like that. I'm a shit magnet, bruv. I'm a shit magnet. But what I've always done now for the last few years, and it's served me so well, and I'd recommend this to anyone that's listening, yeah? If you've got a problem, or if you bring up a problem, try and have a solution for it before you discuss the problem, because it's all cool bringing up the problem, but having no solution for the problem you've brought up, it just doesn't serve as best, you know.
Exactly. Look at what me and Gary, look at the history of what we've been doing over the last 10, 15 years. It's like we sort of started finding problems. We started doing the solution. We went through the legal routes, all things like that. And then we realized we really had to look at the problem and actually understand the problem. And then once we did that, we realized that's when we started realizing the Constitution. And this is the only thing this is the only thing that's strong enough to tackle this and that lot. And then you start looking at proper solutions rather than just like, I'm not. I think most people now, when they go the legal route or try to go to, it's for a quick fix. There is no quick fix to something they've been doing for the last 200 years. It's not. There's not.
Yeah, that is made to slow you up, to gatekeep you.
Yeah,
it's made to gatekeep you. Oh, guys, before I dash, can I throw an idea your way?
Of course.
If you two gentlemen put yourselves up for even a parish or a town council seat and won it, and got in there, and literally without sort of like forcing yourselves, or I mean, force yourselves if you wanted, but if either of you two gents got yourself into an elected role, you both would have so much more clout, because the system that you are trying to change, that you are rightfully trying to change, would have to accept that you aren't just people talking, you are people that have been democratically elected to talk. And believe me, I mean, I'm a loudmouth idiot off the street. I almost got my council, the bigger council, into special measures, and it was the 5th safest Conservative seat in the country, 5th or 6th. Safe, you know, where I was is Conservative through and through. You cut them, they'd bleed blue, and they were shitting themselves because one loudmouthed idiot almost got that council brought to its knees because of the corruption. And when I joined the councils, mate, I thought I was going to be surrounded with lions. I thought that these people obviously have put themselves forward. You know, they've asked for people's votes. They're going to be sort of like strong people. They're going to be intelligent people. And I thought that was going to be lions, mate, but most of them were donkeys. And the ones that weren't donkeys were snakes. And the ones that weren't donkeys or snakes were donkey snakes. Seriously, guys.
I was actually.
If you put yourselves for election and you got yourselves a seat, you would put you put your ideas and you would put CMW and all the stuff you're doing, which is admirable, by the way. You would propel that so much better. You wouldn't believe. I personally did it just because. I mean, the main reason that I put myself forward was because my dad told me to. Yeah, before he passed away.
I remember you saying about this on one of the lives.
Yeah, he told me the tank. He told me about the tank. He said to me, son.
That's it, yes.
Because I said to him, I said,
look, before you go into the story, because I was actually many years ago, I was actually contacted. It's actually two people that was running for the London mayor, and because of my knowledge and things like that, I was actually asked by both of them if I would be part of the London Assembly. But I've said it's like I have morals and that, and I have a stance and I have an understanding, and I don't see how we can change the system that is built to destroy people like yourselves who are running independently as soon as you get to a certain level. So it's
right, let me explain.
Let me explain. So there is a free path for people to get to the right positions.
Yeah, but let me explain though, bro. If basically the system is not built, the system is built to basically, run on the democratic system, and they love it that we don't. I mean, because I'm not a believer in the democratic system as such. You know, it's like there are so many stupid people out there that can vote and that shouldn't be allowed to vote, and it's an illusion of choice. As far as the democratic system it is a very flawed system, but sadly it's the only system we've got now. My old man, when I said to him, I said, Dad, I've been asked if I'd stand against the local Tory because they need to win this seat. You know, they need to win loads of seats. And what a few of the independent guys were doing was basically looking for people that had large followings in the local community to stand against the Conservatives to beat them. So my dad turned around to me. He said, right, son, he said, I'm going to do this one funny. He said, imagine you've got a tank. And I'm like, okay, Dad, what sort of a tank? You know, a septic tank, a fish tank? And he went, no, son, it's a tank with a fucking great big gun on it. And I'm like, right, okay. And he said, right, he said, I'm going to give you a fork. You've got nothing but a fork to beat the tank with. And I'm, again, Dad, now I need to know what sort of a fork it is. Is it a fucking garden fork? He went, son, it's a fucking, it's a fork you have for dinner, cutlery. And I'm like, right, that's not the best fork then. So he said, like, how are you going to beat the tank with a fork? And I'm thinking, do I try and put the fucking fork up the turret, and when the bomb comes out, maybe it'll do the and I was like, Dad, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do a tank, fully armed tank with a fork. And he went, son, you're not thinking of it properly. What you got to realise is, you make friends with a tank, you get inside the tank, and then you stab every one of the fuckers in there with the fork. Job done. Now you're in the tank works for you. And that is basically the political system, because right now we're trying to fight a monster that, I'm sorry, we ain't going to beat anytime soon. And I mean, if we do beat it, it's going to be at the cost of a lot of people, and it'll take a lot of time, and they'll probably make a new monster. So what we've got to do is infiltrate that monster, Nath, and we've got to fucking make the monster become our slave, and it not be our master. And the only way to do that is by getting as many people in at grassroots level so that we can begin to infiltrate that monster. And I tell you now, mate, there's not many councillors in this country, but I can't remember what the numbers are. I've not got the numbers in my head right now. But if we could get just a couple of councillors in every fucking council, that basically weren't going to be bribed, weren't going to be bullied, and couldn't be blackmailed, things would change so quick you would not believe it. It changed things quicker than the internet has changed things, because obviously when the internet came along, we all got to talk.
Yeah, but people can change things at the local council level without actually being part of the council. People don't know this, but there is a way of actually
and anyone going to a council meeting and saying something will change something.
But this is the
difference is
you say about the independence. That's something we agree on. We do need grassroots independent people to now start taking positions. Problem is, So like you say, do it. We've tried this. How many years have you tried? And many other people. I mean, me and Gary, we've known so many people that have run as candidates and stuff like that. When has this ever been successful in the current situation we are in with our politics and the way things are set up?
Yeah.
When's it been possible?
Yeah, look at the local elections. See, the thing is, right, in a general election, it's still a 2-horse race. Now, if you look at local election results 20 years ago, it was only ever the big parties that got voted for. There wasn't that many independents. If you look at the local elections now, yeah, more independents have been voted in than ever before. So it's changing at local level because people are realising that big parties got to transfer from local elections to general elections, and it will take time. But the thing is, right, if there was, I mean, I've been trying to do it for ages, and guys, if anyone wants to help me do it, and if you want to do it and I help you, let's get it done. Basically, if every single person from a town or city, if one person from a town or city basically said, right, I've got a big, YouTube, internet following, whatever, and I'm going to be a strong, independent politician, and I'm going to stand in the next election, the whole fucking lot of them would shit themselves.
Oh yeah, they would shit themselves, but they've got the power, the money, and everything. And you see, I'm not being funny, Chrissy. Look how much government have changed stuff in the last, say, 5 years to stop independence coming through, to stop things from happening.
They're shit scared of it, mate. That's why. But the thing is,
my question is because we do agree on we do agree on independence, but my question to you is, what time frame do you think it's going to take? Say we start in the next elections. What time frame do you think we're going to see until we get to the point where the corruption's gone and we can start actually living a normal life again?
Right. So it depends what level you're talking about corruption. I mean, the thing is, it's
it goes back to the top. We've got to get in Parliament. That's the only way.
Right. So we've got to get 600. We've got to get 600. Basically, we'd need a complete system change, not sort of like, to get rid of the whole system, but we'd need to get 650 independent people voted in as MPs. And then there would be no overall party control and blah, blah, blah. And that's a reason why they would try and stop it, because it would be too much of a change, and because the corporations and the establishment wouldn't be able to run the political parties. And always remember,
it's about monopoly, and monopoly is literally the biggest problem against
and this just touches on the immigration problem. I mean, when you think about it, the two main parties are literally subservient to the establishment, the corporations, the businesses, the unions, and all of these big organizations, especially the employers, the corporations and stuff, right? They want immigration. They want mass immigration. No matter what they say, the Tories and Labour, they love immigrants because immigrants will work harder, for longer, for less pay and shittier conditions, and that is a fucking corporate dream. So don't listen to the Tories saying we're going to stop immigration. They won't. It doesn't serve their fucking paymasters. Don't listen to Labour saying, oh no, we're going to do a more responsible way of doing it. No, they won't, because ultimately they are also in the pockets of big businesses, and big businesses love immigrants.
They are shareholders in most of these big businesses, or their family members own. This is what a lot of people don't realise. But put a number on it. How many years do you think it would take to get to that point where we can get into Parliament and we can start clearing out this corruption?
It won't be our lifetime, sadly, mate.
Well, we've got until 2030, so we've got to come up with a solution. Something that happens before that, so it's going to need a radical movement from the people to actually change this in the next couple of years. That's why myself and Gary are saying, use the Constitution, use Article 61. Let's take out Parliament. Let's reset it.
Right, guys, I love what you do. I honestly love what you do, and I've got to be honest with you. And I'm not saying this to annoy you, to piss you off or anything like that, right?
Honesty.
Right now, the thing is, what you're saying about Article 61 and all that, is fucking fantastic, and you are right. You are right. But the thing is, mate, you are never going to sell that to the man on the street as long as they've got control of the media, because what they're going to make you out to be is freeman of the land, sort of like fucking idiots and whatever else. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, oh, they want to use law from the 11th century to sort of like, to change the future, and it's old stupid law. And it's like, well, why haven't they repealed it then?
But
that's what they're going to do to you, and they're going to win.
No, but the thing is, we've been doing this for over a decade. That's what they used to do in the beginning. They've tried it way along, but the problem is, the many years myself and Gary have been doing this, and there's other groups doing it as well, more and more people are coming over to it. It's actually getting bigger and bigger. It's not dropping out. And all this thing of Freeman, like I said, Freeman land can be destroyed in 2 seconds by just Blackstone's commentaries on the Constitution. Blackstone's commentaries, if you read that, it talks about the artificial person, which is what me and Gary say about the corporation things out. So if we're Freeman on land, then Blackstone, the very person who pretty much is called the godfather, like Sir Edward Coke and Blackstone, they're called the godfathers of our laws and our Constitution.
Yes, I know, mate. Yeah, but can I stop you though? No, the problem is, mate, is the average person on the street, has already switched off to you now. And I'm not saying that that's your fault. That is because of apathy in the wider population. Okay. It's like we literally, mate. What people want now. I mean, what you're serving is steak. What people are used to is McDonald's. Yeah, and the thing is, because it starts getting a little bit mucky, as in sort of like people can't understand it. And because people and then what will happen is, mate, is the telly will come on, and the telly will turn around to people and go, look at these idiots talking about fucking laws, way back when people used to barbecue rats in the medieval times.
That's a problem, but it is coming out. GB News, there's been many mainstreams has actually spoken about the Constitution. They have mentioned it. We had Godfrey Bloom come on, and Godfrey Bloom, he was part of...
Godfrey Bloom's good.
Yeah, he was part of the Privy Council, I believe.
He's good, actually. He's one of the best ones there. But
exactly. Godfrey came on and not only stated the fact that myself and Gary really do know the Constitution, our laws, and we're very good at it. But he agreed with everything we said. And there's bits that... Mate,
you're right, you're correct. So it's hard to disagree. But the trouble is, mate, you're fighting against a multi-billion-pound media, that basically is distracting people. You're fighting against a multi-billion-pound... Oh, what's that?
Dennis, you're going to have to mute the live if you come on.
Yeah, so you're fighting against sort of like the media that's going to make you out to be aloof and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, because we've been made out to be nutters for many years. But like I said, it's like,
I know, mate. I know. I mean,
we've caught and proven this. We've proven this many times and things like that.
Yeah, but it's not going to get enough traction in the time. What you're doing, Nath, is you're going to win the marathon, bruv. Trouble is, you've entered the sprint because the media are going to basically, I mean, the media are probably the biggest problem right now with everything because they've got...
I like that analogy because that's what me and Gary said from the very beginning. We always see this as a marathon, and it's like you said, the media and the government, they're going to enter a sprint. Problem is, they're going to be knackered. It's tortoise and the hare thing. We will overtake because the facts will speak for themselves. The truth.
Right, here goes another analogy then, bro. The thing is, mate, is they're going to win the sprint, and all the cameras are going to be clicking on Usain Bolt, whilst you're still running, and you'll have none of the media following you. You'll win battles. I mean, some of the stuff.
I don't want the media. I'm not being vain. The media is going down. Views on everything's going down. So people, the more, like I said, people are waking up to a lot more. So what you're saying in the next couple of years with the media and stuff like that, look at what's happened in the last 4 years. The amount of people that are now classed the media. I mean, there's videos out there where you can see literally like 30 different news presenters across the world saying exactly.
I put one up today. Yeah, I put one up today, bro.
People are waking up to that. People are waking up to the fact that every single
but they won't.
That was paid and stuff
no,
like that.
I'm completely with you, but they won't wake up fast enough, mate. I'm sorry, they won't. You know, what we need is, I mean, if, for instance, we had a big celebrity that could literally come out and say, you've been conned, this is a joke, we need to change it, and we need you to do something rather than just, sit in front of your telly and nod your head. If I don't know, if we had, I mean, think of a massive star, for instance, Harry Kane or something. I'm not a soccer player, I don't like soccer, but if Harry Kane went on telly and said, this is wrong, we are being robbed, blah, 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 and stuff like that, things would change really, really quickly. But that is why the media would smear him, would find some blackmail on him, and if they couldn't fucking find it, they'd invent it. But you see where I'm coming from? That if we got from a grassroots level, I think that, you know, it's going to take too long. I mean, I used to be of the thought that, you know, don't vote because it only encourages them. They're all a lot of con man. What are you voting for? What shit sandwich do you want to eat? Don't eat any, that sort of thing. But then I realised how many people are dying and living in poverty and misery whilst I'm waiting for the system to collapse, and it probably won't collapse anytime.
This is the problem. Everybody's waiting for the system to collapse. They're waiting for that one person to take it down. It's going to take all of us, and that's why it will happen, because it's happened before. I think people underestimate our just general natural basic need for liberty. I think people underestimate that because they've done it in the past, and it's the same thing up again. So I will be thinking 2 seconds, because I just need to. There's a question for Freedom of Britain, or a statement. He said, the thing I struggle with all this common law stuff is you can't use it in a court. Then what use is it? You can use it in a court.
You can.
There's people actually in the comment section now have actually been at court while you've been. Problem, what people don't realise is you uphold common law, but you prosecute with tort law. It's where most people don't know. They don't do the research.
I mean, Nathan, I know you and Gary have won cases, quite a few of them as well. I'm winning those cases as well, but people don't believe it works because they're told by the media that it won't and doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, the cases that I'm
winning.
We've
always said, come along to the court and watch.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why they don't allow you to record in a court, because they're not ever going to allow you to show people how fucking corrupt and wrong it is, because that's the basis of it.
I've been looking into this, and I've actually thinking, by the way, it's like, for instance, because I've been attacking the family court a bit as well. The family court, basically the family court, the head of the family court is now agreed that that family court can't do these things behind closed doors. It's because basically everybody knows. I mean, we had 1 million people in London over the family court. Everyone knows the family court are corrupt, and they're not protecting children. They're actually just making money out of children. This is the thing. But what people don't realise is understand 2 seconds. Understand actress rear and men's rear, especially men's rear, okay? Because they don't want you recording in court. There is nothing to say in law that you cannot record a crime. In fact, the law actually states that you have a duty to document and highlight. So use that. Use your unalienable rights and our actual laws to override their rules.
Well, two things there, Gal. I mean, I've had my own battles with the family court, and you know, I mean, and I've said this, I don't know how many times. The family court is easily the most corrupt government organisation system I've ever come across. And I've been in local. Mate, the family court system is absolutely awful. You'll go to a restaurant expecting to eat, and then you find out you're the fucking meal. Yeah, exactly. That's the way.
Saying that, I actually last April, I think was the case, and last April I actually raised the first point of law when they said there was none, but I actually raised the first point of law in a family court for the last over 20 years, and that was based on our ancient customs, and that was accepted and upheld.
Right, got you, mate. But family courts, mate, I mean, they are the most corrupt fucking government system organisation you will ever come across, and they're literally fucking awful. And the reason they're awful is because of the confidentiality. You know, they can do the fuck what they want, and you can't say a thing about it. And what they'll do is, I mean, they're going on about opening up the family courts. I've been following it all, but they're just going to cherry pick. Yeah,
they will. We know this. Right, I'm not being rude, but we do have to let other people on the panel speak.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
If you can, stick around a lot, because obviously it's like this is about us all having an input here from different points of view and stuff like that. Danny just popped in. Danny, he said you're back out again. If you pop back in, if you can, please. But yeah, it's all right. Sorry. Hello, Peter. Hello, Dennis. Sorry, I didn't say hello.
Right, Gary. Hello, everyone in chat.
Hello, mate.
On the panel. Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Yeah, if our unalienable rights didn't exist. Yeah, whenever you go into a police station, if you ask them if you've got the unalienable right to remain silent, they say yes, it is. So technically, the Magna Carta still exists.
It's not just that. We can prove the Magna Carta exists. Like I said, me and Gary have been saying this quite a long time. Jack Straw in 2015, when they actually put the Human Rights Declaration into our statutes, stated quite clearly that it was actually the 800th anniversary. Jack Straw, who everybody knows who Jack Straw is, stated quite clearly that the Magna Carta is as binding today on the Crown as it was the day it was sealed in Runnymede. Now, there was only one Magna Carta sealed in Runnymede. The rest are unlawful, illegal reissues by the Crown. So that should tell you everything.
I know that. But when, as you and Gary know, when I was arrested recently, the first thing I said to him was, have I got the unalienable right to remain silent? And he said to me, yes. But on the way there, the police were telling me that right doesn't exist, but it does exist.
Well, this is the thing. The police don't go. I will say this. I will say, legally speaking, I think a lot of police are better than most solicitors because they deal with a lot. I mean, most solicitors just deal with the same basic thing every day. A lot of police deal with a lot of different legislation. So I'd say police legally have more knowledge than most solicitors. But the problem is the police are taught a small bit of criminal law, and that is only really with the legislation of criminal law. They're not actually taught proper criminal law like you would have been before the 50s. Mostly they're taught about their legislative abilities. And this is what a lot of people don't realise about the police. They actually attest to common law, so they actually give an oath to uphold common law, but in the same point as that, they are also given the right to uphold to have legislative ability to uphold legislation. But one precedes the other. The problem is they're taught to put legislation before the law. That's the problem. It's
they're taught to be
that's what I'm saying. Legislation is different from the law. Yeah, they're
taught to be goons, though,
when
guys.
They came and arrested me, they raided my friend's house. Yeah, and if we didn't let them in, they had a red key and they was going to break down the door, and they didn't even have a warrant.
No, right. So they don't need a warrant to enter a property.
That's under PACE, though. PACE is unlawful. I know that a lot of people think.
Yeah, but the warrant card that they've got is their warrant. Yeah. Okay. So basically, when they sign up to be a copper, they go to a magistrate and they have to basically give the policeman's oath that none of them can tell you. And if they can't remember their oath, how do they know they're under their oath? You know, how do they know they're applying their oath? But basically, what they do is they give their oath and then they're given a warrant card. The warrant card is like a sort of like a get out of jail free warrant for pretty much everything. And the way they'll do it, bro, is, you know, and I've dealt with countless cases of this. They'll go to someone's house, excuse me, they'll say, right, you know, we want to come in. The person will turn around and say, no, you're not coming in, or won't even answer the door. And then they end up kicking the door through. They haven't got an actual warrant to enter, but what they'll say is we heard screaming. No, listen, what they'll do is they'll say we heard screaming and we thought someone was being attacked in the property, so that's why we kicked the door through. They've got the power to do that in their warrant card.
Basically, what you're dealing with is under that warrant card, it gives them what you call in-law probable cause.
That's assumption of law.
That's assumption of law, though, surely.
It's a presumption under the law. It's not a presumption.
Even though we all know that, what we're dealing with is a corrupt system, because if you complained about that, they'll show the copper professional courtesy. If you took them to court for that, the court will go, we ain't going against the copper, because coppers are our lifeblood. You know, you're dealing with a whole beast, and the beast would need to be changed from its foundation. You're going to struggle to actually hit them at the point of contact because they cover for each other.
We actually reported them. Go on.
2 seconds. It's funny you say that, because it's like Dennis actually witnessed one of the court cases I did for somebody, and that was a constitutional case, and literally it kind of everybody sort of see it like you see it, because it was basically it involved 2 constables, an MP, and somebody I believe that does stuff with Antifa. Now, I got every single bit of evidence thrown out of that case. And I even got the prosecution's main witness thrown out. So it was basically this MP versus this man.
And the judge took the MP's side.
Yep, the judge went, well, I believe this. They upheld everything I said about the Constitution, everything, even praised me on my knowledge of law and everything like that. And he just went, I'm getting rid of this. So there's no evidence, no grounds for it. He's like, but I'm going to rule with the MP. And like I said, I didn't think he said
wrong. He said he had no choice.
Says it all.
So the thing is, guys,
the orders came down from higher above.
Yeah, it always does. I mean, you know, there is that insidious fucking group you know, of people, and they go beyond MPs, they go beyond judiciary and stuff like that, and they are the people that are running things. And the simple one, I mean, the one I won the other week, yeah, basically a copper lied to me point blank on the phone. She properly bullshitted. She lied, fault, but you know, no question. Now, if I'd have gone and complained about her without that recording, she would have got off. Because she would have said, "Oh, I didn't say that." The other copper would have said, "Oh, she's saying she didn't say that." And the only reason I won that complaint was because, you know, I said to him, I said, "She's told me this. This is a lie. She's basically lied to me." And they went, "Well, maybe it was a miscommunication." I went, "Would you like to hear it?" And then all of a sudden they went, "Oh, shit." And then they realised that there was no way of getting out of it. She'd blatantly lied. But when the old bill want to go for you, they will make a case against you. When you want to go,
they've literally just done that to me to the point where I nearly lost my liberty.
But when they don't want a fucking conviction, when you go for them, for instance, when they're banging the wrong, they'll do everything they can to not make the case.
But saying that,
I'll tell you what, this is what I can't work out. Yeah, right. They
evening, Danny.
They've dropped the bail conditions against me.
Evening.
Yeah.
Evening,
right,
mate.
but they say I'm still under investigation. Now, how does that work?
Because there's limits to bail.
Yeah.
Basically,
no, there's no limits on my bail. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. They've got limits when they impose bail.
Yeah, it's not just that.
Yeah, but
what you're talking about,
Dennis,
what you're talking about is you're talking about due process of law. So that they are allowed.
Which they haven't followed.
Well, technically they have and they haven't. This is the thing. This is where law and legislation often intertwines. Like I said, not be funny. Look at a constable's uniform now, okay? Now, mostly, if you go to London especially, you'll have a PC applet, i.e. the number, but they'll also have officer and their name. That's two different offices. And they're literally on their uniform. So you're seeing they're a constable and they're an officer.
Yeah.
Visually there, you just need to know what to look for. But this is a problem, and this is what happens. They act as an officer up to the point where they think that you may have broken one of the rules, and then they change hats. They then change to a constable and then place you lawfully under arrest.
Yeah.
Well, we reported, a certain police force to another police force, for illegally entering the home. Yeah, because they didn't have a warrant. Yeah, and that other police force, got in touch with us. Yeah, the chief inspector actually phoned us. Yeah, and he was telling us that whatever they'd done was legal and lawful, but we were saying no, it wasn't lawful.
Right, but what they're doing is professional courtesy, bro.
By a judge.
It's professional courtesy. The moment they get a complaint in to look into another police force, they're instantly looking for ways to get that other police force off it, rather than looking to find out what happened or to prosecute. When the police go for me or Nathan or any one of us guys, what they'll do is they will instantly look to get a conviction because they hate us. Yeah. When they look into their fellow officers that they know have committed a fucking crime, what they'll usually do is they'll look to get them off. So it's how they approach the case. When they approach the case for a man on the street, they're looking to get the conviction. When they approach a case of another copper, they're doing professional courtesy and they're looking to get them off.
It's funny you say that because I've just been, like I said, the police have actually just taken and built a massive case. They actually tried to be put in prison. It's just I don't think they realise I do actually know enough of the law to keep myself out of it. Yeah, but I actually got arrested, and the first time, it's how funny it is. The first time they arrested me, they come with a warrant. The warrant wasn't signed. I pointed that out to the custody sergeant. I have never seen a custody sergeant dive over a desk and grab a document off me as that man did.
Yes.
The second time they arrested me, because obviously it's like, it was like they didn't send me bits, so I didn't have to attend as far as I was concerned, because the court has a duty just as much as I do. But they arrested me again, but this time they come with an electronic warrant and I wasn't allowed to see it. But it's like it was ridiculous.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nate, another thing that bothered me was when they give me my bail conditions, it wasn't even signed by anyone. Yeah, so I refused to accept it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I said he doesn't stand. He doesn't stand because nobody in authority has signed it.
yeah. See, the thing is, right, you won't win them little ones, bro. You know, I congratulate you for doing them. I've done them in past cases, but you're better off putting your energy where you can win it. You know, look at the case and you know, let them give you a fucking poxy bit of paper and stupid shit like that. Be nice to them, smile to them. I know it might hurt. I know it might be hard to do, but ultimately, yeah, you're there for the long game. You're there to win. And the thing is, mate, it's like, you know, when you're chatty to the coppers, if you know what you're talking about, you can get the coppers to tell you more about the case.
I don't know enough about the law or anything else, yeah, to fight them. You know what I mean? I'm trying my best to learn it. Yeah,
bro.
The way I
just
looked at
picking
it,
it up.
that was totally unlawful. That was totally unlawful. As far as I'm concerned, the police are nothing but crooked, corrupt, yeah, and full of left-wing queers.
Well,
I don't know about the last statement, but you're bang on with the rest of it.
Let's not attack people's sexual orientation, please, because it has no relevance, technically speaking, to what we're doing. But yeah, right. Peter, sorry, Peter, you've been on for ages, mate. And Danny, I'll get to you in a minute. Sorry. Anything you want to say, Peter?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Radio, mate. Yeah, just a few points. Like I say, like you said earlier, mate, we've got 6 years, yeah, until they intend to have us in complete slavery.
Yep.
So you know what I mean? You're not going to win much in any courts now.
No.
Yeah, the system is in lockstep where they are going to win every time.
This is why we went into court, started going to court 5 years ago. We had to prove that the court were acting unlawfully and they would do certain things that lot to be able to say, right, now we have a problem, now we have lawful grounds to act. That's the
you're chipping away at the block. Yeah, you're chipping away at the block.
Yeah. I agree totally, Nate. I mean, I was there when when they arrested you outside Scotland Yard, in the crowd. But like I say, we have to, like I say, win the ones we can win. Yeah, the wins we can, the ones that I believe we can win is locally against the councils, because none of them have a mandate.
Exactly.
To govern anyway.
This is
we're not a democracy.
Exactly.
We're a constitutional monarchy.
Exactly. Yeah? That's what I said earlier, Peter. So the people can actually.
That's what I've been doing.
If you're going to attack your local council, you don't need to be a council to do so. In fact, it's actually a more beneficial route if the people get together and nullify the council, and you can do that.
Right, do you know the way to do it, gents? I mean, this is my area. Yeah, what you do is you have enough of them, the general public. You get 2 minutes to say your bit in a council meeting. And for instance, I mean, you know, I did this at my council and it caused absolute fucking havoc. Some of the local residents would say to me, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to say this in my 2 minutes. And I'd be like, thank you very much. You go in there, you say that, and then I will then take the mantle from you and fucking run with it. And we fucking ruined them. But getting a councillor in is so important, guys. It really is.
That's what I've been doing for 9 months.
Well, that is the end goal, because it is the thing. But we need the unity to happen. We need people to start getting behind each other, and we need that before we take any steps into that. Because if we don't have unity in the foundation, we're moving into the corruption, and we will get swamped by it. It always has. The amount of people that has gone into politics, MPs as well, that have gone into politics, gone into Parliament with good intentions, and they have been swamped. Or like you said earlier, Chrissy, there's a massive campaign to defame them. So we've got to somehow create a situation where they cannot do that. And
the way to do that, mate, would be numbers, though, Nath. Exactly. Because I mean, there are
unity before action.
Yeah, from being one of them, right, I would say there's maybe 100 councillors that I knew of that basically were unbribable and that were good people. They might not be as hardcore as I was. That, you know, some of them probably were worse. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, right, whilst there are 100 councillors doing it, they can manage it. They can manage the press. They can manage it through, you know, the insidious groups that are in the local communities and the parties, the political parties. If you had 1,000 people doing it, they would not be able to cope. It's about flooding the system with good, independent people that will not fucking, you know, sway.
Well, this
You
is
know,
I'm glad you come on, and I'm glad Danny's come on, because Danny's done a lot. I think a lot of things people just don't know about in that sort of way.
Can I just say something nice, please?
Mm.
Right. My take on all of this is, while we're doing that, Chris, it's great what you're saying. It is a good way of doing it. What people have got to realise is these people in that parliament are that fucking thick that they are dismantling the parliament. They are bringing in this new world order system, right?
Yeah.
Which none of them will be part of, because there won't be no more voting. There won't be a parliament anymore. It'll just be a local building that in this country that so many of them will be employed from to do the jobs that the new world order are telling them. So that's what we're up against. We're running out of time to do this, because these people are absolutely thick as pig shit. They don't even realise what they're doing to themselves.
Exactly, and if people think that there can never be a situation where there's no elections, look at what Ireland done not long ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there aren't no real elections now. Let's be honest, because no one's voting. They've made the system so shit. But the thing is, right, everyone thinks we're in a democracy when we're not, because we've not got an actual choice. A democracy is all about choice, and we've not actually got that. We've got one bunch of cunts and another bunch of cunts.
We're not a democracy, though. We never have been a democracy. We're a constitutional monarchy. There's a massive difference.
Exactly. No, you are exactly right. I need to say
the illusion of a democracy, though, guys.
Politicians just wanted to be a democracy, but we're not. We're a constitutional monarchy. They have no mandate locally to do what they're doing.
No,
they have no mandate.
Magna Carta set that out, that we're a constitutional monarchy and stuff like that. Like I said, when we're talking about things like politics and democracy, I have to go to the root of that, and I implore people, read Plato.
I've had it out with the leader of my local council. He keeps calling it a democracy, and we're not a democracy. That's a treasonable fucking offence. Yeah.
Can I tell you the way you're going to beat him, though, bro?
Offence. We're not. We are.
Can I tell you the way you're going to beat him?
But before anyone says anything, we have got other people on the panel, and we have got other people that want to come on. So if people are willing to drop out, so I can bring other people on once to make the
point. Can I drop out just after I tell you how to beat the council leader?
Yeah.
Basically, he's relying on you not putting yourself forward and taking his votes for him. There's nothing that scares a politician more than losing an election. And if you put yourself up for election and basically got your local community behind you, you would almost certainly beat any of their local fucking guys, because the turnout is so low. Get yourself a nice little local community that will vote for you at the next election and displace him. That's how to beat him. You won't beat him by trying to talk to him, because the chances are he's already set, he's already corrupt, and he won't care. The only thing that he'll care is if you vote him out.
It will be voted out. The Neaton Council will go before the vote. They'll go. The local people will remove it.
I wish, I hope so, bruv. And I hate to say it, but the thing is, there's very few people that actually will do anything when the chips are down. Everyone will complain about it. Everyone will sit there. Everyone will say they need to go. But actually, when it happens, hardly anyone steps forward. It's probably only people like us that are on the panel right now that would actually stand up to that corruption. The way to beat him, is to get him voted. Take his job off of him, replace him, put yourself in his role. That's the only way you're going to beat him, bruv.
I think there's more people than you understand, Chrissy, to be honest. I just think people need direction, and that's the problem that most people will lack. It's not the fact that they're willing to do something.
I hope you're right. Gentlemen, I'm going to leave. It's been brilliant. Thank you ever so much for having me on. If I can help with anything, if I can help with anything, help anyone with anything, let me know. And you take care, and I'll see you soon. I'll be back soon.
Same goes.
Cheers, welcome anytime.
Thanks, gents. Bye.
Bye. Take care. Right, Danny. Sorry you've been waiting so patiently.
That's fine. I'm listening to the conversation. It's good. But what Chrissy was saying, I also want to touch on that. I've been advocating this for a while, and it's time now to be doing stuff in your community to make sure that your community knows you. and knows who and what you're about. Like we get more views and more stuff from our communities than any MP will. And the next election will be a hung parliament, and it will be a very tight hung parliament. So when people say, well, I'm independent, I can't do nothing, if there's 50 independent MPs that can get into that house, you are the ones who are dictating that whole parliament, because on any votes you can go on either side and make deals, and then you make your own alliances, and you are the voting bloc. The independents together are the voting bloc to either challenge Parliament or, you know, go with the things that are good for the British people. So it is, if you're in a position to do it and you want to do it, you know, make sure you get out there and represent the working class.
I mean, I never put anybody down who does want to get to politics or runs it. I mean, the only thing I do say, a fact of law at the moment, since Article 61 was invoked, if you do try and get into politics or you're part of it, you're actually committing treason. And you're actually a co-conspirator. That's the problem within law. That's why me and Gary don't get into politics, because law is quite defined on this. If you're with you either the one side of the law or the other. If you're with Parliament, the ones and the Crown, which you're actually committing a treason, then you're actually as bad as them. You're committing a crime with them. If by law,
isn't it that situation where the only way you can fight a corrupt system is be part of that corrupt system?
But this is, people been trying.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go
on. You can't beat a system by being part of it. It's
that's not technically true.
Because they've got all the legislation in place, even locally. Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? Let me just we talk to that, because people say you can't beat a system without being part of it. Now, take for instance, Gary's mentioned it. A few people have mentioned things like doing facial recognition, that like SPA and that lot. If we all boycott SPA goes under. It can no longer work under the way it's working. It has to change. So you don't start shopping at SPA to hopefully make them change the facial recognition, do you? Because the more people that go in, you're just thinking. So what you do is you come away from that and you say, no, I'm not going to use your shop. I'm not going to use your corporation because it doesn't do good for me. Then they're forced to a position where they then have to come to the table or they have to do your bidding. So to be part of something is often not the best way. I mean, look at history. And I can prove this. If anyone wants to sit down with me for about 10 hours, I can prove to you that no civilization has ever voted themselves out of tyranny. Ever.
Yeah, no, it's done through revolution, but this isn't what we're in at the situation now. Is at no point in history has, especially the UK, has ever been part of, where so many men are under such weak mentality. You know, this wouldn't have happened if you go back a century. This would not have happened. We'd have been there with our pitchforks and we'll be straight outside the gates. But because we've been oppressed so much, and we're used to it now. You know, we know that we can't go into London without getting seen by the cameras. You know, What was it? 20 years ago, it was for our safety, and now we're the most cameraed nation in the whole of Europe, probably the world, apart from China. But
we are second most watched nation in the world. China outdoes us quite a lot, but we have less privacy than anybody else.
There you go. And because we've done this and we've allowed this to happen over so many years, people are not ready to do any type of revolution or any type of things like that. But that's what's needed, really, if you want to get yourself out of tyranny.
Exactly.
But we're having small revolutions. I don't know if people are going to be watching The Voice of Wales. If you don't, get onto them, because there's a small town that are getting these immigrants in, and it's of 400 people, and they're going to be putting 700 immigrants in there, and they're standing up. You know, this little town in South Wales are really standing up and making a difference. So we are winning little revolutions and things like that. So maybe that's the way.
No, you're exactly right. And if you look at history, even as recently as, like, look at the one in the 1600s, the revolution, and like the peasants' revolt and stuff like that. It always starts with, even Magna Carta, when that build up, it always starts with little pockets of revolution, and then what happens is them little pockets slowly start to unite, and then them little pockets of revolution becomes one main revolution, and then it goes forward. That's happened in every single part of history where we've ever stood up. And this is why myself and Gary, when people wonder why we're still optimistic, because I keep saying people underestimate, even though we've been beaten down, it's like you said, Danny, it's like men have been attacked for the last 20, 30 years to the point where we're just being cajoled. We're meant to stay in a corner, be meek, and not say anything. We're not allowed to stand up, be masculine. That's a bad thing because, like you say, they don't want strong men because we wouldn't allow this if there was enough strong men, and we wouldn't be attacked so much for it. But we've got to start getting away from this. We've got to start understanding that you're not going to empathy and just acceptance. They're not going to have a crash of conscience and go, do you know what we're doing here is really wrong. And voting, like I said, actually just read the basic. The information's all there. It's actually set out for you. That's why, like with the European elections, me and Gary done a live, and we read through the whole thing, and it actually explained that we would actually be voting to consent to what the EU does and have laws, things like that. We explain all the things. Voting is consent before the thing to the fact for 4 years. So you vote, you say, right, I'm going to give you my sovereignty, and you've got a blank check to do whatever you want to do in the next 4 years. That's the reality of what we deal with when we vote. And then, so whatever they do in that 4 years, that's why judicial review was changed, because they've slowly changed the legislation, the way things work, to the point where you voted these people in, you give them consent before the action. So you then can't prosecute them for the action because you're actually part of it.
Yeah. So on the flip side of that, if there's not enough consent, then can that take down the parliament then? If it's saying the next voting, we get, I don't know, there's 20% turnout. Would that then say, well, there's no consent of the people of any parliament, so something has to change?
That to me would be the more logical, because not many people, certainly locally, it's 30%. It has been for a while now, yeah. So to convince the 70% that they haven't agreed to all this, would be a lot easier than trying to convince them to vote for something. To convince them that they haven't voted for all this and they haven't given them permission to be governed by these people, then it gives them more of a mandate to say no. I mean, a revolutionary act now is growing your own food.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It's an act of revolution. If we start encouraging people to grow their own food and just say no to anything they ask, no is the answer. You know what I mean? Council tax, no. Everything, no. Just no.
No is the most powerful word we have. No is the most powerful word.
I've done it on a personal level. On a personal level, I don't pay nothing. Pay me rent. That's me personally. I wouldn't say that everyone can do that, or a place in their journey where they're able. Everybody got to do it when you're ready. I'm just really, really fed up. I'm a bit older than most. So
how's that worked out? How's the council tax and the water? And
they're just that simple revolutionary act of saying no. No to the taxes. Growing your own food. Growing your own food is a major thing, I believe now. If we can get people just, you know what I mean, it's a tomato plant on your windowsill. You know what I mean? That's a sign in your window saying you're a revolutionary. And
we're going to need to start doing these type of stuff, because obviously when the social credit system will be enacted.
Can I make a sort of suggestion? Instead of growing things like tomato things out, which is good, start off with growing your small greens, because your small greens are loaded with every nutrient you need. It doesn't take up as much space as tomato plants, potatoes and stuff like that. You can grow stuff like that, but most of the nutrients you need will be in your small greens, things like cress and stuff like that you can grow very easily. So start doing research, get into it, because it is things like that, because they are attacking our food. They are attacking. I mean, now we're getting mRNA vaccines given to our animals now. I mean, by 2030, they don't want dairy farming. They don't want any farming. They want the meat industry to be controlled by lab-grown meat, dairy, all that lot. Everything is going to be synthetic. So now's the time to, I mean, because I'm not being funny. If you think you could just start growing vegetables that lot and it's going to be, it takes a bit of, trust me, I've tried it. That takes a bit of work sometimes. You have to learn certain things. So start now. Start the revenue process now of being independent, because that's one thing the government really, and this is the reason why they're trying to bring legislation in to stop growing in your gardens, collecting rainwater and stuff like that, because they don't want you to be independent. They want you to rely on the services that they allow. But once you start stepping outside that, and you realise that they don't own the rain, they don't own water, and I mean it's there as in abundance, same as always in abundance. We shouldn't have to be paying for this. Then we can actually start you're really looking at the revolutionary acts we need to do, and that is one way is to stop, like you say, to stop them controlling our food, to stop them controlling our water and stuff like that. Because once they control our water and food, I can assure you 90% of the population of the world will crumble and they'll fall into line, because they will see they'll have no choice. Because if you think that the government or any elites will not starve you into submission, again, Gary, you could probably say more than me. Look at the Russian revolutions. Look at the rest. Look at all the Bolshevik revolutions, stuff like that. Literally, it's always happened. A war starts, and as soon as the war starts, famine happens. That means the people don't eat, and then they just have to just give in. And then once famine hits, then disease hits. Literally, it's a triumphant. It happens with every single war. It happened recently in Iraq and other places. Famine, health went down. That's why we've got things like the international hospitals and stuff like that. We've got people that go in for aid, humanitarian aid, and all they're doing is giving people back what was taken away from war. It's ridiculous.
Most people in Belarus, even if they live in the flats and they've got window boxes, on the windows or on the balconies, they still grow like tomatoes and potatoes and that in tubs and everything. And then they have got allotments. They've got their own allotments that all, like we was in the 60s here. We're growing up in the 60s. When I was growing up in the 60s, everybody had a back garden, and the one side was a lawn and the other side was an allotment.
That's how they had the Good Life to promote it. The series, The Good Life, to promote self-sufficiency, and now self-sufficiency is a bad thing, obviously, because we're not reliant on the state.
They want you to rely on the state.
Actually, yeah, Danny, you made a good point there, mentioning The Good Life. I love that series, but again, you had someone who was very, very successful, give it all up, self-sufficient within their own means, and they lived a happier life than their next door neighbours, who was all about the money, the material life, and stuff like that. It's actually it's actually analyse that for what it actually is.
Yeah,
and we get that now and then.
Yeah,
Nave. Yes. Can I just say something? Yeah, I'm going to sign off now, because I've got a demo to go to tomorrow. But if anyone wants to attend, it's at the Wethersfield Air Base in Essex, which is near Braintree. And they're going to move in 500 illegal immigrants tomorrow.
I don't know.
They're definitely doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it tomorrow. Yeah, we've got a lot of people coming down, but we could do with some more numbers there.
Don't forget, Dennis. I don't know if you've been, but I think you're meant to be doing a live with about young addicts doing the skydive tomorrow as well at 7.
Yeah, I'm going to get back to that, mate, and I'm going to try and get Nobby on as well, because we was there and we witnessed it.
Yeah, Nobby's coming on as well. That's another thing as well. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, we're going to have young addicts, little addicts, Toots Leave Addicts, who does all the fundraising for vets and stuff like that. Yeah. He's just done a skydive for veteran charities, and he's going to come on tomorrow and talk to us about it and what he done and how it went. So tune in.
Yeah. I'll be back for that, Nave, because like I said, I was there, I witnessed it, and actually it was my idea, but you know what I mean. It was,
I spoke to him tonight. He's still buzzing, still got a big smile over it, so it'll be good.
Yeah, I know. We spoke to his grandmother tonight, and he is still buzzing from it. His confidence has gone up 1,000%, mate.
Oh yeah,
that's what it's all about.
That protest tomorrow, isn't that the one where they built the prison and then stopped it being a prison? Now they're going to make it into.
No. It's an old army base or air force base.
Oh, the one
down here in Essex. It's near Braintree in Essex. It's at Wethersfield Air Base. Yeah, if anyone can attend, we really need numbers. There's certain plans being put into action. Which I'm not going to go to on here tonight, but we've been in touch with a lot of local groups. There's a lot of local groups turning up, from all over Essex, and we could really do with some support. The local people there have realised now that they've got to connect nationally, because this is a national problem. It's a nationwide problem. It's not this ain't just a local thing anymore. We just want to get as many people there as possible to help us. We've got certain YouTubers coming down to film it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to all be put out on YouTube. But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of filming myself, especially of the Pantifa. Yeah, and we're hopefully going to try and put a stop to this because the government only announced it on Friday. It's a bit of a rush demo, but if anyone can make it there, please get down there with as many people as possible.
Yeah, definitely. What's the closest train station there?
It's Braintree.
Braintree itself, yeah. All right, cool.
Danny, if you can make it, mate, yeah, we've got to pick somebody else up there early hours of the morning. But if you message me afterwards, yeah, we can arrange to get you transport down to Wethersfield.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Right,
because
so I'm
it's
without a
about
car,
20
so-
minutes away from the train station.
Oh, is it? All right, and yeah. Oh,
Yeah, but Nathan and Gary's got my number.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll swap it out.
If you want to contact me afterwards, yeah. But I'm going to sign off now, gents.
Right,
Ladies
thanks for coming on,
and
Dennis.
gentlemen,
Cheers, mate.
yeah, if you want to contact me afterwards, my phone will be on. So yeah, we can arrange to pick you up.
Yeah, I will do.
I'll pass his number after this, Danny, and then you can like.
Yeah, we'll pass mine on.
I would be there, but I just have no way of getting there, and I've
Yeah.
got a couple of things to do tomorrow. But
It
I'll-
definitely
Right,
would
no
be a good
problem,
one
yeah.
to go to if you can, because now I know what the one he's talking about. It's the one where they've kicked out people that are living there that were ex-army that still live.
That's right. Yeah, they're kicking
They've
out all the
evicted them
military
so they can
families.
put illegals in.
Yeah, they've kicked out all the military families. As far as we know, yeah, the military themselves that are still in there, they've all been told to find alternative accommodation.
despite a contract for them to be in them properties being present as well, which is what I don't get.
I don't know if there's any contracts or anything like that, Nave, but
It's military housing, and under military and that, like the families get housed. So there's certain
yeah, the
things
families have to get out. Yeah, they're going to move in about 500 illegal immigrants tomorrow morning, around about 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so
but we think they're going to be moved in during the night, but there's nothing we can do about that. But there's going to be a large crowd there tomorrow.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
and we could do with as much support as possible.
So please, if you get there, please get there. This is where we start uniting and getting behind each other. If you can get there, please get there. If not, can you please, if you're on Facebook or anywhere, please share lives. Please bring attention to it so it gets to the wider public. We can all actually have a part in bringing about these solutions and actually highlighting these things. We just got to like put our egos aside and sort of realise that we're all fighting the same battle, basically.
Yeah, the same battle, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's one of them things, yeah, that we've got to deal with down here in Essex. They're also talking about putting a barge here in Harwich. Yeah, the local MP has dismissed it, but we think that when the government suggests something, it's usually going to happen.
It's going to do because the
Dennis,
MP and the council is going to have a nice handover, isn't they?
Sorry, could you put a link in the back and the side chat to your channel, please?
I can give you the postcode. It's yeah. Hang on. Let me try and think. Hang on.
What do
Yeah.
Dennis? Any information? Because you said you're going to jump off. Any information that you want, I'll put under this video if you send it to me in WhatsApp after.
Yeah, do that. Yeah.
All right, I'll send it to you in WhatsApp, nice.
Yeah, if you do that, then I'll put. And then when this is over, I'll link. I'll put in the link to it.
Yeah.
All right, cheers, mate. Yeah, well, I'm going to jump off, people, so I've got to be up at 4 a.m. You know what I mean? Yeah, to get everything organised. But I'll
Again,
I'll
thanks-
send you in there on WhatsApp.
again,
All right,
thanks-
so I'll bid you all good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Danny. Yeah, good night,
Dennis.
Gary. Good night,
Night.
Nathan. Good night, Peter. Night. Is it June?
Dupes.
Jukes. Yeah.
Jukes. Good night, Jukes. Yeah, and
Night, Dennis.
I hope to see you all there tomorrow.
Right, thank you for coming on, Dennis. Thank you for bringing awareness to that, and I'll see you soon, mate.
All right, then.
Yeah.
I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow. Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Right. So you were saying, but do you want to carry on what you said before, Danny, or?
Oh, I can't remember now. I don't remember what we was talking about. What was
He's
he talking about?
talking
Immigration.
talking about bringing awareness at a local level and getting more sort of views and stuff like that for local things.
Oh yeah, see, this is what the MPs do, right? When it comes down to election, they go into electioneering mode, and then they win because they're part of the big people, and then the independent people are saying that we can't ever win, right? But the way I look at it is, I talk to my community. I'm out and about in my community, and when we get the migrants and when we get these people, they know who to call. They know, I get stuff with people saying that it could be abductions with the children or men at parks. I get messages about this all the time because I'm working there. So when I stand up as an MP, right, they would know my face, and that's what people need to start doing. Need to start doing stuff at local level. Just whatever you want to do. Just make sure your name, your face is about. Get a Facebook group or whatever, and then when the election mode comes in, you can just sit back because you say, I've already done my stuff. I'm not just doing the 6 weeks of campaigning and hoping to win. And if we can get the independent MPs into a hung parliament, then you're going to be very powerful. I said about 50, maybe less than that, maybe 30. Because they're going to need the votes of the independents to put any type of laws through. And you can make your own alliances. There's a lot of backbenchers that will be very favourable to my politics anyway. So we could get other laws, or we could stop laws going through that way. I think this is the time, this next election, if anything in the law that way was going to change, now's the time to do it. And I think it's quite straightforward if you do the work now. If you know you're going to be the MP, you're going to want to run. You do the work now, not in the 18 months time for 6 weeks. You put it in now so people know you and they can trust you, and they will vote for you because they've had enough of everyone else.
Fair point, actually. Fair point.
What's the worst that can happen? If I'm an MP for this area, what's the worst that can happen?
Try for treat.
All right. I'm willing to take that on. I'm willing to take on treason. Right, to try and start, to try and explode, drain the swamp.
I mean, I've said this for a long time. It's like, although the law's quite defined on the fact of if you move things out, but again, I would go into actors' rears and men's rear, the very thing that guilt's based on. And it's like, if your mental intent and your physical action was not to actually help these people, but go against and try and stop them, then I would argue that as an avenue that's feasible. But as far as success, we'll have to wait and see. But I personally, I've said it, Gary said it from day one. We need to stop doing this where we just go for one thing. Because myself and Gary said, Article 61 is literally it's the only oath that's under the coronation oath. There is no oath higher. There is no power higher than our constitutional right to uphold law and to rebellion and stuff like that. So that is for us our primary goal. But at the same time, we still back people like yourself, Danny, who do different bits and other bits like that, and we help in every way, because if they're attacking us on multiple fronts. So some of the best things we could do is attack them back on multiple fronts. For instance, if someone can keep them occupied over there, someone else over there might have success. You know what I mean? It's one of them. But eventually, it is going to boil down to, in my opinion, the same way it has done throughout history, the people are going to have to stand up. Instead of sitting there wanting somebody else to do the job for you, you're going to have to be like Danny's. You're going to have to be active in actually getting things changed. You're actually going to have to step out your house, get yourself off YouTube, get yourself off the internet, and actually be out somewhere and make a change. Because it's with every single one of it. And every single one of us actually has a duty, an obligation to do something about this. It's not a case of, well, I'll give my money or I'll give my vote. You actually, by law, bound to do something about this.
Yeah.
Problem.
See, like in my community, there is a lot of things going on, but it doesn't go on online. It doesn't go on about, but people see me here and on my channels or whatnot. But I can't have it out there because people will come then and stop what I'm doing by attacking me on my physical land. Do you know what I mean? And then that will stop me. That'll keep me occupied by doing other stuff. So there is a lot of things that we do anyway, but it just doesn't come online. But it's not relevant because it's my community. It's where I live. It's where my children go to school. It's not relevant to the big wide world until something makes it relevant.
Yeah,
in my
that's what me and Gary. There's lots of things me and Gary do that people don't know because it's not highlighted. It's not put on things that are not. But I mean, we don't just do what we do. People see. There's many things many people do in the background, and the problem is, it's like you say, Danny. It's like these things should be highlighted, but you can't highlight them because they would never get off the ground. It's like the Long March to Freedom 2. The way we've gone about it is because, and we've gone about it the way we know about it, and we've given people enough time to get the equipment so everybody's ready before it goes. It's happening in August, in the middle of August. We're going to release the date in the next week or so. But the whole point of doing that is so they have not got a chance to get ahead of us. It is to try and stop them from taking over or to subdue us or something like that before the fact. Because me and Gary used to be out protesting all the time. Not be fun. At one point, you'd see me at Gary at every major protest. But we stopped doing it because it would, where you publicise your protest, it's like Dennis just said then, where people have now publicised that they're going to go there and demonstrate, they probably are going to move the immigrants in overnight. So sometimes it's not always best to shout about what you're going to do before you do it. And that's the problem.
I reckon that they'll be moved in.
It's like
this is the thing.
The Long March to Freedom isn't a one-day thing. It's going to happen over multiple days, and the start is the build-up. It builds up to the end thing. And we're not mentioning the end thing until we're on the march towards the end of the march. But it's a build-up to a solution that's going to happen. But the powers that be are not going to know that. Only the people on the march are really going to know that.
Going back to Article 61, now, what you said, it's your best defence against these people because, like you say, you go into Gifford Show, you transfer your
fealty
consent from the treasonous, corrupt government to the barons, and then
it's actually the
once
crowd,
you get enough. Go on, carry on.
You basically you transfer your fealty. So fealty is your allegiance. So you take away your allegiance to the crown and all crown authorities like parliaments. I don't like calling them authorities. Crown corporation extensions is probably a better word, but you actually remove your fealty to the crown, so therefore your allegiance is not to the crown, it's to the barons. And the barons actually have a duty, despite what a lot of people think, there's 25 barons that actually have a duty to make sure the crown is kept to our constitution and our rights are upheld. Problem is we are not backing them barons because everybody's deciding it's like, well, I'll take a notice in and do it off my own back. By law, and the way government and the crown and this country works, like Peter said, constitutional monarchy, we have to do this with the barons. Everything that everybody is saying is very, very good. But our first port of call is to actually remove allegiance from the crown and what they're doing, because the crown has actually been captured. Move it over to the barons, and then we have the lawful backing of the people actually running the country to actually do these things and change things. And this is what a lot of people don't realise. Why we're consenting and why our allegiance is to these people doing it to us, it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop.
But who's the barons? Who's the barons?
There is
the barons. Basically, the House of Lords, the majority of the peers in the Lords, but they know, because they've just voted against the Parliament, they've suddenly woken up big time to what's going on, Dan, and they've just voted against the Parliament, and they've seen where Parliament is now trying to use an old Henry VIII law to override their vote against the Parliament, and they've seen this happening. So they understand full well now, the barons do, that they're going to be took out as well. So they're going to be more than punished if the people are.
See, the thing is, what people don't know is the House of Lords is actually the highest court in our land. That's why Hansard, the recordings from Hansard, which is the note, technically speaking, because the House of Lords discuss legislation and how you interpret legislation and what it means in law. It's technically, Supreme Court is a European thing, but the House of Lords is the highest court. And like Gary just said, they are now seeing that Parliament, and the Henry VIII rule goes on about, is basically they're able to use secondary legislation. So what Parliament does can't be scrutinised by the very people that are actually put there lawfully to scrutinise what they're doing. So they're literally annihilating their opposition. And it's unconstitutional and it's unlawful. And the House of Lords, I mean, they invoked Article 61 in 2001, and ever since the House of Lords have been slowly seeing that they are slowly being taken away. Their power, their opinion, everything is just being taken away. They literally are starting to understand that they are not in the billionaire club. They're not in the club that's going to be thingy. They're going to be put outside. And they're going to be bound by all these crap just as much as we are. They want to just. This is why we've said for many years, if you do away with the House of Lords, you're doing away with what you're helping the government for one and Parliament, but you're actually doing away with your first line of defence against Parliament. This is what
Nathan, do you think Do you think that's connected to why they've been taking bank accounts away from people? Because lots of people are sort of up for it when it's Nigel Farage and that, but it's come out recently that Nigel Lawson and all their families have been denied bank accounts as well.
It's all linked. This is why they want to bring in the credit score system and everything like that. Basically, and this is it's a big spider web. This is why we're losing freedom of speech. This is why they're trying to make it so you can't protest and you can't attack the government. You can't have a go at an MP because it's basically to put them beyond reproach. So this whole thing is a case of it's like if you go against what they want, then you're going to be annihilated, destroyed. They're going to take your bank. I mean, not necessarily. We see this in Canada. Canada's probably the best one to look at for this, and Australia. Canada, look at the farmers and the truckers that done their protests.
Yes, they did it to them, didn't they?
I've had arguments over many years about digital currencies like Bitcoin and stuff like that, and everyone's gone, it's more safe, it's complete independence. Well, the Canadian government managed to stop people's Bitcoin accounts and their actual bank accounts. So if the government don't have control over Bitcoin, how can they close these wallets and these people in Canada?
Exactly. But then you got Holland as the what we can see as being the freedom fighters with the Farmers Party. You know, they stood. They're only a bunch of farmers at the end of the day, but they stood strong, created a party, and now they have a hand in Parliament. So,
well, this is the thing. What we're seeing with the Netherlands and the farmers, we've seen this before in history. I think it was the Russians that did it. They convinced their people that the farmers were actually the enemy. And then so the people went against the farmers, and then what happened is the farmers then just got destroyed, and then we had mass famine. And that's what I mean. It's like you can see it in Ukraine. They, even though they should not be used, the British government are actually sending literally nuclear, well, not nuclear warheads per se, but I mean we're talking about uranium. If they're used on the battlefield, okay, in Ukraine, Ukraine is one of the biggest exports of things like wheat, fertilizer and stuff like that. If they're used in a battlefield in Ukraine, do you know how much of that land will become unused or will poison people if they eat from it? They are literally destroying the fertile lands of this world. I mean, look at Bill Gates. He's buying up the most fertile lands in America, and he's going to destroy them. He's going to make sure nothing can be grown on them. Listen to his projection and what he wants for that land. They're going to destroy it. This is why a lot of the spraying happens. A lot of people don't know the heavy metals and chemtrails is a thing. It's called geoengineering. It's been admitted. I can show you court cases where it's actually being discussed and there's admittance of it and videos. Most of them heavy metals actually kill and adapt our crops. This is what people don't realize. It puts heavy metals into the soil. This is another reason why, and it goes even. This is quite the forest when you dive into it, because it's things like dandelions. A lot of people don't know this. Dandelion is actually a very, very. It's not a weed. It's actually a very, very good plant. If you've got a lawn and you've got dandelions on it, leave them, because it will tell you how good your soil is. If the leaves are laying flat on the ground, you've got crap soil, so put some nutrients into it. As soon as them leaves start to raise off the ground, you're getting good soil. And not only that, when dandelions die, they put most of the nutrients that your soil needs back into it. And it's things like sunflowers as well can get rid of radiation and heavy metals, UV. Everything that actually helps our lawns and helps us and our health, they've done away with.
But then they bring a spray out to tell you that the weeds, and this is how you get rid of weeds, and the spraying the dandelions and that with these fucking sprays. And people are brainwashed that badly that they fell into the trap, like you've just said, Dave. So they're just basically killing everything that's good for them because they've been told that the weeds and they're no good. You know yourself, dandelion roots, dandelion tea. It's really good for you when you do the recipes. Very good.
I mean, I think everybody on this panel was old enough to remember when it used to be. I barely see it anywhere now. Dandelion and burdock. It's probably one of the best tonics you can actually drink. But that's gone. You know what I mean? Look at Lucozade as well. Lucozade, that used to mean any time I was ill when I was young, a bottle of Lucozade. Because it's got things in it, but no longer has it got things in it. It's more sugar than anything now. They've changed it all. They actually remove vitamin E from our food so it stores longer on the shelf. It's like when you dive into this and you actually do the proper research, it's absolutely nefarious. It's
the same as when they tell you to spray, or you're going out in the sun, spray factor 50 all over you, or factor 25. But when you look at the ingredients in them sprays, they're all cancer-causing chemicals in them sunscreens, and that's why
exactly.
Before them come out, 2 seconds late. Before them come out, if you look at the skin cancers, there's hardly any. Since they bought all this, you know, Ambrosolair and all that, and everybody's rubbing it on them on the beach, skin cancer now is through the roof.
It's exactly, and this has been proven, like Johnson's actually, like with their tag pads. But there's a lot of things that we've been taught since like the 40s that are actually very, very dangerous. You mentioned like suntan lotion. It's actually true. Most of the stuff in that is cancer causing, but not so much on its own, but a little bit of basic science that most of us know. Most of the reactions in this world, and most reactions will happen under heat. So if you put them cancerous chemicals on your skin, and then you apply heat, you then get the chemical reaction.
Yeah, and then it absorbs into your body, and then next minute you got cancerous moles all over you. People need to wake up. You know?
That's a good point.
Because people don't realise that you've got 8 layers of epidermis, and suntan lotion permeates at least 2 of them. And the sun, the rays from the sun actually penetrate all 8 layers of epidermis. Yeah. Because each layer of epidermis takes out certain things from the sun, certain things around you in the oxygen, and actually puts that into your body.
It's the same as sunglasses. They keep saying, "Where are your sunglasses?" That's where you get most of your vitamin D when you're walking around through your eyes from the sun, and they want you to block all that out because they want you weak. They don't want you to have healthy eyes and whatever. They want everybody in the opticians every 5 minutes. It's all bullshit what they're telling you.
Well, it's not just that. The thing about sunglasses is, okay, so when the sun's, I mean, like I said, this, I mean, reading, like, if you read ancient Egyptian, if you understand this, it's like the pharaohs now used to do this sort of thing. There's a time in the morning when you can actually go out and look at the sun, and the ancient Egypts used to do it because it's the best way of getting vitamin D through to the brain, through to the frontal cortex and the cerebrum and stuff like that. But it's very early in the morning when the sun's just about coming up. You only get a small amount of time to do it. But what people don't realise is when you go out in the sun, the sun hits your eyes, and that then starts a chemical reaction within your body for your body to naturally handle the sun's rays and turn that into vitamin D. But when you put sunglasses on, you're actually tricking your body not to create the chemical that actually starts the reaction to allow the vitamin D and to put the rest of it away. People don't do enough. It's like biology is just not taught properly anymore. Not.
Yeah. But what sunglasses are good for is at night when you're walking around with these LED lights.
Yep. Because
it's good to block down, but not the sun. You people are listening to the wrong people. You've got to walk around in the day without sun, because nobody's going to be stupid enough to walk around looking up at the sun. But it's the best way to get the vitamin D naturally. Then at night, you know, when you're driving, because the police have now started pulling people over and warning them about wearing sunglasses, driving at night with these lamps, because they want these lamps hitting your eyes every one you drive through, damaging your eyes, and it's the one that should become a crime. But now wear them at night when you're driving in these, because it's like driving in the daytime now, especially around where I live. They're that bright, these LED lights.
The new headlights as well. The people with the new headlights.
Yeah.
You know, I drive in the night. That's all I do.
It's actually a good point.
And I see the people with the super high, and it's not just one or two. It used to be one or two. Now it's every new car has these super high bright headlights.
Yeah.
And it's like, is this full beams or not? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does damage your eyes.
It's like I can't understand why they keep going on about the CO2 emissions when we know that the plants need carbon so that they can manufacture oxygen for humans.
Exactly. No, you hit that is I think it will go down in history as the biggest deception of man. The fact that they managed to convince carbon-based life forms that carbon is the problem.
Yeah.
That's that one, Nathan.
You're exactly true in that, Jubes. At the end of the day, it's a symbiotic relationship, and most people don't realise this. It's not just trees; it's any form of greenery or any plant. They breathe. Basically, they take our waste, which is CO2, which is the chemicals we don't need and we put out, and that is what gives them life. Then they expel what gives us life. It's a symbiotic relationship. That's why if you look at the pattern of your, like the bronchioles and the bronchi of your lungs, it is in the same pattern as you would see in a tree or a plant or a fossil or a tree or a plant. It's exactly the same because the vessels are the same. We are so similar It is unbelievable. Every single carbon life form has a basis, and that basis is exactly the same. It's just in different ways to which we process. I mean, it's like, for instance, any animal or any plant will go along with photosynthesis. Photosynthesis will be part of what gets your nutrients, but we're taught that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's all, everything's topsy-turvy, you know. Whatever they tell you is good is bad, and whatever they're saying is bad is good, because that's how they've programmed you to believe and what they've programmed you to believe. But you've got to do your own due diligence, your own research, and look it up for yourself and realise, hang on a minute, you horrible, absolute horrible bunch of twats, you know, what you're trying to do to me. You've told me the absolute opposite to what it actually is.
It's like
that's what they say the end of the world will be, and it's important that people understand when people say, "Oh, this is the end of the world," because we look at the world as what we're living in, and that's going to blow up and implode, and we're all going to die. But it says like the end of the world is when, you know, truth becomes a lie, lie becomes a truth. But it's not the end of the physical world; it's the end of the world that we know. So once that happens, we're going to be living in a different type of society, a different type of world, and we can see that now. All of us on the panel can see that in the next few years, where we are now, we're not going to be living that way. And that's
Definitely.
and that's things, you know, there's scriptures that say it, but people are like, oh no, the world's not going to blow up, the world's not going to die. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It means, you know, and all of a sudden the liars are being made as truthers. It's like, how does that happen all of a sudden everywhere, you know, from every establishment? Yeah, the police are corrupt, the police lie, that, and then you're going to say, okay, now the NHS is lying, now, you know, the court system's lying, now all the politicians lying, now the BBC's lying, now everywhere we look is people spitting out lies as truth, and there's a reason behind it.
Oh yeah, but it's funny to say, because you are bang on about scriptures and stuff like that. I mean, it's like most people, probably the biggest one that most people will understand more is like the Aztec calendar. Most people thought that was predicting the end of the world, and that's where most of the prophecies that come from ancient civilizations, not so much the newer scriptures and stuff like that. But they don't actually mean the end of the world. They actually mean, it's like, because we do have the age of Pisces, Aquarius and stuff like that, but what they actually mean is the end of the world as we know it as a civilization. So civilization has to change. What people don't know is we go through a cyclical rotation, basically. So it's a constant cycle. I think it makes it 5 parts of this cycle usually, but we go through each of these parts time and time again. So, I mean, there's always things that you can guarantee is going to happen. For instance, like planets aligning, they'll align every certain years and certain things like that, and it does change things. The moon affects certain things like that. To look at the ancients, you'd understand a lot more of today and how things are going than you probably ever will reading anything now. But it is true. It's about the end of civilization as we know it, which most people think is the world. It's not. It just means a heavy change in civilization, because
they're not denying it now, are they? That they're resetting. They're not denying it.
Exactly. There's been loads of great resets, but it's like Daddy says about everybody lying. Once everybody wakes up to the fact that everybody, like the government, the media, and everyone's lied to them, that will be the end of civilization as we know it, because everyone will realise that what we've been living is a lie, and it has to change. So that's what most of these things mention when they mention the end of something. Then it's like the end of the Caligula, or the end of a processional thing like the Aries or Taurus or Libra. Saying
yeah.
That's what they're actually predicting. But many people have actually, especially the Roman Catholic Church, they've actually got you to interpret things in a different way to what they should actually be done. I mean, it's like the sun. The sun has been worshipped since man ever walked on this earth, because we've always known that it is the giver of life. But most people have changed and adapted the meaning of the word son to mean the Son of God, meaning Jesus and things like that. I mean, like I said, it's like, I'm not going to get into a religious discussion because I'll bore everyone, but I've gone back quite far. There's a lot that people don't know and a lot of people misunderstand. And we've got to start understanding this, unfortunately. We really have.
And they've added 1,000 years on, Knife, as you know. They've added 1,000 years onto what we actually are, because they've had to do that to cover the deception.
That's to do with the Roman Catholic Church and to do with speaking what you call the Celtic people, and that's not just the Irish. That's what we English, Scottish, Irish, the Germanics of Europe and stuff like that. It's the gay people of ancient, the ones Plato mentions to thingy in Timaeus, he sits there and says that Greece, as much as people think Greece gives us our civilization that lot, he sits there and says to Solon, you are young of mind. And he's basically saying, you don't know anything. There was people, the reason why you've got what you are, is because there was people before you who were greater than you. And that is the Gaelic people of the world. I mean, we've got evidence of us being in America before it was discovered by Columbus. I could go into much of this.
Oh, yeah. They found Scandinavian engravings, but even going back further than that, haven't they?
But they're not Scandinavian, they're actually Gaelic, things like that. Like I said, even in the Spanish chronicles of the 1500s, they mention white skinned giants in America, as well as black skinned people. You've got the island of California and stuff like that, which actually, believe it or not, Disney actually had an attraction at one point. I believe it was at the and it was a video, and Whoopi Goldberg starred in it, and it was the story, and a lot of people don't understand this, the story of California when it was an island, and there was Queen and stuff like that, and there's a lot of history in America that is just unspoken, and it's not put out there, but people lived there was communities that lived together, there was communities that lived separately, but most wasn't warring, they stayed away from each other. But it's like we have been given it since the 1800s. We've been given such a narrative, and it's been so pushed down our throat so much. We don't understand. I mean, let's face it. It's not just white people on the panel, but yet we're all talking okay. If we go out into most demos, you'll see people of Asian descent, Caribbean descent, English. It doesn't matter. We all speak to each other. We all stand there. We don't all of a sudden start hitting each other and stuff like that. I mean, we can get on. But they don't want us to get on because it's like, I mean, Daddy said it, I've said it, we've all said it many times. It's about separation of people. If they can separate you with a difference and give you some sort of like war to fight over it. I mean, look at feminism, for God's sake. It's like, I mean,
they've done it at every angle, haven't they? Age, gender, sex, race,
And now what they're doing is they're making you fight between your own people, right? Because I've noticed, I do it as well. I've noticed a lot of people, say it on the right wing, are taking a lot of left wing stances, and I've noticed a lot of people who would be on the left wing have very, very authoritarian right wing stances. So now, in between even these groups, they're beginning the division. Because now not even your own political wing, as to say, I know it's all changing that, but what you would define as your political wing, even that's dividing people, and that's why there's not a lot of people going out. And the only people who do come out in mass numbers is people who don't support politics, like Just Stop Oil. They have a huge amount of numbers.
Yeah, but have you seen that woman at Glastonbury at the council? Have you watched that video? I think it's on Mayor Tusis. Oh my God, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Glastonbury but managed to push back on the 15-minute cities and everything. And she did a really good long spiel. She had 2 minutes to talk, but she cut it right down to a brilliant speech. And she managed to convince the council to push back on it. I think it was the ULEZ actually, not 15-minute cities.
But with that, that's a small victory that we're going to see. So now what's going to happen? What is the people going to do now? They're not going to be protesting how they used to be, like now. They're going to say, right, we're going to get into councils and we're going to do that 2-minute speech. So we don't know that that's not a diversion to say it ain't never going to happen. Because
what she did was, Danny,
everyone's going in towards these.
She proved to them in her speech that the Just Stop Green Oil protesters are actually part of the agenda without knowing it. She said, look, I used to be a green protester, but they're conning us. This is how they're doing it. You think you're saving the world. Actually, you're leading us into our death. And she broke it down on points. It was brilliant.
I'll have a look at it.
Well, I can down the whole global warming and all that crap, and like people like Greta Thunberg with some simple samples from Greenland. Just look at the Greenland ice cores.
Well, she's been arrested and carried off recently. That was funny.
Most people won't, but Green Iceland cores things actually prove, like the samples actually prove that there's been a 2-degree fluctuation. We're actually still cooling down, actually, believe it or not, but because there's been a 2-degree fluctuation, but not that long ago there was a 5-degree one. Like I said, it's like we are not at a point of global warming. I've said this, but Gary, how many times have I been jumping on about this? If the seas were going, because I've put stuff out about the seas, if the seas was going to rise and everything like that, complete devastation, the banks wouldn't be given loans. There would be no way the WF would be planning for the future, because
Of course
what's the
it
point of
wouldn't.
planning for the future and all these things if they're going to be underwater? You know what I mean? It's like, wake up. It's an agenda. It's to trick you to centralize everything. That's what global warming is about. It's about centralization of everything. That's food, food, politics, business, transport, the whole lot. They are using anything they can to emotionally blackmail you to agree to them centralizing everything, so they have complete control over it. It's basically a massive spider web, but it's all to do with the same thing.
And they've been caught. I know they've been caught in Australia and in America in helicopters where they've actually set the fires with flamethrowers themselves out of helicopters to start the actual fires, and they've been caught out. You know, these people are going to be their own downfall. All we got to do is keep putting the pressure on them, and they'll fuck themselves up basically in the end, because they're getting that desperate that, you know, they're doing all different things. Well, you know, like with me now, I've always used my unalienable rights every time I've gone to Belarus, even through all the lockdowns when it was, you can't even leave your house. I went to Belarus. Then stopped me giving, because I told them. No chance.
You dealt with the police and the airlines and everything doing it. This is what a lot of people don't realise. But you mean, if you don't know your rights, you have none. You have none, and this is the problem. People.
But again, it comes down to knowing your rights properly, and then again it comes back to that big circle of time.
Yeah, but what we're saying, Dan, is people have got to look into it and have confidence, because it's only about confidence. It's all about confidence. If you go in there and you're coming across authoritative and your confidence, even though it's true what I'm saying, they're gonna listen more. But even if you know what you're talking about, if you're going there and you ain't going to get anywhere, because they're going to think this guy's all over the place or this woman's all over the place. Yeah. They don't know what he's talking about, even though you might know. It's just confidence.
Danny, people say about knowing the rights and stuff like that. What I'll tell you now is your rights and the law, the actual law, not legislation, because that's the hard one to understand, but your rights and our laws, our actual laws, are very easy to understand. Okay, it's you are allowed to your pursuit of happiness and to do whatever you want. You're allowed to do whatever you want as long as what you do does not cause harm or loss to another sovereign. That's it. So as long as you're not harming nobody else, doesn't matter. You're not breaking it. That's the law. That's
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's your unalienable rights. Yep, to basic life, to liberty, that's to travel, to do whatever unhindered. And pursuit of happiness means you're entitled to a family, etc., and a home.
One of the easiest ways to start, if you want to start looking into your rights and understand them in their detail, is look at the Human Rights Declaration, because all they've done in the Human Rights Declaration is copy most of our unalienable rights and made them legal, not lawful. Even in the Human Rights Declaration, it states quite clearly that any time there's tyranny, that we are not only entitled to, but we are actually urged to go into rebellion. It says that in the Human Rights Declaration.
Danny, I'll put the 2 links for you in the back, and for Nathan and anyone else who wants to see.
All right, cool.
Nice.
So then, for the pursuit of happiness and the right to family, then we need to go and attack the trans people, who are the extreme ones, who are trying to castrate the children, who are making sure that they don't reproduce by any circumstances, because that even if females are going into males, they're still going to have these chemicals in their system that will probably kill their wombs anyway if they wanted to come back, and vice versa for them. So under that, maybe there's something that can be done there to.
There actually is. It's a lot of it is really consent and stuff like that. This is why we go so much on the law, Danny, because when it all boils down to it, it's what's right and what's wrong. So and like I said, with the trans thing, I've got trans followers, I've got things like that. There are different categories of these people, because you've got there's a lot of my followers who are trans that do not agree with the QTB, LBTQ, like agenda and all that lot. In
Yeah.
fact, I just want to live my life how I want to live it. Sod that, sod the agenda. And they say the same thing. Leave the kids alone. What they're doing is thing. So that's where the law comes in. Okay. Because these children are under the age of 18. Okay. So they do not have, under law, the right to consent. They try to change that.
Yeah.
They're trying to do what far. So by law, anything done to these children, and I'm not really funny, and I can prove this because not only did I have this in family court, but I also, like you, Danny, I do things in my local area, and I also went up against 2 schools, and I've helped other people go up in schools about the jab. Anybody that actually helps cause harm to a child, so that's whether it be administering obnoxious chemicals, and that is to do with like the puberty blockers and stuff like that, it's going to cause harm because it's going to destroy or disrupt anything that is a criminal offence. And anybody involved, so that includes the parents, the doctors, and everybody. But you've got to go after the doctors and the parents. You can't go after the corporation. You've got to hold them parents and hold them doctors to account for what they did. Because it's their actions that actually was the wrong. It's not some idea or some ideal. It's action. It's actus reus that with the mental intent to do so. So it's actus reus. Mens rea to do.
Don't they use that when this is where it becomes complicated, because you know, like when parents split up and they go to family court and they argue over the children, they've allowed it where the child sometimes comes in and speaks for themselves and says, oh, I'd rather live with my mum, or I'd rather live with my dad. And I think it's that kind of law, the same law there that they're using, isn't it, Nathan?
Yes, it is. It's because anybody, technically speaking, it's the age of 9. It's the age of 9. Anybody of the age of 9, it's not that they have a say so, but they have a right to a reply, basically. So they have a right to be heard. And that's what they use in family courts. And often, but in family courts, it's often manipulated because what people don't understand is like parent alienation and stuff like that. But that is true. Yes, they are allowed to say, but just because a child wants something, and you'll find this many times in family court, and this proves that it's a political agenda and not about law. Because a child can go into a family court and say, I want to live with my father. The court will turn around and say, no, we're in law, and that's not happening. We're putting you with your mother. So it's only to be taken into consideration. So what we should be saying is, we may have a child here that wants to become a girl if it's a boy, but it's like, but yeah, we have to listen to what they say. But in the bright light of things, it's us adults who have lived a life and we know better that has to actually make sure that this child has the best for them. We can't allow a child to do something that may harm themselves because it's against the law.
Yeah, but that's where the Human Rights Act, which is their act, what they, like you've just hit the nail on the head, it's their act, they've created it so they can make the rules up. That's where that's like open to interpretation and it's there for consideration. Where your unalienable rights are not given to you by governments. So they are there set in stone. So you can say, no, that's what I want to do, and there's nothing you can do about it to stop me. And that's why I use my unalienable rights rather than the Human Rights Act, because they cannot stop me doing what I'm doing. Because I'm not causing loss, harm, or injury to anybody else, and I don't expect anybody to cause me any. And that's it, simple as.
Did they, or I mean, I'm hearing, I don't know if it's true, did they not change some of those laws, though, under the COVID restrictions when they took away rights because they were trying to force people to give their kids the injection? Do you remember?
Yes, they didn't change any laws. What they did, this is the problem. This is when you talk about things you get called a free land. But as I said, I can show you in Blackstone's commentaries and other people that are the godfathers and literally wrote the book on our laws that state about what you call like the artificial persons. And this is what people don't realise. If you go to family court, like me and Chris were discussing earlier, if you go to family court or court, anything like that, you're known as the artificial persons. You're not known as a living sentient being. So therefore, unless you actually create that jurisdiction and you actually learn how to rebut the 12 presumptions of law to make it so you are not a legal fiction, as it were, as they call it in law, then you're not classed as a thing. So they argue it's not harm, because how can you do a harm to a fiction? And unfortunately, the Crown owns the fiction. So when you often get parents, like we've seen like through the jabs now, like parents going, no, it's not happening. You're going to start to see, especially in the next pandemic, they're already talking about it's about forcibly injecting people, because you are not classed as a sentient living being. You are classed as a legal fiction, and you are owned by the state. That's your
Do you know
birth
what I
certificate,
find
that's
really
what your
weird?
legal name, that's what it symbolises. A lot of people say this is freeman of land stuff. Yes, the freeman of land got that they was on the right track. They got a lot wrong. Nobody's called out freeman of land more than myself and Gary, because although they got some bits right, they didn't have the understanding there. But when you literally quote Blackstone himself about artificial persons, I don't see how I can be freedom of land. I don't see how I can be wrong. It's one of them.
Okay.
Blackstone's commentaries on the Laws of Ring. Read it. There's a lot.
You're gonna have to come over to my channel at some point and go into this a bit deeper, so I understand it a bit more. But Nathan, there was this. When it comes to these injections, right? There's definitely something dodgy going on, because not only did they roll out that everyone should have these COVID injections, then they increased it, and then they said, "Oh, you've got to have top ups." Not only did they do that, they're now saying that they want all children to have this flu jab this year. They want to start bringing that in. On top of that, you've got all the injections that they give you after you have a baby, you know, like 3 months and 6 months and all that stuff. It just seems bizarre to me. And then they've got the HPV injection that they first brought in for the girls, but then they started saying the boys need it as well, which doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. This is to do with the hormone change and that lot through MMR and stuff like that. That's a lot to go into that I can't go into tonight. But it's like you mentioned about like the flu jab. A lot of people don't know. It's like influenza and the common cold are upper respiratory infections. They're all part of the same family. So what they've done now is they've actually linked the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine together, because it's in the same family and it deals with the same upper respiratory.
Wow.
So they want all our children to be injected with this, and people are going to think it's a flu jab, and they're not going to look into the ingredients and what's actually in it. But they want this done from a young age, because they've realised that to check mRNA, as I spoke to you about it on a show, I believe, Dukes, a little while ago. I think it was on Days, and I said about the 2017 white paper. If anybody actually reads that 2017 white paper, and it is the only white paper ever done on mRNA technology. Still to this day, another one hasn't been done as far as I know. But it actually states in there that it's gene therapy. They call it gene therapy, but it manipulates genes. It transfers genes. It transforms them. So it's actually playing with. I mean, anybody who's religious should understand it's playing with the natural order of things, God's creation.
Yes.
They are playing God. They are changing what we are. I think basically, in a nutshell, if you read any of Klaus Schwab's or anybody, Bill Gates or any of them that are into eugenics, that's the main thing.
Doesn't it just attach on? It's a spike that attaches and attacks your T, the T genome or something. That's what I kind of basically read.
It's a messenger body to do with DNA.
What I'll do is I'll try and explain it quickly. It's to do with nanolipid technology, lipoid technology. What they do is they create a nanolipoid, which is basically an artificial bubble. Actually use water technically to help bind this bubble. And within that bubble, they hide the spike proteins and a few other bits that they want to get into the body. But the body will reject that if they inject it, because your white blood cells attack it. So what they do is they create a nanolipid with the bits they want inside it. That is then entered into your body. That doesn't dissolve straight away. Your body then sees it and goes, it's fine, that's meant to be here. And then after a little while, that shell, the kind of the casing it's in, that degrades. And then you've got the spike proteins and all that gets released within then. You've got a problem with that is because by the time that happens, a lot of the time it's permeated the blood-brain barrier, and this is what the 2017 white paper actually proved. It permeates every single thing, even down to the blood cells. It penetrates everything. So it's basically, it's a Trojan horse. Imagine sending a nuclear missile into a city.
Why do you reckon, Nathan?
That's where you get a cyclone storm. Basically, and your whole system goes into overdrive, and then a lot of people die heat exhaustion and stuff like that because your body heats up. This is what people don't realise. When you've got flu, if you are sweating, you are hot. That is your body attacking disease. Stop. Don't try and do anything about it. Let your body.
Why do you reckon that they decided to do so many top-ups? Do you think that they thought that one dosage was going to be enough and it didn't work?
Do you know what? I've often thought about this, and I wouldn't say anything because it's already been proven with the 2017 white paper. One dose is enough to destroy the immune system and to start destroying cells and stuff like that. The top-ups, personally, I would probably go along more of the lines of trying to make the jab seen kind of mundane. So people don't think it's as dangerous as it was. It's like, well, you need to top up, so it can't be that dangerous because you need to top it up. Another thing as well is to get us used to it, because they need to get us used to having these jabs and that. So the more it's done, the more people just come to turn it to go, oh well, it's just part of it. I don't think it's so much sort of thing. I mean, any poison, if you top up any poison in, it's like arsenic. You could have a couple of doses of arsenic in your body and you can get over that. But if you keep topping that up, eventually there'll be accumulation over time that will kill you. And that's technically what I think we're seeing with a lot of these. I mean, we'll put it this way. Myself and Gary are going to be having somebody on in the next few weeks, hopefully, who wrote a book on the history of the vaccination programme in the UK. Now, if you can get that book, and I'll try and put a link to the book. But we're having one of the researchers and one of the writers of that book on soon.
That'd be interesting.
That's 100 years of vaccination in the UK. Now, I've read the book. I read it literally as soon as it came out. I think she's done amazing research, and if you was to read the book, you'd understand. And this is the thing, that having her on, Danny, you might be interested in this, and anybody who does want to actually sort of address the vaccination situation and are a bit upset that they've got immunity from the mRNA one, they haven't from the others.
Yeah, but wasn't we was an anti-vax country at one point? I'm pretty sure, you know, back in the days.
It was. It wasn't until I think it was the 70s, really.
Yeah, I think it's about.
Well,
but now all this jabbing that's going on now, the boosters and that, I think is just to get people used to, like you said, it's just another jab, because now we can see that Richie the Rat, he says that you can cure cancer now by an mRNA jab. We can cure cold and flu like symptoms with an mRNA jab. There's so many now mRNA jabs for all the things that we worry about. People are then going to say, yeah, I'll have that because I'm used to jabbing myself up 10 times in a year, you know, and they're not.
But it's having the adverse effect. Though, Dan, if you look at the studies, people have gone and had a jab who've like got speckles on the lungs and what have you. They've gone and had the jab, and within a month, the stage 4.
Yeah, it happens. But this is it's also letting people know you are going to die if you're gonna have a jab. Do you know what I mean? It's this mental psychology that's going on by saying we are the government, we are good. We've just got you out of a pandemic. Don't worry about all the people that have died. Don't worry about the excess deaths. We will just hide all of that now. But we still need you to keep having the jab. The jab for the elderly is open now. You know, and they're trying to confuse the mind with so much conflicting information, and then anyone who stands up and stands out, they are the wrong ones. Like we said earlier on, right is wrong and wrong is right. You know, you've got the doctors. People used to say trust the science, trust the science. Now the doctors are proven right, like Dr. Maholdra. He's proven that he was right all the way along, but he's still going through the same process. He's still getting his license taken away. He's still, you know, getting told he's a conspiracy theorist. How can that be? How can people then accept that and allow that to happen? It's because they're just brainwashed. They just believe in a government or believe in a certain source, and they'll go along with it. If they die, they die. They honestly don't care.
Well, look at most of the vaccines in the UK on our vaccine thing. It's like you said. So if you go back to before about the 50s, there was barely a handful of vaccines. And that was things like TB and stuff like that. If you fast forward to now, I think children have saying like 30 jabs by the time they're 6 months old. Now, in comparison, if you took a child from like the 60s, that child would have about 4 or 5 jabs.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll got that on my 3-year-old with them trying to give them what was it? Fucking flu. Was it a cold and flu jab? Yeah. I'm like, she never had the flu yet. So why does she need a jab? Oh yeah, it's going to prevent her from having it. And I got into all sorts of discussions about it. You know, heated discussions. I said, okay, and if you're going to give it to her, let me see the bottle. I want to hold the bottle. I want to research it, and then you can give her this bottle that I've got here after it's researched. Because I don't think it's going to be. I think it's just going to be COVID in it. To be fair. No, you can't do that. You can't do this. You're just a conspiracy theory. You're an anti-vaxxer. You're this. And it's like, hang on a minute. Let her get cut. I'm happy to let her get the flu. I'm happy for a natural immune system to be built up. And that's what they want to try and stop. That's why now, you know, the LGTB, going back to all the extreme stuff, They want to chemically castrate people at the early age so they don't get the remembrance or whatever it is of testosterone. If their body doesn't know what a huge amount of testosterone is, it's okay. It never will do. If your body doesn't know what a true if your body don't know what a true cold is, it's never going to know.
You actually bang on there. It's been known for a very long time. I mean, Karl Marx said it. A number of people said it throughout history. If you want to basically change something, get to the youngest generations first. And that's what they're doing, whether it be ideology, whether it be medically. It's like you say, if we can get a jab or get people to transfer or take something that's going to stop testosterone or stop estrogen. I mean, a lot of people don't understand as well. It's like where this is all going. I mean, me and Gary have done lives on this. I dove into a thing about the artificial womb and the fact of like the LGBTQ community saying that there shouldn't be men and women, mothers and fathers anymore. They're actually they've now literally got an artificial womb where they don't need the mother or the father. They just need DNA. And then you've got things like Ancestry.com has just been bought by I think it's Bill Gates or someone like that. So they're now going to have literally a massive DNA database so they can search for it. I mean, this is all eugenics. So they're going to basically pick through and say who's got the best genes, who's got the genes we want, and then that's the ones that's going to be produced. They can literally, China has already actually, believe it or not, and the people sort of think, but China's already actually cloned a human being.
This is what people don't get. This is what people don't get. It's like I fell victim of it myself, right? On the old TikToks, on the even here, right? Nathan, you haven't showed your face yet, right? Here now,
my camera is bugged, so I've got to sort it because it's connecting with
all of this now is being used. Facebook's terms and conditions, StreamYard's terms and conditions, TikTok. All of this is being used. They know who I am, and they've got my facial recognition stuff. We give away so much stuff, like the DNA. Oh, look, do you want to see if you've got 2% African in you? Right, give us your DNA. Give us the thing that created you. To some people you don't know, and we're just going to throw it away afterwards. No, they've kept it same way as the police keep it. And if they want to fit you up for something, they'll get it out of their databases and they'll put a bit of your DNA in this place and say, "Well, how did it get there?"
That's actually
it's worse than that, Danny, because now AI is so far advanced and they've understood that our own DNA actually can be used to store memory. They only need a little matchstick tip size, right? So every single one of us, all of our data can be sort of whittled down and just stored in these little sort of like DNA storage things.
That's 100% true. There is more information in just one section of your DNA strand than there is in any computer or anything we've created in the world. I mean, they're actually, believe it or not, they've got something that's better now. It's going into space, I believe, on one thing soon. Most people remember the Superman film and the crystals he uses when he goes and he puts the crystals in and his parents speak to him. We've actually got that technology now. They're about to send the whole Encyclopedia Britannica into space on a little crystal.
Wow.
It's
crazy. One little crystal can hold more than any disc, any pen drive, anything. Literally.
No, I know that. It's amazing. It's amazing. But they've now found a way to try to use DNA to actually store stuff. I don't know how they've done it, but because I'm not that scientific. But I was watching a documentary.
It's called dormant DNA. You can, when the DNA is dormant, you can.
No, not our DNA. Like if they wanted us to have a chip that carries everything, not just about our DNA, everything we've ever done, they can store it into that chip, but they attach it to your DNA strand. I can't remember the documentary. It was a scientific documentary that showed me how they did it.
What it is,
you're on about clowning jokes when they clown somebody, and then that clown, well, you think, well, yeah, they can clown me, but what's that clown going to know? But that clown knows everything you did, what happened to you when you was 2. You fell over and you scratched your knee, and knows absolutely everything. It's an exact copy.
It's recombinant. It's to do with our recombinant DNA. Basically, what people don't realise is every single thing that you see or hear is stored within your memory and your DNA. It's stored within our actual physical matter, and that's what they're tapping into. The same as with the Lily wave that was created.
Yeah, but not only that, Nathan. They were saying that like you go and use your Tesco card, your your bank card, your Oyster, all of that data, all of where you've travelled, everything, literally everything. They can collate it all together and store it in the size of a pinhead.
But
And
they're doing
yeah,
all that
it's
now
amazing.
because, like, your data is the most important thing that people don't realize. It, it's more power, more precious than gold. And if you just think about things like this, right? When people say they can control you and what you're doing, everyone's got the Apple Watch on and whatnot. Yeah, every 10-15 minutes it takes readings, right? So it knows exactly what's going on. So if you're watching a film and you're happy, it's going to know what film through the microphone, and it's going to know that you're happy.
Yeah.
The same way as when you're sad, okay? Same way as when you're excitable, when you're playful with your partner or whatever, yeah? They know all of this stuff going around. So anytime that they want you to feel a certain way, they can direct you towards that. I want you to watch that type of movies, or I want you to watch that. So I'm going to make you sad, and then you go down that direction. This is what it's collating, and this is what they're sending you. When people say, "Oh, you control your mind," and it's not like back in the day, because we're all from Tomorrow's World TV type of generation.
Oh, I love that.
We know what weird stuff they had. So that's what they want to try and say. Well, hang on a minute. We've lived up through Tomorrow's World. Now you're telling that they can control your mind. Oh, it doesn't make sense, and that's why people are not getting on the awakening boat, because they're like, this can't happen. But when they start thinking
on
about
that note, lad, note, there's just the National Residents Association have done a leaflet about exposing the WEF. It's got a 15-minute video with it.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a good leaflet, and the video is quite informative. It sort of exposes all of that. It's Boris Johnson's speech at the WEF and all the usual characters in it. It's only a 15-minute video that goes with the leaflet. I think it's quite a good way of exposing their plans. All this stuff we've been on about here. I think if we could, I'll stick the leaflet on Telegram, Gary, on your
sound.
Because I'm very good at technology. I can't really, you know what I mean? But I'll stick the leaflet on your Telegram page, Gary, and the video that goes with it. I think it's quite a good tool to let people know, you know what I mean? Expose it to the wider public. Just an idea. Yeah.
Everything helps, mate. Everything.
Yeah, everything.
No, I'll try and take it to this video. So, just to sort of like expand on what Danny was saying, then it's basically look into what they call dopamine mining. Okay, and that's what a lot of what Danny's based on, where it's happy or sad. We all crave dopamine. It's an addiction that none of us will ever be able to get over, because it's what makes us happy. It's the happy chemical, and they are actually created technology. So when the W say that humans are now hackable, that we are hackable. We are electromagnetics. We create a field. Everything in our body, our brain, everything. It's all electric. So it's like the Lily wave that interrupts that electric signal. It allows them to input stuff into that signal, stuff like that. But 2 seconds. I just have a thing, because Jay Topo's just said, "Hey Nathan, remember about the C8 Teflon that you once told us about, the DuPont criminals Teflon pack?" Yes, I do remember that. I was actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was actually vindicated on that, because I said about Teflon, and a lot of people don't realise what happens to a lot of our water sources that way. It's in literally every water source. Teflon, a lot of people don't understand this without trying to go into massive chemistry. Teflon is what you call a long chain 11 molecule 11 strain molecule. Okay, so it has 11 parts to it. Okay, so when you're talking about molecules, the higher the chain number, the harder it is for the body to break down. So every single person, and it's the same with the plastics on the mask and stuff like that, all these long chain molecules are actually entered into our body, and we cannot break them down. And then that's what helps change our body, and we pass it on, and it creates deformities and stuff like that. So I mean, that's why I mentioned that, Jay, because even that long ago I was trying to explain to people, our bodies, they are playing, we are being poisoned, things are being changed.
That's why they want us to eat bugs, because they know we can't break the bugs down like birds, and that can. We can't digest it. It's got chitin in it, which is a cancer-causing property.
I mean, this is we just haven't got the enzyme to break it down. Now, birds have got the enzyme to break it down, but we haven't got the enzyme to break it down. I mean, we only things that can assimilate with our bodies should be in our bodies. This is why this lab-grown meat and GMO foods and that, they make people ill when they don't do any good because they don't assimilate with our natural system. This is why I say, look for your small greens, look for things like that, because these are things that actually assimilate with your natural body system. So anything that has the nutrients and the chemicals that are in your body, if that has it in it, then it'll assimilate. But if it has stuff that's not in your body naturally, it won't assimilate. It's just poisoning.
Especially the rice now. Check your rice now when you buy it, because rice is one of the first things that have turned into plastic because you don't notice it when it's boiled and stuff. You just eat it with your curry or whatever. But start checking it once it's cooked. You'll soon tell if it's plastic or not.
Well, because people do laugh when you say, "Oh, it's plastic," but what people don't realise is plastic. Again, not to go into science and bore people, but it's like margarine. Okay, margarine is one molecule away from plastic. The plastic that we know that's like we use like to cover things in and stuff like that. That toys are made of. One molecule away. So that's how. So when we say foods can be made out of plastic, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about removing or changing one molecule. So it's in all but name but plastic.
It's unbelievable, but you know.
So Duke, she dropped out. Back in.
Well, we did this one as well. I can remember when we outed the diamond scam, when people diamonds are this, that, and the other, and they've got that many diamonds. If they released them all together, they wouldn't be worth 10 pence. But what they do, they mine it all, get it all ready, and they only release so many to keep it scarce, to keep the price up. But if they released everything they've got, it wouldn't be worth nothing.
Exactly. I mean, this goes back to, I mean, I can't remember the name of it now, but there was a massive, it started with a light bulb. It was back in the early 1900s, I think 1901 or something like that. No, sorry, 1920s, I think it was. But there was a massive gathering, a bit like we see in Davos now and that lot. That's where all these sort of things really started. But the whole light bulb industry and electricity industry got together and had a big meeting saying, right, well, our products are too good. We're not going to make enough profit. We need to make these worse, so then people have to keep buying them. And that's where it's plan cohesion, and there's another word for it as well. But this is when it started. They actually planned to break things, so you have to basically rebuy things. I mean, there's a light bulb. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's still in America. It's in a fire station, and it's been on constantly since 1901.
Yeah.
Our light bulb.
Well, I mean,
that's why they give you that's how they give you so many hours. So this light bulb will last so many hours because they've planned it. That there is actually a test that all the companies have to do to make sure that it comes in lines with these regulations to say it can only last a certain amount of hours. If it goes over that, they used to get fined for it.
Yeah, and it's same as, you know, you've only got to look at the diagnostics on the cars. I mean, you'll have something go wrong with your car nowadays. You take it into the garage, they get the computer on it, put the code, another code in and that, and whatever the problem was, it's gone. Now, what it was there was a code on there that's like you've hit the nail on the head, Dave. It's supposed to last 2 years, 3 years, whatever, and then that code, that packs up. So you have to take it in to have a new code put on, and this works fine again. Nothing wrong with the car at all.
I'm not funny. Most of us are old enough. Look at the fridge. Like, I'm not being funny. It's like I think me and Daddy, the youngest here, but it's like even me and Daddy will remember this. It's like you go back to the 80s, 90s. The old 80s fridges lasted forever. I mean, literally a nuclear attack and your fridge would still be running. Look at your fridges now. I mean, there was all. Look at back in the 50s and the 70s. Your fridges had much more technology than they have in them now. They was bigger. They lasted longer. They kept food better. You know what I mean? It's like we use chemicals to keep the food cold now. Back then it wasn't so much. But look how things are changing.
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid in the late 60s, people still had the old larders. Then they don't have, you know, a lot of people couldn't even afford a fridge. Then, well, until the mid-70s when a lot of people was unable. So a lot of people still had the old larders. And you know what them used to be like? There was just outside with the door on. And that was your fridge. It just kept everything cool.
Or you had what you call like the old school root cellars, which basically you just dug deep up to the ground, that the temperature was constant. I mean, this is the thing. It's like if people want a little thing now, I mean, before meat and everything goes, I would advise people to buy some red meat and make some pemmican. Most people won't know what pemmican is. Pemmican is an ancient recipe that was done by the pioneers, the ancient Indians, even the Aztecs done this. The Aztecs preserved potatoes by drying them in the sun, cut a few thousand years ago, and they would keep them all year round. You know what I mean? There's ways of storing your food, but pemmican is basically red meat and the hard fat, and it's blended. Pemmican can actually sit on your counter, just as long as it's wrapped in like greaseproof paper and thing, it can sit on your counter for 25 years and it will never go off. And you can actually survive on pemmican and water alone. You don't need vegetables, you don't need all this crap. Literally, it's just the meat, the fat, because you get all your nutrients out, and water. Literally, the pioneers in America used to live on pemmican and water alone. And there's times in history when disease should be rife, but because they was eating pemmican and just drinking water, there was no disease. Literally, it's been proven by science that if you're eating a diet of pemmican and water, you don't get disease.
Yeah. Well, we've all said it's disease. A lot of diseases are man-made. You know, we all know that now, and people should know it by now. It's all designed by the food you eat to keep you sick, to kill you off. It's all done because what people don't understand, what people have got to grasp as well is the more people on the planet, the more in fear they are. Because if you get 500 million is what they want, wake up, they can cope. You get 9 billion people wake up, they ain't going to cope with that. That's why they want to depopulate. It's now for no other reason than it's manageable. There's going to be no uprising if you've got that many. But if you've got 9 billion and all of a sudden 9 billion go, hang on a minute, we're being screwed over here. We ain't having this. They know they're in trouble. But if there's only 500 million spread all around the world, it's easy to maintain.
Yeah, definitely. That's why we need to also go back to all the old ways, because like the Maoists, they get rid of old culture, old ways, old history, and all that, and really realize what the people in the 50s, 60s, and 70s were doing. You know, all the medicine, all the homeopathic, whatever it's called, remedies and that. Yeah. You know, all of that is working, but we've been told, hang on a minute, no, modern medicine, that works. Modern food, that works. Petroleum-based medicine. Exactly. You write about the fridges. You could go probably now on eBay and buy a 1970s fridge, and it would still be working. You know, the more technologically advanced we get, the more dumb we get, the more we lose natural instincts.
But this is all planned, and it is. It's because this is a lot of the problem with, I think, we all find the ones that are trying to do the right thing and get things changed. It's whatever's easiest. People we've been literally turned into a consumer nation, so it's basically it's the easiest route. So rather than sort of like doing what's best, it's what's easiest. I mean, it's like, but people are going to realise it's like. Everybody on this panel said it at some point. It's like they haven't got your interest of things. It's like when Klaus Schwab says you will own nothing and be happy. You will own nothing and be happy. That means you won't own your house, you won't own your car, you won't own anything. They are literally already now. They are in the process of removing personal wealth.
Exactly, they're telling you now what they're going to do. We ain't even holding it anymore. They're just saying, right, next year we're going to be doing this, and that's it.
Look at inheritance tax and stuff like that. They have literally made it so unless you know how to create a trust and you do it all around that, you cannot pass on wealth. Literally, only the rich and who can afford to employ the people that help create all this, only they will keep their wealth. They're literally destroying it. I mean, Gary, we've done lives on blight and stuff like that. People got to realise this has been building up for a very long time, and it takes literally it's a seesaw moment, and that's all they need. But it's the same with us on both sides, a seesaw moment. So if you look at the UN, the WEF, it's like the UN. They're the ones that want to teach our kids to have sexual relationships at 4 years old. If you look at the WEF, they're the ones that want to take our rights and everything we own, our personal wealth away. If you look at all these people, okay, it's a seesaw moment. If they could just tip it enough, that's it. The seesaw tips and the whole weight is on their side. But it's the same for us. If we just get that seesaw to tip they collapse and we carry on. The weight comes on our
Yeah.
side, and it comes down to a thin line. It really does, and people got to start to realise that. All it takes is just one movement or one little slight bit of weight to shift, and that's it. It will go either way, and that's what. And they're trying to slow. And the problem with the WF and what they're doing in the UN, they've had to. It's like you've got people like Danny, me, things like that. All the people that have been protesting and trying to like bring all this knowledge to you for many, many years. We've made them speed up what they're doing. And this is what a lot of people don't realise. They work in 50-year increments. They wasn't even meant to release half the stuff that they was going to be doing with the Lisbon Treaty until after 2025. But because we all jumped on PESCO and the Lisbon Treaty and everything, they had to start speeding it up. So they've literally, it's like rushed so far to do it. It's made it so blatant because they can't do it slowly catchy monkey no more. They've had to speed it up because the quicker we wake up, the quicker they have to move. And this is what a lot of people don't realise. This is why I will never stop trying to wake people up, because the more we wake people up, exactly, eventually something's got to give.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that what you're saying in AI, right? Last year AI was nothing, right? This year they can clone it can clone anyone's voice. It can do all this type of stuff. It can, do anything in the job spectrum, and that's within a few months. And people are not questioning it. People are just using it. But this would have been, if it was on a normal trajectory, it would have been very much slower to introduce this type of technology to you. But they're like, no, we have to speed this up. So we're just going to throw it out, and you're all going to accept it. How can they have that? How can they say they just made that technology now and it works so efficient right this second? They've been doing this for years, but they're just ready to release it at the right time. And in fact, they've been forced to do this. So you are right. The more that we do wake up, the more that they speed up. But that's to our downfall as well, because the more people wake up in certain ways, the more vulnerable we get in the majority of ways. If we did go out on the streets in the 500,000, the government would do half the stuff that they've done.
No, it wouldn't.
And that's what we need to do. We need to be able to have the street protest movements. We need to have the people who are doing like what you guys do. We need all of this together, and then people can be like, yeah, we are whole now, because we have got the people who are prepared to go on the street. We've got the people who are giving us the knowledge. We've got the people who are showing us what to eat, how to cook it, how to do it. Do you know what I mean? We need all of that.
This is the whole point of the Long March to Freedom too. I mean, I've discussed it a bit, but this is the whole point of Long March to Freedom too. It's to start amalgamating, starting to get unity and bringing all these aspects together. And like unifying. So even though we're all attacking on different levels, but we can all push forward in the same direction. Like I said, there's a lot that involved. Long March to Freedom 2 that involved me. I mean, it's like I will say this: that people must know now. There's a certain logo to R1. A lot of people message me saying certain things. It's like, we mentioned Long March to Freedom 2 back in January. Now, nobody mentioned the march or anything to do with freedom or camping or anything like that. But since you've got Freedom Fest, you've got this, you've got that, it's always going to happen, people. As soon as someone comes up with something that you're going to get people, I'm not saying necessarily plagiarize it, but it's like, for instance, the key phrase that the government used, take back control, that was actually coined by us white Pendragons back in the Pendragon days. The government because it hit home with a lot of people. The general public was like, yes, let's take back control. So they used it against us. And
it's like that. It's like enough is enough. That was used throughout COVID. That wasn't used by any government fucking people before that. Stop the boats. That was done by the people. They know how powerful words are, and words are so powerful, man. They can make or break a person just by having the right words to go. But they do. They use what we're doing because they can see it powerful, and then they just take it away from us, and we're supposed to just accept it and say, okay, now it's a government policy. It's a government voice point, or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, technically speaking, what they're doing is actually cultural appropriation. It's just people won't link it to that because they're taking what we do culturally and what affects us and what culturally as a nation that we actually bind ourselves with, and they're actually appropriated them for their own use. That's cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation just isn't about colour of skin or anything like that. Cultural appropriation is about taking on something from a culture and then basically kind of not emulating it so much, but it's more sort of like adapting it to so then it becomes part of your things, and that's what they're doing. it's like
If
those
you want to look at how they manipulated everybody in the 60s, from the Beatles to the Rolling Stones to Woodstock, and then right through to where we are now with the hip hop and everything, look no further than Tavistock.
Yeah, Tavistock Institute has a lot to answer for.
Well,
But
now it's Gender UK now, isn't it? They've opened a new one now. Is it Gender Docs UK or something like that? And it's the same people who are running the Tavistock clinics.
Yep,
Yeah, because people are onto people like myself and Nathan have been doing it for years, but we've woke a hell of a lot of people up, and there's a hell of a lot of people now looking at the fraud and seeing exactly what Tavistock is responsible for. So now they've got to sort of get rid and open something else to get rid of that, if you know what I mean. Try and hide it.
I mean, it's like governments and ruling classes have been doing it for centuries. What they do is they've got an ideal. So if you create 10 groups that are all slowly pushing towards that one goal, if one group gets taken out, you've still got the 9 to carry on. And this is what they've done. The Masons do it. Literally, I mean, any government, any royal authority or anything, literally for the last 300 years have used that exact thing. You send out, I mean, like spying and stuff like that. I believe it's Queen Victoria really started that properly as used as a weapon, but sent people out to cause misinformation and things like that. It's been done. Like I said, what's being done to us has been done for so long that it's like when they attack our education. We don't educate. We're not educated in a way where we actually remember the past as much. So that's why a lot of our old people they want to kill off, because if the old people start talking to us and saying, well, back in our day, like you said about denying vaccines, a lot of them were like, oh, I'm not sure about that. Yeah. So if we got to speak to the older generations, we'd be like, actually, you've got a point, and that was how it was, and why is it different now? And we'd start questioning. They don't want us to question. This is why they're controlling the narrative, and we've already seen this through the pandemic, and we've seen it in the pandemic. It's in the pandemic treaty. Myself and Gary have got to finish it, but we've even started to deal with the international health regulations amendments. It's actually there, the fact that they are now admitting that they are going to control all media and all platforms to make sure that the right information is put over. But again, it's like Danny says, words are very powerful. When they say the right information for who?
Exactly. You know,
it's like it's like if you listen, Dan, they're telling you exactly now. There's no more such thing as a pension. Nobody's going to get a pension, because when you go on this credit system, you're going to be given so much credit, and you've only got so much time to spend it. If you haven't spent it, it's going to be took back off you. So they ain't going to give people 175 or £200 a week pension when they ain't going to have the time to spend it. They're already telling you your pension's gone if you read between the lines.
We'll look at the history of that. Now, your pension is not a benefit, but the government has somehow got people, at least 2 generations, to believe that a pension is a benefit. It's not. You pay money to the government and they're meant to give you it back. It's not a benefit. It's what you're owed. I mean, but people believe it's a benefit. So then everyone looks the other way when it's taken away or it's lowered. But it's like Gary says, with the basic, the universal basic income, pensions and all stuff, they're a thing of the past. You'll be given a certain amount of money. You'll be told what you can spend it on, where you can spend it, and how long you've got to spend it. That is our future. And this isn't conspiracy theory like some arseholes on YouTube say to anything, because they just haven't got the brains to research anything. This is actually written in their own documents. They're telling you exactly what they're doing.
I've had words in my family, Dan, I have, about this, and they've gone, but I just want to go. I said, no, you ain't grasping what I'm telling you. You ain't going to be able to be going on any more holidays, because by 2030 there'll be no flights, no boats, nothing. Everybody will be on basic income. You ain't going to be able to save 20 or £40 a week if you could. You ain't going to be able to, because if you don't spend it in a certain amount of time, it's going to be taken back off you. There'll be no more holidays anywhere for anybody. They ain't grasping what's coming.
You can see that in France, because France are banning internal flights. So if you can get to a place by a train, there's not going to be a flight there, and that's what they're starting to do. So you can see with the flight situation, you know, you can't fly from Paris to the south of France. you got to get a train or you got to go on the road, and they've got the pay per mile. So you can see this slowly being implemented, but I can't understand why people can't see it. And I've got a question for you two, actually. I've got a question because this annoys this gets on my it annoys me, right? So you've been talking for many years about common law and about what's going on now, okay? And now people are spouting it out like it's new. You know, like last year I was talking about ESG and all these types of stuff, and nobody really wanted to know. And now everyone's talking about ESG, you know, this is the new thing and that. And I'm like, well, you're a year behind. So how do you deal with that? With knowing, hang on a minute, I've been saying this for so long, and now you want to come on the boat. Now you're actually trying to use it as your own new ideas and your own new facts.
It's not easy at all. So most people say that me and Gary are at least 3 to 5 years ahead of everybody else, and this is the problem. It's like I said, Pesco. Now, we were speaking about this like before Brexit. Most of what's happened with like Pesco and stuff like that, and we even had people in the military sort of laughing at us and stuff like that. But it's like you've got to take it as we always usually understand. It's like people learn at different rates. So once you understand that, and you've got to understand, it's not personal. What it is a lot of people, for instance, me and Gary could say something 3 years ago. It's like Jay Topo mentioned in the comments about Teflon and stuff like that. There's people out there that won't even know about Teflon and how it's poisoned our water system and stuff like that, but they will now, and they may jump on it. But the problem is you've got to realise it's not personal, but it doesn't help, no. I would like to see more people look at some of us that have been doing it for many years and dove into it more, because, for instance, it's like you talk about ECG, that lot. If someone who got hold of that now, if they was to speak to you, you could probably educate them to know more about it quicker than if they was to carry on doing their YouTube lives or their Facebook lives and slowly get things bringing out stuff like that. But this is what we need. We need education within ourselves. But it's not easy. It's frustrating, but you've got to, I suppose you've got to take it with a pinch of salt and understand that, like I said, everyone will grab hold of it at different times, and you've got to try to think, as long as the information, we've always sort of said, as long as the information gets out there, we don't care. Because it's the information that's important, not us and not our egos. But it does annoy me that people do.
You remember 5, 6 years ago, Nath, when we was telling the police they got no pensions, and they was laughing at us, and they ain't laughing at us now, though, are they?
No. In fact,
we weren't doing it. We weren't doing it for any other reason than trying to warn them and to look into what's going on, because the pensions, they've spent all the pension money, and we used to get laughed at them by the police when we was on the. But then we started going on marches, and the police who was on the march before said, "Oh, you two, come here. We've looked into what you've said. You was absolutely bang on. Thanks for that. Sorry for ridiculing you, but now we're absolutely pissed off. We don't feel like carrying on doing the job."
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised by just talking. And I think most people want to go to a protest and attack Antifa. So leave Antifa alone. Let them stand there shouting like idiots. Start talking to the police normally. Like man to man, woman to woman. Don't go in there shouting that lot, because they need their minds changed, and they need the information just as much as everybody else. I mean, I think one of the hardest things to deal with, I suppose, is when you know more about a subject than somebody else, and they've got like 20,000 people watching them, and they're barely even talking about it. And then when you said it, you had like a couple of hundred people. That can annoy you, but then again, you've got to understand it's like, that person would not have been able to talk about ECG unless you would have brought it up. So you bringing it up a year ago was what created the catalyst for that to then go on. So I tend to take that away from it. It's like it had to start somewhere, but it's always going to go somewhere. As me and Gary says, our name's not going to be up in any book or anything in history or anything like that. We're the first people ever in history to actually arrest a London mayor and actually get the police to back crime, the evidence of crimes proven. Won't go into the history books or anything. Sometimes you just got to understand you're just part of the bigger picture.
Yeah, 100%.
All we ain't bothered about that. All we're bothered about is getting the country back. That's all we're bothered. That's my reward. I don't want money or anything else. My reward will be when everybody stands up, we take the country back for our children, make sure them are safe, and we go back to a world where we can do what we want when we want, go where we want when we want, see who we want when we want. That's my reward. I don't want anything else.
Exactly. But with the fast moving, everything's changing so much. It's frustrating to be back to square one to a certain degree. Do you know what I mean? Everyone is on about it. It's like the things in the schools. You know, that goes a direct link to Marxism. Now that doesn't matter anymore, because in my personal view, everything's turning into a Maoist central society. They're just even with things like struggle sessions and things like that. Do you know what I mean? We need you to think this way. We need you to understand how wrong you are about how you're thinking. You know, the police come around if you tweet the wrong thing. The police come around. That's a type of struggle session that they were doing. It's not going to be as extreme as what it used to be. You know, with Pol Pot's or whatever. You know, it's not going to be that extreme, but it's still going to change your mind from how you believe is right. And people are not going down these or listen or looking into these routes, because you've got to start somewhere. And if you know where the causation of it is, you can then preempt what's going on next.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Like I said, like you said, like Maoism things. We've seen all this in history. We've seen all this before, and we've seen how it turned out. It's just that has been taken away from people's actually knowledge and their education, and this is a problem. I mean, one thing a lot of people got to realise is the people that control this world, and the world is controlled. It's literally 6 corporations and about 13 families. They own everything: our media, our schools, everything. They don't care about Marxism or any of that, socialism. They don't give a crap, because they are so far removed from us that it doesn't affect them. All they care about is whatever modem will work to achieve their goal. So whether it be Marxism, socialism, anything like that, if it achieves it, they will fund it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And we've both said, me and Nathan have both said, people will go around the world as many times as they want, and they can try as many things as they want, but it will always come back to Article 61 in the end, because that is the solution for this country. I ain't saying every other country, but for this country, because it's part of the solution for us. And we've said that how many times now, Nate?
Exactly. I mean, it's the thing. Don't fix what's not broke. 61 and us rebelling is what actually gave the world rights. The Magna Carta is the first document that was ever given to the world, and it was the world took it on, and it gave the world unalienable rights. What our ancestors died for, and people did die for it. I'm telling you now. What we did gave the world freedom. So for us to then use the same things as we've done before, because it does work, we have the right to do it. This is why we have the expression. I mean, yes, you won't see it in the full constitutional statutes on .gov, but the fact that we still understand that nobody is above the law is from Article 61. It's from Magna Carta, because the king is not above the law. I mean, at the end of the day, the natural laws are above us all. I mean, people call them God's laws and things like that. They're natural laws. They're basically the natural rules or laws or ways of living that creates harmony and keeps harmony. I mean, we had peace because of our constitution and these natural laws, like common law and constitutional law. We had peace in our realm for over 1,000 years because we lived by a code. And this is what people don't realise. They are a code of conduct. You'll see code of conduct, stuff like that in other ways and that lot. But it's like you don't kill anybody. You don't steal from people. You don't cause harm. You don't cause loss. If we could all start to live by that, and it is literally that simple. A lot of people think, oh, all this law stuff's very complicated. Well, you're diving into legal then, because the legal is designed to basically confuse you, so that only people that pass the bar will be able to basically navigate their way through it. But if you go with your common law and your constitutional laws, it's what's right and what's wrong. So if it's causing harm, if it's causing loss, if it's wrong and it's detrimental to us as a people, then it's against. It's that law is really simple. It's the legal system that's complicated.
That's what they've done. They've done it to make us confused and make us not go into it. It's like anything that's important, worth looking into. It's so difficult or so boring to navigate through. People just zone out halfway through, not even halfway through, a quarter of the way through. Look
at what they've done with.
This is where Article 61 will free everybody up. Nathan will back me up on this. It doesn't matter whether you're against climate change, against child grooming, whether you're against chemtrailing, whether you're against the migrants, whether you're against tyranny, corruption, the whole lot. Article 61 deals with it all in one fell swoop.
It does. It basically it kind of resets everything. So once everybody goes into Article 61 and it's upheld, that voids anything that is contrary to common law or the Constitution. So all the legislation, all the acts and statutes and that are actually detrimental to our communities and our way of life are void straight away. So it kind of resets the books, if you will. So all the community laws, the EU, that have been put in our books that are actually unlawful, unconstitutional, that actually cause lots of harm to our riverways and our food and all the other bits, they all get over this voided. So they are no longer able to uphold that because it's void. But we have to create that situation in law. And unfortunately, that has to be done with on paper and pen. That's why they want everyone moving over to computers and stuff like that, because the written word is stronger than anything. That's why they get. It's like my daughter, right? She's 8. My daughter writes in cursive because I've taught her how to write in cursive. Now, majority of the people in her school, even older, cannot write cursive or even read it. But the reason why I taught her cursive, because if you want to read documents that are in our Constitution and our rights, you're going to have to be able to read cursive because they're written in cursive.
Yeah.
And they've removed that from our education system because, and it's like even my son to a certain extent, he knows cursive exactly. But if you take some of the younger generations, you put a piece of writing in front of them that's cursive, they cannot read it. And if you can't read your rights, how the hell are you meant to know about them?
To know about them. So with the Article 61, going back to earlier conversation about politics and about, if the will of the people. If people don't go out and vote for the parties, then it should be a void parliament. So what if people went out? What if there's a huge campaign, as big as we can get, that on their voting form they all get to vote on their voting form? They just put Article 61, or that's who I'm voting for. Do you think that would have it because it's written down? It's written down and it's in a legal form, I guess.
Writing it on the thing, no, it wouldn't be, because it technically the legal aspect to that is when you agree to be on the electoral roll. That's where it starts. That's where you basically technically come under the Representation of the People's Act. So you become a citizen. So therefore, your natural rights are actually overshadowed. Like you've given them away. You've actually ignored them legally on paper. I mean, something you could do is the best. It's like what you're meant to do under Article 61 is once you complete. You send it to the barons, you send it to the monarch, and then you can send it to any crown authority after that. So your local council and everyone, you're to notify that you have actually undergone diffidatio and they no longer have the right to rule. They do. You have that literally. It's like the consent to be governed is you are automatically put in an electoral roll. You automatically, unless you remove yourself from that is called tacit agreement. So just by the fact of you haven't done nothing about it, you've agreed. So when you go under Article 61, you physically notify everybody. It's like that's it. I've removed my allegiance.
What are you going to say? What is a template, a specific thing you've got to put out? Or whatnot.
What I'll do is I'll send you the link to part 1 of our package, and there's a video on my YouTube as well to show you how to fill the forms out. Basically, it's three forms. You've got your declaration, you've got your affidavit of truth, and your claim of right. It's 3 documents that you fill out. You do your declaration. 30 days later, you do your affidavit of truth. And then 30 days after that, you do your claim of right. Once you've done your claim of right, you have the right then to overthrow the government and disdain and distress Parliament in any way you possibly can. I mean, technically speaking, it's argued, and in law, as soon as you send that declaration. But the reason why it's 30 days apart is because you're allowing yourself 30 days to change your mind. It's kind of like you see this in supermarkets and stuff like that. You get a receipt and you have 30 days to return.
Yeah, change your mind,
because you bought it, and it's the same thing as that. You don't have to. You can actually send them all off and say, no, I'm decided. But that's meant to be the process. But it's just a 3-step process. But once you do that, lawfully on paper, and I've had this in courts and I've had this upheld, people have seen this with going to my court cases. Once you have undergone diffidatio, any crown authority that acts against you is actually committing treason, and they're actually committing high treason. But people need to understand this, to know this, to how to go against it.
Yeah.
Right. But it's been documented, like the whole process. There's like videos or whatever.
Well, we've created a video where it talks you through the whole process on my YouTube. There's a video how to fill out your forms. We've also got part 1 of our manual, which we haven't had time to work on the rest of it, but part 1's out. But we're building a massive manual, so you're going to have eventually what's this designed, because people can't afford to buy things and we do things for free. So what we do is we create a PDF, you print it off, so you can go to the library and print it off. Doesn't cost you that much, and eventually it's going to build a big manual. So you'll have a big book, and in that book you'll have things like your Article 61 process. You'll have things like rights of removal of access. You'll have your council tax bits and all stuff like that. All the documents and the process you need, so you can work within the common law jurisdiction, and that's all you apply. It's going to be one big manual that all you do is you go to your shelf, you take your manual out, you go, right, I've got to deal with the council. You go to the bit that deals with the council, you take that out, you photocopy it, put the master back in, and then you use the photocopies. You've always got something you can use.
Yeah.
But it's all in there. What I'll do is I'll send you the link to the first.
Yeah, definitely. Send me the link.
And also in the part 1 of the pack, there is actually the letter with the crime reference number to the Khan and Keir Starmer arrest that we did, which we can still actually open up and do, because there's no statute of limitations on treason.
So what happened? What happened with that one? With the car, he just got left as in.
Well, what happened is we done it with the Dragons, and then it was left with someone, and they didn't follow it up. And then when me and Gary left, we had so many people contact us and say, "What's going on?" So then we basically then sort of, with agreement, we took over what we did in the Fabian site, and we basically, it took us, it was Susie and a few, it took us quite a long time to pressure the police, but I think within 6 months we had it to the point where the Metropolitan Police actually backed our charges and put them to CPS, and they stated evidence of crimes proven. We're the only people that's ever actually got that far. Literally, what the CPS did is they basically said, right, well, it's not in the public's interest because not enough people showed interest, or because, like the letter, if we'd have sent that to the police, that then would have forced the police, because it'd been, this is the public's interest because the publics are interested in it. So what we're going to be releasing soon as well is one to CPS. So you need to send a letter to the police to get them to start backing us again, because they've already backed it, so they can't go back on it. So we need police now to start going against CPS, because if they don't do it, it's a criminal offence, and they need to start arresting members of CPS. But we also need to start going to CPS to say, no, this is in the public's interest. Because what they basically said is, it's like with Sadiq Khan. More people voted for him to be in his office than the people that had actually wanted him prosecuted. So they class that as not in the public's interest.
But I think maybe now it might massively go the other way.
But this is the thing. This is to do with malfeasance, which still at common law level still holds life imprisonment, sedition, treason, high treason. It's like there's literally about 30 different charges we have proven evidence of within this case. We can actually widen this, and then we keep saying any other group, whether you be for you, Les, or anything like that, get the evidence together, and you can help. You can bring that to us, and then we can add that, and all of us can actually start adding to this case, and we can make sure 650 MPs, if they are guilty, are actually brought to justice. But we need other groups to come in, because we can't do every area ourselves and things like that. But the more we actually gather the evidence, and the more evidence we put in, we actually widen to more than just the 5 MPs we did. We can widen it to all, and then we can actually start creating what you call case law when we go in there, because it's people talking and stuff like that, and that's what our laws are based on, case law. We need juries and stuff like that, because it's the people that decide. That this is where people get confused, because a lot of people sort of think, oh, well, it's the judge's ruling. Case law is actually done by a jury, but it's the judge that has to write that ruling in. It's like, I had a case not long ago that I was doing with myself. Is that the judge refused? She done a verbal ruling, and I actually I was a bit childish. So I went, I dare you to put that as a written ruling. I dare you. If you think you're right, put it as a written ruling. She was like, as I said, Mr. Kirkton, I'm putting it as a verbal ruling, which means by law there is no ruling. So it means I can't hold her to account 100%. I then have to go back and prove every single aspect. But if she had put her ruling as a written ruling, I'd have had her job. I'd have had her taken away as a judge, and she knew it. And it's like Dennis, it was on earlier.
Nathan says, I think was a tipping point I do done. And if we could pass a tipping point, I think the judges and that will start to come back on the side of the people, because once they realise the people past that tipping point and they're going to start to be held accountable, they're going to want to be on the right side. So they're going to start throwing, you know, the elites under the bus, because they ain't going to want the people getting out of them.
Well, this is the thing. It's like a couple of people have mentioned in chat and that lot, and I believe I think Peter did earlier about watching when I got arrested outside Scotland Yard. People got to understand things like that. To go through that process, and I did go through that process, went all the way to the High Court of Appeal. A judge who was a circuit judge, but he was acting as a magistrate. So he said himself, and we got witnesses, he said himself, he's like, what he would like to do, but what he's allowed to do as a magistrate, as an acting magistrate, are two different things. But he actually put a second lot of charges of sedition and treason, that lot, onto court records. So not only have we got one lot of evidence backed by the police, a judge has actually backed us and put it on court record. These are dormant. We're just waiting for people to actually start backing us and backing what we're doing, because we're not going to be like leading the charge. We all need to do it together. And this is why we keep saying about the unity. It's going to take a lot of us to do this. And it's going to take every group to help bring all the evidence together and actually bring these to account. But there's a lot that people don't know. There is a lot, and it does.
What happens time and time again, though, is people just watch and wait until things start happening. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And then more people come to your help, or that they want to be part of it or whatever. So that's the difficultness of it. People will just sit back, even though they probably could help, or they've probably got things to widen the cases and that. They won't do it until they see things happening, but until they want to be part of it.
Well, this is
exciting.
Well, this is why I say get to people, look at the thing, the crime reference number there. If you know what you're doing, you've got the crime reference number. You can check if it's an actual case, if it was put forward, and then you'll have all the evidence you need to say that it was accepted within the crime reference number. So it's all there. We can prove it. We've not only got the mailing thing that they admitted that it was mailed to them, it was also took in physically in that as well with the Fabian thing. So we've got the mailing number and we've got the crime reference number. So you can check with the Royal Authority that is the Royal Mail that it was delivered and it was accepted, and you've also got the Metropolitan Police that have accepted it and actually put it to CPS. What more evidence do people need that this can go forward? I mean, the barristers have tried bringing MPs to justice, solicitors have, MPs, loads of people have. No one's ever got this close. It's like we was talking about earlier about the case I did where recently that Dennis watched and stuff like that. The judge backed everything I said through every bit of evidence out of the court, because I destroyed everything, and they upheld the constitutional right, because people don't realise that we have a constitutional right to protest that is unrestricted and it's unalienable. So the judge couldn't then rule against that because he hasn't got the power to override the Constitution and things like that. But you've got to sort of go in it. But enough that caused a lot of things, because there was literally the public gallery was full on some of that, and it did show a lot of people a lot of things. And that's why I've always said, come to court and watch. It's like in that case, literally, it's like, I mean, I don't know how many people know about the thing, but a circuit judge actually undergoes training. So they don't get flustered within a court case, and they don't stumble their words, and they come across as very knowing and authoritative. All I said was literally about 5 words, and I got a circuit judge to scream at me, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" The barrister for the prosecution, just her mouth dropped. She was like, like that. And it literally, these are meant to be people who are trained to not. You can't get a circuit judge to show emotion. But all I said was one sentence was, by the way, Mr. So-and-so is actually a legal fiction. And he said, shut up, that's not correct in law. And I went, no, it's not correct in law, is it? Because Blackstone says it's not. But he actually threatened to have me thrown out. And I was like, is that a threat? And he was like, yes. And I was like, well, right, we'll see about that then. And that judge ran away from that case, literally left. He was like, boom.
It do seem to get the videos I see, of people not saying that's their name or whatever. The judges do seem to get a lot angry, or when you sit down when you're supposed to stand up. So all of that does suggest that there's more going on, because they get angry quickly.
Oh yeah, there's more to it than people think. I always say this: it's like, don't pay attention to so much what's said in court. Pay attention to what's not said.
Yeah.
It's like the freedom of the land stuff. It's like the freedom of the land. Yes, they went to court, and a lot of people laughed at them. But what people don't realise is it's like they don't want us to have our rights. They don't want us to understand the legal system and how they actually control us. So they are going to do everything they can to make sure this doesn't come to light. I mean, the amount of arguments I've had with people saying, but the legal fiction, the artificial person, that doesn't exist. Here's a piece of writing from a judge who states it's all a load of bollocks. And I'm like, well, here's Blackstone stating it's correct.
Yeah.
The very person that's written this is actually what that judge teachings has done by. So how can the master be wrong and the pupil be right, sort of thing? It's like, well,
Exactly.
but it's always, but a lot of people don't want to read, and it's unfortunately most of it. And this is why we do what we do, and we try and put it out of things, because I know how hard it is. I mean, it's like Blackstone's commentaries is volumes long. Most people don't want to sit there and read that. I mean, it is a very good read, and it's easy, but I can read that, and like me and Gary do. That's why we read it all, and then we put it into a manageable sort of content for people.
You know, the best way to.
But we also
the best way to sort that out, Dan.
Go and have a look.
You know, when you get a form,
Yeah.
you go anywhere, the council or whatever, they'll say, go and fill this form in and come back, and they'll give you the clipboard and the form.
Yeah.
And you go over, and you'll say, please use a black pen and fill in block capitals.
Yeah.
You sign your name and that on there in lower cases and take that form back up the council. It'll be rejected. They'll send you back to refill it out. So that's how you know that your fiction exists.
Try filling out a benefit form in red pen like you're meant to show that you're a living sovereign. Try and fill out a benefit form in red pen, and they'll tell you, oh, the computers can't read red. It has to be black.
You know what? Someone said that. When was it? Something, I think it might have been a passport or something. I don't know, but I did something, and it said not in red pen. So you know, me just being me, I've done whatever it was in red pen, and I said no, the thing won't. It's unbelievable. He said the computer won't pick it up when it's scanning it because something to do with that.
It's
yeah,
because
I have had that.
It's because of the symbolism, because there is different. It's like most people remember at school. I mean, you will, Dan, I will, but some younger people won't. But it's like the register at school. The teacher would write in green pen, red pen, and there'd be you'd have to write in blue pen, because blue is contractual. So when you are writing in blue as a pupil, you're contracting with the school. People don't realise that, but it's like the red pen, red ink, because basically it goes back, because people don't realise until like the early to mid 1900s, 90% of the world couldn't read or write. So it used to be a thing they used to tell you, it's like make your mark. So people used to write an X. Problem is, anyone can write an X and say it's you. So what actually started happening is, what you'd do is, if you was illiterate, they would prick your thumb, and then you, with your blood, you would put a thumbprint down. That thumbprint we've known for hundreds and hundreds of years is unique to you. So only you could have done that. It's like on the forms. This is why we say, when you witness it, get your witnesses and yourself to do a red thumbprint with red ink. Don't prick your finger and put blood on it, but use red ink, because then that thumbprint can only be you. And it shows that you are a living sentient being. That's why I don't like it's red, because the red symbolises the lifeblood of the sovereign.
I used to write in red at school with my essays and that, and I got told off loads of times by only the Queen writes in red.
Because she's the sovereign. This is what people don't realise. She's a living sovereign, and sovereign means you are above all.
I can write in red as well, and I'm gonna. So go.
But they don't like you writing in lowercase as well. It's like when you're writing in uppercase, or anything you write in capital letters is actually what you call legal grammar. So you're writing legally. The old grammar, and because I mean we've got some grammar people within CMW and stuff like that, and we constantly have to and fro's. I don't like to use a lot of punctuation, because punctuation isn't in true grammar. It's written as how you would say it. Yeah. But with legal grammar, there's punctuation that stops and starts and put things outside. So like with commas and brackets, you could be saying something, but if you put something in brackets, to anybody in a legal terms, that's not on that page. So they ignore it. It's like, if you know how to read a court document, most of it isn't even on the page technically by legal terms. You literally, but you automatic yourself read it as it is on the page. That's why judges don't like me when we're going through court orders, because I'll read the court order as it is on the page. And like, no, what, you can see that.
Mm.
I don't like it. It's like, well, I can't see that. It's not on the page. It's like the four corner and stuff like that. There is something to all this. The way we read and write things like that. You look at Shakespeare or anything like that. They never used to use punctuation. You'd say something. This is why we've got paragraphs. You'd say something, and when you move on to a different part of the subject, you'd start a new paragraph. But you didn't. You had full stops, but you didn't have commas and certain things like that. You didn't have all the punctuation you have now and stuff like that. Words were just written differently. And that's what's happened. We've been taught since about 1963, I think it is. We've been slowly been taught to write in legal grammar. So you are literally writing as a legal fiction in legal terms. But once you learn true grammar, so just write in all lowercase letters and write it, when you write something, write it as you'd say it to somebody. And then when you stop speaking, then go to a new line. Start doing that. They hate it. They hate it because that's true grammar. Yeah. It's not legal grammar, so you're not going along with their grammar system because you know what I mean. It's like there's legal text, and then there's what you, like I said, interesting fact thing that there is the Oxford Dictionary, and there's the Oxford Dictionary of Law. They are two different dictionaries, with the same words in, but the Oxford Dictionary of Law will give a different definition to that of the Oxford Dictionary.
Yeah, I seen that a few years back. That. Just normal words as well, like, you know, mundane type of words. It's like you're looking at it and it's like, well, hang on a minute, that's quite serious in their legal form. You know what I mean?
Because it's context. It's grammar and context are the two main components, two main weapons. Because most people still don't know enough about the English language to understand majority of the words in the English language, depending where you put it in a sentence and how it's used, can have between 8 and 16 meanings. Wow. And that's basically backing. That's why we used to structure our sentences differently. I mean, it's like people going about the French writing backwards. We used to actually speak backwards. So it'd be to the house I go, not I'm going to my house. It'd be to the house I go.
Yeah,
because it's definitive. It's defined, and the meaning's there. It's like I am going. It's present, past.
Oh yeah.
It's how you actually write.
Yeah, it is actually, isn't it?
It says what it means and means what it says.
Yeah,
that's what it's like. For instance, it's like for the jazz for schools. It's like CMW. We released a document for people to use. Now we had a group of, I think it's about 30 barristers and solicitors write a letter for people to send to schools. We had all the other groups do it as well. None of them worked. Then we put CMW's one out, and every single person that used it said, "I sent it to the school before 8 a.m. the next day. I got a reply from the school going, we're not going to jab your kid. We're not going to do anything unless you ask us for it." Because it's a very short letter. It's a very short notice, but it's basically, I do it what you call grammatically correct within law. So it means what it says and it says what it means. And there can be no interpretation of what's said in that document. And it actually holds the school thing. It's the only ones that worked. And it's like, there's people in the chat, and the thing is, if you're partial on the people that's used it, and the thing is, like, if you know how to write things and do it properly. I mean, most of the things we've done has been successful, but this is a problem. We may not be the quickest because we like to have all the T's crossed and all the I's dotted. That lot, we may not be the quickest. So you'll often see a lot of other groups do things, but I can guarantee you they'll spend 2 weeks doing something that we've probably already started, but we'll spend a year, but we'll make sure it's cemented. So when you do use it, there is actually no going back. And like I said, unlike most groups, we actually go into court with the stuff we say, and there's witnesses to say, I watched it and I watched the judge agree. So if we're wrong, I mean, let's see some of these other people and some of these other groups go to court and prove what they're saying, because we have.
That's the thing, isn't it? You got to test your own theory.
Well, this is it. But this is why me and Gary, it's still today. It's like anybody that wants to debunk us, come on and debunk us, because if we are wrong on it, we'd appreciate being corrected on it. But nobody's actually. I mean, even the black belt barrister was meant to come and debate us, but even he's run away from the debate. Because he don't want to talk.
You got beef with him, have you?
Well, no. What it was is he done we kept being called basically female land and all stuff like that, and then he done a few things about the Magna Carta and stuff like that. So I sort of went on and I sort of challenged him on his own page, and anybody that could challenge me, he just ignores. But we got into a row with another group, and one of them people from that group who have been trying to say that it's not we haven't got a constitution, and he's saying there's only 4 clauses from the Magna Carta that's enforced, and that lot is on the going. I'm like, well, if there's no constitution, explain the 4 constitutional statutes on the books. Because there's a clue there, constitutional statutes that you're saying, but it's like he apparently got in contact with a black belt barrister, and the black belt barrister, I think he was told that we were freemen on the land and we was coming certain things, but he agreed to do the debate, and then all of a sudden I think the black belt barristers looked into what me and Gary are saying on our lives that lot, and I think he's gone, yeah, I'm not going nowhere near that. Because when we say things like in 1953, the Bar Association changed the law exam to that of a legal exam, and then a couple of years after they changed the whole education to that of a legal education and not a law education, which they state on their own website, it means by our laws and our constitution, no judge, barrister or solicitor can actually enact law. They are not within the legal or lawful remit to actually hold their position because they are not taught law. They do not know the law and mean to observe it well. Actually subverting the law, because that's what legislation is. Legislation is the undoing of law.
Is it?
Yeah, it's trying to all legislation does. It says a law, and it tries to bring in legislation to get bypass that law into something that the public will go along with. And as long as you go along with it, then it basically becomes part of. Well, that's what we did last time we locked you down, and you agreed to it. So that's all the legislation is. It looks for ways to bypass the law in their favour.
Well, what a lot of people don't realise is if you pass the bar, but this is the reason why I would never go anywhere with it. If you pass the bar, you actually, and this is the thing that we keep saying about your fealty and allegiance. When you pass the bar, you pass over your allegiance to the Bar Association, because all solicitors and barristers are meant to actually have an obligation to the public. But unless you actually know the 12 presumption law and you actually put them on that obligation to the public, they undergo their actions under their basically their fealty to the Bar Association. So they're going to do what the Bar Association wants, not what's right in law. And this is what a lot of people don't actually understand. And this is what a lot of barristers like the black belt barrister don't want to be pulled on, because they don't want to be pulled on their fealty. Are you there to uphold the rights of the people, or are you there to do the bidding of the Bar Association? And they don't like it, especially when like you use their own website and you know all this, and they don't. I mean, so I've actually had judges that have like pulled me to like their thing, come forward, things like that, and they've gone, how the hell do you know that? These barristers won't even know that. And I'm like, because I do a lot of research, I do a lot of reading, and I think, but it's like barristers aren't taught what judges know, and judges are quite surprised. You should see their faces when I'm saying something. It's just like, how the hell do you know that?
How do you know that?
Oh yeah.
You should do a video. You should do a black belt barrister video and force the hand. You should cut down on, analyze one of his videos about law and then force his hand.
Who's on the group? Who's on the group now? There's another group calling him out. They've offered him 10 grand, haven't they? Who's that group now? I can't remember.
I think that's to do with the common law constables or so. I can't remember. That could be wrong. So don't attack me if I'm wrong. But there is
peacekeepers and some Tony.
That's it. The peacekeepers, they're attacking him as well. Like, it's like you say earlier about what happens when people take things on like a few years after. It's like we've been doing about the Constitution since before Brexit, and now you're getting people that are sort of like had a 5-minute YouTube education on the Constitution, and they're actually going forward and trying to do things. It is frustrating, but it's like eventually we're all going to arrive in the same place, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. But then again, freedom of the land. It started off, with its intentions, and it went massive. It went everywhere.
It started in Canada.
The first people that I started to watch on anything on YouTube was I can't remember, but some freedom of the land guy. I think it would be called now an auditor, I think. But he was going around and he was just saying this is the rights, and he was really good at it as well. And that got me into like, kind of, oh shit, here we do have rights. And do you know what it was? That got me into the police saying, don't give, am I required to give you my information? Right. Mm-hmm. So I'll get pulled over, when I was younger, quite a lot. So I said it to him once, am I required to do that? And the old Bill said no. And I was like, what? Do you know what I mean? From that point on, I was like, that's a game changer to me. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't have to go through all the bullshit. And that was from one of them. So it was getting quite big in that sense. And then all of a sudden it did a turn, and went some next place.
Well,
So-
you see, it's like with the common law and the constitutional movement, it's like the Pendragons, technically speaking, probably got. I mean, we wasn't the first. You've got the British Constitutional Group, sort of thing, to Magna Carta Society, and other bits have been doing it. But like the Pendragons really brought it, because when we got global coverage over the car thing, people really then we sort of brought the constitution into the people, because like Gary agree with me, like we went round towns, town after town, talking to people, and people didn't know we had a constitution. They didn't even know what common law was or anything like that. They thought the constitution was a medieval thing. And then we realized, like I said, back then we said if we could just get people talking about it, our job is done. We never thought it would get to the position it was now, where people actually started to understand it. You got GB News talking about stuff like that. That was beyond our dreams back then. So when people say this is not possible and it will take no, it's not. It's been a very short space of time. We thought it would take like 50 years. It took about 5 to 10 years.
Yeah,
and that speed.
And that's the thing. It's even about the constitution. I don't know. It was only maybe was it last year? Maybe the year before that people said about about the English constitution and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, we haven't got one. Do you know what I mean? So what's that about? And then it's only from people. It might be one of you two. Oh, I can't remember. It was talking about there is an English constitution. Look at here. Look at this. Look at this. And then even me, I didn't fucking know we had one. To be fair, anything to defend. Otherwise, we'd have used that, or I would have certainly used that during Brexit, and then during the beginning bit of COVID.
We did use it during Brexit. That's what most of it was. We used a lot of it during Brexit and stuff like that. We used it ever since. I mean, I'll give you another little set piece for police as well. So if people are listening, when police arrest you, they say you have the right to remain silent. Okay, because you do. You have the right to remain silent. But when you get into the interview room, now say you have the right range to silent, but anything you do say may be using evidence against you. And basically, and then when you get into the thing, they'll say, if you don't say something now, the court are going to use it against you. It's like, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
How can an unalienable, because I use this and the police hated it. Literally, he stopped the interview and went and spoke to his boss, because I went, right, you've now just committed a crime. That's it. I'm now going to sue you because literally you've just gone against my unalienable rights. How can my unalienable rights be used against me? They're unalienable. So I have the right to remain silent, and you or no court can use that against me. You're actually committing a crime. If this goes further, you are committing a crime, and you've already told me that you're going to commit a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's usually the first, we've said this many times as well, Nate, be careful what you say, because it's the first instance what you say that will be used against you, your very first couple of sentences.
Most people are convicted on their first words. So learn to shut your mouth. I know most people want to speak, but just smile and say nothing.
Yeah, that's it. That's, even if you're guilty, you can get away with it. If they've got hardly any evidence.
It's the thing, the onus is on them to give the evidence to prove your guilt, so don't go helping them, basically. Yeah. This is not to help criminals, this is to help the good people that may be criminalised because of something to do with the Road Traffic Act, that they should never be legalised, or council tax that you're criminalised for, but you should never be done.
Yeah.
TJ Burboy, yes, John Harris did cover it. John Harris, us, there was a very few of us who about years ago that really sort of got to grips with this. We've been doing this for many, many years, but it's like there's a lot of groups that have come into it since and stuff like that. I will still say this. If you're looking to learn your constitution and common law, if any group is claiming to know that and teach you it and they're charging you money, notify them that profiteering is a crime. And notify them that they cannot charge you for your own property, because your rights are yours. Them withholding the knowledge of your rights and saying, unless you pay me, I'm not going to tell you, is actually a crime.
Yeah. Exactly.
Where is that John Harris? I've seen a couple of his videos actually recently. He was.
I've never actually watched it, because when I started my journey in a way along, I've said I'm not watching anybody else say so. I don't know much about John Harris. I know bits of certain things that people have told me, because I know people that work with him and stuff like that. But I've never actually watched any of his videos, because I was like, well, I'm going to go to the books, I'm going to make up my own opinion, and then I'm going to see if I'm right compared to these other people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's like TJ just said today, so he committed suicide, so I can't go and speak to him. Yeah, he committed suicide.
Yeah.
Some people say different, but things like that. It's like
And that's the importance of doing things. Sorry to cut you off. That's the importance of doing things, yeah, because this John Harris guy's passed away, but still his videos are coming up on my YouTube. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So his legacy is still, his words are still being spoken.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes it ain't so people die. I mean, look at Elvis and that. Look how much Elvis records sell even now. Yeah, when he was alive, people die hardly buy him because they could go and see him at any time. Minute he's died, it becomes a legend. So everybody wants his music.
Yeah, true.
I mean, it's like me and Gary say. It's like myself and Gary say. Me and Gary will leave no legacy because it's not our legacy. All we're doing is we've picked up the torch from our ancestors. So it's their legacy we're carrying on.
Yeah.
It's not to do with us. We're just
we're only teaching what you should have been taught at school because we've just picked up the baton, done the research and said, hang on a minute, people need to know this, they've got a right to know it, and we've done it, and we do it for free. And that's all we've done. We ain't claiming it's our idea. 61, we don't claim in 61's our idea, but millions of people have died to give us them rights, and all we've got to do is pick up that baton and use it. And we, you know, why should they have died for nothing? We ain't just going to let them take us into slavery, surely.
Right,
exactly.
Let me just answer TJ Burboy. He says our constitution is over 3 documents in it. No, the English constitution it's arguable, but and it's roughly 19 documents that are constitutional documents. But you are correct. The USA did take their constitution from ours, and they borrowed the Bill of Rights, Magna Carta, and habeas corpus.
Yeah.
Hey, I can talk to you about this for a long thing, but I don't like to bore people too much. I'll try and do it in little bits. But yeah, there's a lot.
I mean, if you look at how the con does to get rid of our guns, he was just a con, basically. The con just sweep as a nut.
Well, this is the thing. We by law we have to be proficient in arms to protect this realm. See, America's got the right to bear arms. We have a constitutional duty to be proficient in arms to protect the realm from foreign and domestic invaders or usurpers. So we actually, by law, are meant to practice every day so everybody in the realm can actually defend the realm. Whereas in America, you have the right to bear arms just to protect certain things. Theirs has been defined. That's why we keep saying, do not codify the English Constitution. That's what America did. And although that's a good constitution, where they've codified it, they've defined rights that we have. We have a wider version of rights than they do. Because they codified it, they defined it. And this is why people say, "Oh, the Constitution is." We do have a written Constitution. No, it's not codified, and it's not easy understandable because our rights are so wide. It's like the right to happiness. How can you say what exactly is the path to happiness? It's going to be different from everybody. So you just broadly say the right to happiness because what makes you happy might not make me happy. But I have a right to pursue my right to be happy just as much as you have the right to pursue your way to be happy. So you don't define it. You don't codify it. Codify means to hide. So don't hide our rights. Don't codify it. Don't let the people that want to do away with our constitution and our rights codify them and define them because they will close in. The walls will close in and we'll have less rights because they will define them and put them in a box. Ours are not. And that's why it's so powerful. That's why the world borrowed it. Because it gives literally, it's like our right to protest. It's unrestricted. So we are allowed to protest in any manner we feel. That's why it's like Article 61, one of the stipulations of Article 61, because I understand rebellion and stuff like that. The only people we are not allowed to cause harm to are the royal family. So technically speaking, if you take 61 at his words, we could technically hang Parliament.
That sounds like an idea.
And we have the right to do that because it's protecting the realm from tyranny. We're protecting the realm. It's what we do. But I mean, me personally, I don't agree with the death penalty. So I've always said the same thing. I would rather see all them MPs and everybody that's guilty put in prison, and I'd like a traitors' day. And I'd like them all to be brought out of prisons and paraded through the streets of London on one day every year, and all people can pelt apples at them. So our children every year are taught that's what happens when you commit treason. That's
definitely
doesn't happen.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. That'd be a great idea actually to have that Traitors Day. I think that'd be one for the diary. But going back to the being proficient at arms, that's probably why I've got one up by me, that there's shooting ranges. I've always thought it's a bit strange. Why is there a shooting range, but I can't have a gun? Do you know what I mean? I'm not allowed to without a license, but there's shooting ranges that I can walk up with my passport and have a few hours shooting.
Because they are licensed. This is the thing with licenses. All licenses do, and that means driving license. Everything. All licenses do is basically you forego your right to do so, and you purchase a license. So a license basically is just giving you a legal right to do something that you already have the right to do. You just pay for it. And again, it defines your rights. So rather than being proficient, because our right to be proficient in arms means whatever. For instance, I may be able to only afford a bow and arrow, but you may be able to afford a sword. So you can practice for a sword. I can only practice for it because it's to our means. But if it was to be licensed, then you have to pay for that, and then they can restrict that. So it's like, well, we can't, at least like they do with ammunition and guns. Well, we can't have anyone having a gun that's as powerful or more powerful than what we own. So we're going to restrict their right to thing. All licensing is restriction of rights. But people just don't understand. It's like look at what guns are actually legal in the United Kingdom. Shotguns. We have automatic weapons that are actually legal. It's just you have to have a license and things like that. But then they determine who can have these. Like I said, we have to really start attacking this licensing. It's like driving license. Now, me and Gary said this for many years. We do agree, because this is the thing with common law that people don't understand. Okay, common law doesn't allow you to do whatever you want. It means it is a good thing. So as long as you cause no loss, harm, or other. But it does mean common law. The biggest thing about common law is accountability. Okay, so you have to be accountable for your actions. So, for instance, I will state until I'm blue in the face, and I've said this to constables, and I've had constables not argue because I've actually bothered to look it up. We do have the right to travel in our personal conveyance. Okay, driving is under commerce, so they can license it and they can charge you and they can do all that. But if you're just traveling, that's why they can't do it with bicycles. They sort of go, oh, but it's motor pre-propelled, but it's regulated in horsepower. So it comes into that sort of is that. But we are allowed to travel. If I wanted to create a car or a means of propulsion and travel, I'm allowed to by law, and that's unimpeded without unlawful tax and all stuff like that. But people don't understand this. But the problem with that is, if I create a contraption and I'm driving down the motorway, you're driving down in your Lamborghini, and I hit you and cause damage, I am then liable to make sure that I cover that damage. And that's what you've got to understand. You're liable. That's why, to a certain extent, insurance is a good thing. But again, that's another way of raping people for things that just don't happen. I mean, the amount of people that I know that have had their car written off due to someone else's crash, and they've gone, well, your insurance is this and you'll be paying this, but we're only going to give you this. And it's like, hang on a minute, I can't even buy a new car for that. And it's like, well, and then they work out how much insurance they've paid to what they're getting paid back, and they're like, I've paid 10 times what they're actually going to give me back. And I'm like, yeah, because it's a scam. But like I said, bus drivers, train drivers, police, ambulance, they all actually drive on our roads under public liability. They don't have personal insurance, they have public liability.
Here's one to back up what we've been saying, Nath, about being proficient. Bows are not licensed in the UK, well, in England and Wales, and there is no age limit for owning, keeping, or buying a bow. Anyone can buy a bow in a shop or online with no lawful obstruction. The seller may have their own restrictions, but they're not based on any statute. So you can still legally buy a bow and arrow without any qualms.
Let's go and buy some bows then.
Yeah, we're not. By the way, we're not advocating violence or to other things.
No,
but
if it's my right to have a bow and arrow, and it's not illegal to have a bow and arrow, the same way as my BB gun, it's not illegal to have. It's my right to have that. I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna put it in my house.
I mean, technically speaking, this is what people need to have to do. We have to actually start upholding our rights. So if we have a lawful right to protect ourselves and protect our homes and our belongings, which we do, and we have a lawful obligation and duty to protect the realm, then we need to start doing that. And that's what a lot of like Parliament and all these kind of authorities are using. Because we are not doing our duty, they don't have to do theirs. It's a symbiotic relationship, especially with a constitutional monarchy. because we have to uphold the Constitution for them to actually abide by it. And we haven't, because like we've been saying all night, it's been taken away from people. They don't know about it. It's one of the most powerful tools we have. Why do you think the American is so powerful in America? What do Americans say all the time? I have got the constitutionally protected right. Why are we not saying the same things when they borrowed theirs from ours?
Exactly.
And ours is more powerful.
Exactly. And we need to even if you don't ever use it, like the BB gun and never use it, it's a right that we have. So let's just do it and test it.
I mean, I own quite a lot of BB guns and paintball guns because it's like me and friends and that we go out and shoot each other. I've had police come around my house, like the armed police and that, come around my house because somebody said that I had weapons. I got them all out, literally. Like at that time, there was like a whole table of them, and I literally, it's like I had the MP5 and I had a Heckler and Koch. That a couple of the guns I had are exact replicas of what the police had. And as soon as they started seeing them, I was like, whoa. But when they actually see, and I was like, no, they're BBs, look at that, those guys. And these, and I said, yeah, they're very. I literally had about 8 armed police officers there to actually see. We set up a target in my flat, and they was all actually having a go at my guns, going, that's good. And I was saying, that's accurate. Things like that. They was actually playing with my toys, my paper guns, stuff like that. They actually had quite a good fun. They actually went back, going, no. So to the point where we almost organised the police against us in a BB war. But it's about knowing rights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, so I wasn't thinking. I spoke to them. I explained to them I have the right to have these and that lot and things like that. They know exactly. I mean, it's about being informed. They knew that I understood that I had kids and I had things like that. So they understood that they was kept in a lock cupboard, even though they're BBs. They're in a lock cupboard and stuff like that. So my kids can't muck about them and stuff like that. It's like you just got to know your rights, and you've got to be able to voice your rights. Once you do, there's nothing they can really do. But the problem is people got to understand the police are not taught this. The courts are not taught this. Your solicitors and barristers are not taught this. Gary had a case with his house that he dealt with from Belarus. His solicitor advised Gary not to use common law, but Gary went, it's my money, go and do it. Gary won his case within 20 minutes. It used to take... It takes roughly 2 to 4 years to get your house back from unruly tenant. Gary got his house back in 20 minutes.
No way.
And his solicitor said, thank you, I've now got an extra string to my bow that I can use. So Gary actually taught that solicitor saying that she can use in the future.
She asked me if she could use the template for future reference. I mean, yeah, not a problem. Because you'd be in case law anyway. Now that'll be in the court that I won the case, so I ain't got a problem. I said that'll really help me in the future. Thank you. I said I never realised how powerful common law was. I went, well, it is if you use it correctly. He said, but yeah, I admitted to me, Dan. Yeah, but we ain't taught him. I said, no, that's a problem, you know.
And that's it. If they're not taught it, then they can't uphold it.
But as I said, back in 1953, they changed it. So 10% was about the constitutional actual law, and 90% is about legislation. It's about legal.
I mean, when I sent you that, when I sent to you, Nate, you was you couldn't believe it, could you? Because you went, wow, the way you've written that, there's no getting away from that. You could not go against that.
Well, this is the thing, because it's like what it was is because a lot of the time you doubt yourself so much, but like it just proved in that document that you understand exactly what you're talking about. You worded it perfectly to the point where you just gave no quarter. It was a kind of, it's like, well, this is causing harm. I dare you to go against it, sort of thing. So I mean, it's like you have to. And the judge just literally took 20 minutes. The judge read it and went, well, no, I'm ruling for him.
You know.
Literally, because your constitution is that powerful if you use it. Well, no loss, no harm, no injury. And I'd been living in Belarus for 2 years. I couldn't get back to deal with it at the time. So basically, I had to do it that way. But
because we don't use comparisons, but in this occasion, Gary couldn't be present at court, so you had to have someone present at court. So you had to go through a solicitor.
Yeah.
Well, but all the solicitor basically did say was, and she said as much, I'm here to represent Mr. Clark, but not in a legal capacity. He's he's incapacitated in Belarus, so he's asked me to bring his evidence here today for the judge to consider, blah, 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 because he can't be here. So she gives the judge everything that I'd give her. The judge looked through it, put the gavel down and said, you've got to get out to the tenant. You can't do that. Basically, he was living there rent-free, and only thought he could just... And he was smiling, thought he was going to get it adjourned.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's about that. The barrister for the tenant was had a big grin. The barrister thought that he was going to prolong this for about 2 years. Literally said as much, didn't he? And then Gary was like, well, in 20 minutes, done. I'd have loved to see his face. Because they do these barristers like, this is going to take 2 years. This is like the next 2 years I'm getting paid. And then all of a sudden, the rug was just taken out from underneath him.
Taken out.
It's small victories, but there's the thing. There's a lot of people going to do things, but you've got to do it the right way. But most of what we've done now with the courts is pretty much sealed up, because we do know now that there is certain judges that are lawful. There's majority of judges that are not. Like I said, a lot of judges under the British Corporation, they don't uphold their actual. I mean, because like I said, judges and barristers used to be a noble profession. In the middle of the 19th century, it stopped that. But we have got some decent judges. Like I said, there's judges that have put our evidence on court record. Most judges would not want to do that, but he was a decent judge. To the point where he actually, in that case, when he put it on court record, it's like there was a 25, and he kept saying that he basically boasting about being a 25-year veteran barrister, because we had a discussion before, and he even said it in court. But the judge actually had a go at him. Literally, he kept having a go at him. It's happened in a few cases, like the other one with the constitutional right to protest. But in that one from Scotland Yard, he kept looking at his laptop and then talking. So I said, who's actually trying this case, him or Google? And the judge sort of looked at me for a minute and went, good point. Shut your computer. Because I was sitting there, I read everything off from memory. So I don't have pieces of paper, stuff like that. It's like I've learnt the law, so I can speak the law. So Randy went, shut your computer. To the point where he actually said something about the COVID thing. He's like, and I went, without even looking at any document, I went, he needs to say the rest of that. And the judge went, what do you mean? I went, there's actually a bit on there. It says, yes, I could be fined 10 grand if it's not my first offence. This is my first offence. So he's just lied to you. And he went, 2 seconds. When I had a look at you, he went, you're right. He's like, why would you say that? Sort of thing like that. It's like, yeah, but he left that bit off. But it's things like, but if you know it, they don't like it. And they will come to it, because like I said, the Bar Association and courts, magistrates, all things like that, they all there to protect the fraud that is the legal fiction. And they hate you knowing it.
Yeah.
They hate you knowing it. To the point where they will
It's like that one, remember that one, Nate, when you said fuck, and you went, and you went, it's a slang word, it means to fornicate under the command of the king. And you went,
basically,
hang on a minute, he said, I'm going to adjourn the court. And he went back out, and he come back and he said to Nathan, yeah, absolutely correct. But that's something else I learned.
Basically, what happened is quite a few years ago, is like the police come round to my house, and they was in my house, and I went, oh, for fuck's sake, this is a fucking pile of shit. And I got arrested for swearing. Yeah. And when I come up, I said to the judge, I said, one, I wasn't in a public place. If a man can't say fuck in his own home, then what can he do? And I said, for a start, it's not criminal to say. I said, fuck is an abbreviation. And he was like, excuse me. And I said, it means to fornicate under command of the king. I said, so can you please provide me the law that states I can't exclaim an abbreviation in the street, please? And he just sort of looked at me with a puzzle, and he went, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. And he went, stay there, things like that. He went back, and he took about 5-10 minutes. And he come back, and he just sat there, he goes, well, and this bloke was about nearly 60. He went, well, that's just put pay to the fact of you can't teach old dogs new tricks. Because I've just been to it. He said, Mr. Curtin, you're absolutely correct. I never knew that. How interesting. And I was like, yeah. So are you ready to show me the law that says I can't shout an abbreviation in the street? He went, no, Mr. Curtin. I said, you're completely right. You're dismissed. But goodbye, I'm very sorry for you. And he actually went against the police for arresting me for it. He went, no, I'm releasing you in that law, and I'm doing it with malice against the constable.
That's mad, isn't it?
But this is about knowing things like that, because a lot of people don't realise is like not that long ago, a few hundred years ago, you actually had to get permission from the crown to actually have children. And what happened is you'd apply, and then you'd be given a plaque from the crown. and most people would put it above their fire. So when the King's Men come into your home, if there's a child, the plaque's already there above your face. So I have permission to fornicate under the king. So the soldiers wouldn't do anything or take your child away.
It's fucking mad.
Now fast forward to modern day social services who come into your home and take your children away. I mean, social services was church services before it was social services. I said there's so much history that people need to start talking about.
Yeah.
And church services was disbanded because it was classed as nefarious and destructive and harmful. And social services is the exact same as church services were.
Yeah.
They did it on purpose, like they just said, "Oh, the church services are gone. Well, we'll just make it social and in exactly the same layout and everything. Just change the name."
It's like social services. They get their power because you register your child. When you register your child, you are technically legally abandoning your child. So then the state registrar general takes control of your child. That's why they want you to do the birth certificate. That's why they want you to do certain things, because they class the children as their property, because they are classed as a legal fiction. It's basically your commodity. That's why suicide is a criminal offence, because you are classed as property of the state and you cannot damage property of the state. If you damage anything like the council or anything like that, you'll be done for criminal damage because you're damaging state property. Same as if you damage a cell in a police station or anything like that, you'll be done for criminal damage because you're damaging state property. Same as if you damage yourself. If you try and commit suicide, you basically, if you die, then the equity from your trust stops. That's it. And then they don't get it. So it's a criminal offence. You're interrupting the cash flow then. So it's a criminal offence. You're not allowed to damage state property, and that should show people you are state property as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, it's true.
That's why euthanasia is illegal, because you are not allowed to. You're not allowed to destroy or harm or take away government property.
It's mad. When you think about it like that, it all makes sense. Do you know what I mean? When you put it into a little bit of context of it, and it's still called. I remember the conversation, and that's what got me onto the committing suicide, because it's like commit. When you say commit, that's you committing an offence. And I looked into it, and I was like, oh, that's absolutely crazy that it's illegal, but it makes sense when it's into context that you're just taking away a government asset, I guess.
Yeah, it is. You're taking. We are commodities. That's why if you go on Dun and Bradstreet, you can actually find that your but the number on your birth certificate is actually being traded. You're traded as a commodity. That it's like the same with banks and mortgages, stuff like that. I mean, it's things like, it's like, for instance, a lot of people don't know this as well. It's like if you get a court fine. I mean, they've not given me, because I got a court fine and they knew damn well what I was going to do. So I was meant to pay it, basically, go to a court and pay it. And I basically said, nope, I'm not doing that, and I'm not interacting with a third party. I'm going to wait till it goes back to court because I've got a few things to say. They knew damn well, because I know that because it was done in my legal fiction, that the trust and the bond would pay out within 90 days. So what they're actually doing to a lot of people is you get a court fine, your bond pays that fine in 90 days, and you are then paying it secondary. Same as with your mortgage, you're paying twice.
Yeah, I heard about the mortgage thing as well. Well, you're not actually paying at all. You're giving money because it didn't start with in the first place. It was just digital or something.
Well,
it wasn't actual physical cash. It was just numbers.
Well, this is the thing. The physical cash and stuff out of numbers. That's what they've moved into. This is the thing, but it never used to be like that. This is why we've got like the birth certificate of 1800s and something like that, and that started technically in the 1500s. Like I said, this has been going for nearly 600 years to actually control everybody, and to actually be property of the states and stuff like that. This is why, I mean, like I said, people can say freeman on land. I'll say it again. Anybody who want to prove that I'm freeman on land, I will literally show you I'll get all the books out that I've got in the bookshelf next to me. I'll show you all the pages and all the books and all the authors and that lot, and then you can tell me that they're freeman on land too. People like Blackstone, Sir Edward Coke,
and the government,
and the government as well. And tell me they're freemen of land, because I'm not being funny. If I'm a freeman of land because I mentioned I want to hold Magna Carta, then what the hell were the government then if they're upholding 4 constitutional statutes that come from the Magna Carta?
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, freeman of land is used to basically try to discredit, like you say, he's trying to discredit. But
exactly. It's like conspiracy theorists is just trying to discredit anything that's the truth that they don't want you to know. They'd say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy."
But again, look at the wording of that conspiracy theorist. Okay, let's break it down. A conspiracy is when two or more people plan together to do something. Okay, that's conspire. Okay, that's the conspiracy part. So the government are 650 people. The WF are more than that. So if you mean we're talking thousands of people here, so it meets the criteria for a conspiracy. And a theory is basically exactly that. It's a theory. It's an idea based on some form of fact. So how could being a conspiracy theorist a bad thing? If you've got these people conspiring, it's like literally you've got the WF saying you'll own nothing and be happy. So it's like, so they're going to take all our stuff away from us. So there's a conspiracy. There's evidence of my theory. How can I be a bad thing? But this is what people do because they don't attack the language. A lot of it is like conspiracy theory. I find most people who jump straight to conspiracy theorists, they either can't research, don't research, or they just don't want to. Just lazy.
Yeah, it's just lazy. It's laziness. It's literally you say something they don't understand. They can't grasp around their heads, and they can't be bothered to go and look into it because for whatever reason they'll just come out and say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist." It's like, look at it. But it's them people, like especially in my in real life, I guess, it's them people that I put across all the stuff, and I turn loads of them. You know, I literally I've been told that I'm a far right fascist, this, that, and the other, and I just send over loads and loads and loads of stuff, and then they're now sending me the stuff before I've got it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not going to say it to them. You know, you're the same as me now, but they've literally got to the truth, and now are doing it to their people. Do you know, without having that label with them, but they labelled because they were lazy.
That's exactly the reason why CMW's mantra is learn one, teach one, because that's how it happens. We teach one person, they go on to teach another person. It's a rule of six separation thing. It's pretty much perpetual. So eventually you're going to have things. So it's like, so if you're a thing, they're going to teach one. So then you've got 3 people teaching 3 other people. Then you've got them 3. So you're 6 people teaching 6 other people. It is exponential. And that's why I think there's been so much success with it, because we've had that remit since before Brexit, when we went, right, no, we're going to go with a constitution. It was a case of, look, we just need to start teaching people so they can teach people, and it will go. And it has. It's just you've got people that, unfortunately, the common law and the constitutional movement got absolutely annihilated because there was quite a few people that wasn't in it didn't know what they were talking about, and they was only in it to gain money. Their PayPal was first and foremost, and they just jump on it because everyone started going, "Oh, we have a constitution, we have rights," and they jump on it and they make money out of it. There's a lot. I've said to these people, I've said to many of these groups, come on and have a discussion with me and Gary, because we'd like to think, but they won't come on because most of these people know if they sit on a panel like this with me and Gary, they're going to look very destroyed.
Now, there's a question here from Freedom of Britain. Clause 61 of the Magna Carta 1215. If it's still in existence, it could have been used and enacted during. Sorry, I got my glasses on. During the Brexit, when they was and still are going against it. I was outside Parliament with thousands when they leave and UKIP. But what you don't understand, Dan, is it ain't up to the barons, it's up to us. We've got to go in 61 and then enact the barons. The barons can't just do it by themselves.
Well, no, but the barons can initiate it and we can initiate it, but it has to be done for lawful reasons. I mean, the barons done it in 2001. Okay, so well before Brexit, the barons had already said the government and the EU are acting unlawfully and unconstitutionally. So they did do it well before Brexit. So that did carry on through to Brexit, to the point where our constitution was actually used during Brexit. If you look at the case of Miller versus Secretary of State, or sometimes it's put under Miller versus Regina, that was Gina Miller when she done her Brexit bid to get it overturned. Look at the comments from the judges and the comments on that case. They actually upheld the Bill of Rights and everything and our constitution, because constitutionally they didn't have the power to override it. So it was used in Brexit and it was used all through Brexit, but they tried keeping it away from the public. That's the problem.
The problem is that they're ignoring it. I mean, how many times has we asked to speak at these things? And Gerard Batten, who's wrote 2 books on the Constitution, so he knows Article 61's lawful. He wouldn't share the stage because he said, if them are speaking, I'm not speaking.
Yep, we actually had
because he was fond of us outing him.
That's actually a fact. There was a number of times myself and Gary was asked to speak at some quite big events, and we all had similar people, the same group of people. Every time we went there, it was a case of if they're speaking, we're not, because it's like you have people like Gerard Batten. He's written 4 books on the Constitution actually, but you won't hear him talk about the Constitution because he's too busy on the gravy train. So he doesn't want his power taken away. So it was done on a vote, and we often got voted out because they would prefer to have a big name like Gerard Batten and people telling the truth. But where's Gerard Batten now, and where are we? We're still here telling you the truth. Where's Gerard Batten? He's got his money and he's run off.
Yeah.
Start to learn from now. Start to learn. There's other people now. There's people that are coming out involved with the vets that have done nothing but destroy things. But they're still going to be put out there. Like I said, it's not about calling people out, but eventually we're going to have to start dealing with things that do actually happen and go on. Like I said, myself and Gary have been kept away from stages, from stating this publicly and stuff like that, and not by the people that are holding events, by people that are speaking there. And mainly these are the people that's going with a legal lot or a political opinion. So it should show you it's for them. I mean, that's why
you've got to get the people in. If the people have got to stand under it, get together in the masses and uphold this. If you ain't in 61, you can't say, let's go under 61 if you ain't in it. Simple.
Well, it's like the March for Freedom 2 and stuff like that. This is all just to bring awareness and do certain things. There's a lot more going on with that than people realise, but we're just not going to plaster it everywhere in that lot. It's one of them. It's like I said, this is going to, no one's done anything like it's going to be done on the Long March for Freedom 2. Nothing like this has been done before. Well, it has, but not in modern times. That's what I'm going to say.
You know, I think, we are genuinely in the last chance to learn with it all, and people just seem to be sitting back thinking, they're just going to pull the plug and say, oh, we're going to stop now. We've treated them badly. Let's leave them now. They ain't going to do that. They're going to keep pushing and pushing until you're totally enslaved. It's only us that can stop it. It's whether whether people want to do it en masse or not.
See, unfortunately, the problem with Article 61 and the actual remedy we have to stop this is it means people actually have to do things. Like I said, as we were talking about earlier, I think we've become a nation that would rather pay someone to do it because it's easier and they don't have to do nothing, rather than actually roll up their sleeves and actually get involved. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's the problem. You've got immense people that we've had, even out and about, 61, blah, blah. Are you in 61? No, well, how do you expect it to work then? If you ain't in it and you ain't going to uphold it, how can you expect it to work? If you ain't going to give it a try.
A lot of people say the same thing. It's like, well, when I see you start getting the country back, I'll join in. It's like, by that time, it's too late, and you are going to be done for treason because you didn't do anything. Like I said, it's got to be done en masse. It's going to take every single one of us. There's no one person, and there's going to be no one group that's going to lead the charge and do all this. It's going to take every single group and every man and woman out there.
I mean, Danny said that he was outside Parliament with hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. How many of them was in 61?
Well, exactly.
That's a question you've got to ask. It's no good saying it don't work. If all them was in 61, then you could have done something and said, we're all here, we're under 61, get the balance here, we want it sorted. But if there's 150,000 there and you've got 5,000 in 61 and the other 150,000 or whatever ain't.
Freedom of Britain.
You know what I mean?
Freedom of Britain, if you are born of English soil or Welsh soil, or technically speaking, you put that to Ireland and Scotland as well, but if you are born of this land, then yes, automatically you are under common law jurisdiction, you have unalienable rights. And yes, you are under Magna Carta, unless you choose to become a citizen or something else like that. But within our Magna Carta, we also have what you call denizen rights, and that is rights that foreign merchants can come to this shore and our rights will be given to them, so they have the same rights in our land as we do. Unfortunately, that's been subverted. That's why a lot of you have with a lot of the people coming over on the boats, people that think, but under denizen laws, they're to be given the benefit of the doubt because they've come to our shores, they do not know our laws. This is why me and
Yeah.
Gary have said for many, many years. What before you start putting these people in camps, and before you start doing anything, give them haircuts, make sure, like I said, and anyone who wants to take the citizen test, they should have to go through and learn the Constitution and learn our laws before anything. So imagine if these illegals had to mandatory classes. So they come to England, and then the first thing they have to undergo is classes to teach about our laws, our rights, and how they're to act. How many of you reckon would go home? I reckon quite a lot.
They all would. They all would. But we don't even get taught our Constitution. So
Oh, exactly. I mean, I'm not being funny. We're already seeing it now. We're actually seeing people leaving England, going back to France, then getting on another boat and going to Ireland because it's now being seen that Ireland gives more. So it's like, so these people ain't here to flee. They are economical immigrants. They are here illegally because their life will pay for them, whereas back in their own country, they don't get paid for that. It's a free life for them. These people are not here because they're fleeing and they want to feel safe. You would not leave a safe country and travel through another 10 if that was your aim. You wouldn't come to England and go, do you know what, I can get more benefits in Ireland, so I'm going to go back to France and then go to Ireland. You don't do things like that if it's true. I mean, let's face it, we've all been bombarded with pictures from the news and that of wars and that lot. You've seen like refugee caravans, and they are usually full of mainly women and children with literally a bag, and that's all they've got. You don't see all these people, and they're usually emancipated. They're usually, like, highly malnutrition, things like that, because they're not eating regularly. You don't see these people walking along that are on the news and that, all these, when they're parading, oh, look at all these poor people displaced by war. You don't see them walking along in Prada, Versace, with the latest iPhone and a gold around their neck. You just don't see that. But look at the people on the boats.
Exactly. And about the Ireland thing, when I was in Ireland, I'm going to be releasing some videos that wasn't in the documentary, just like my own interviews. I spoke to one guy, and he said that he come to England first, and then he went back to France, and then he come directly to Ireland. So that there is from him, and it's important because Ireland are giving out much more. Our benefit systems and what we're giving out is crazy, but Ireland is a lot worse because their person said that get from shore to door or something like that in 3 months. They will give you a key to a house within 3 months. That's what they're doing.
We're about to do it in England. In England, what they're going, and they've had this plan for ages. What they're going to do is and this backlog of immigrants is done on purpose, because what they're going to do is say this is too much. This will take too long. We're causing harm to these people, so you can get all the lefties and all the thingies going, oh, please do it. But they're going to go, right, we're going to grant everybody asylum.
Yeah, we're going to go back to year zero.
Yeah, we're going to go back to thinking everyone gets asylum, and it's like, but then you've got to think of the knock-on effect of that. It's like the indigenous people that are born in England, the housing crisis is that great, and it's done on purpose that we cannot actually home the people. I mean, we've actually got women and children and families on the street. That's actually families on the street, living on the street and living in cars because we haven't got the houses to home them. Although 25% of housing is kept back for emergencies, we're now seeing emergency they're keeping it back from. But this all goes in. They've been doing this for a long time. It's like the housing crisis is done on purpose. They want to. It's all when they look at the WF and what they're saying. When they say things about their sustainable development stuff like that, it's already happening now. Have a look into the land registry and stuff like that. The amount of blocks, flats, and that, the amount of green land that's going to be built on is absolutely astronomical. They want us all in like little flats that are all the same. But look at all the blocks of flats that are built. They're pretty much all the same, carbon copies. And everything's you're going to have an apartment complex, and you're going to have a swimming pool, gym, whatever in that, and that's where you're going to live. And they need a reason to do that. So what they're going to say is, right, well, we've got a housing crisis. It's going to be quicker to build 800 flats than it is going to be to build 800 houses. And we don't take as much room. Most people are going to go, no, brilliant, quick, crack on. We need to be home. They're pushing us into a situation so we accept whatever solution's given. Don't do it.
Yeah, and it's
problem reaction solution.
Exactly. And you can see it in Dubai as well. I'm just looking up now what they were called. And they're having these mega cities there's one that there's a tower, a 400-story skyscraper, where that's the whole city living in one tower. And there's one I think it's called the Line or something, where it's a whole city just in one little vicinity, and you've got everything you need there. You know, it goes back to 15 minute cities of starting, you know, and that's exactly what they want.
China was doing this way before anyone else.
Yeah, China's got some massive structures, massive, and it's all old now.
Yeah,
I mean, I've just looked it up. Basic income at the minute, if you're unemployed, it's £85 a week for a single person. So that's £340 a month. These migrants, very soon, they're going to be giving them £1,600 a month. I mean, you've got to let that sink in.
And that's as well as paying for their electric, their rent, utilities, phone, and all stuff like that as well. So they're getting about £3 to £4 grand a month.
Yeah.
So
and this is
if
exactly
that ain't enough to buy people's piss to actually get up and do something, I don't know what is.
Exactly. And Den said in the chat, where is it? It's it's an acceptable form of jihad. It's it's to financially cripple us, as in the indigenous people or the people who are here legally. You know, once we haven't got any houses left that we can use because the landlords. Look at the prices now. The landlords are saying the mortgage rates are going up, right? So they need to increase the price to a degree where, especially in London, no one can afford it, right? No normal person can afford it, but the government can afford it, and the government can put in their own in immigrants. So all these landlords will be like, well, hang on a minute, let's just get government contracts. They'll pay us whatever we want, and we don't really have to worry about too much about who's living there. You're going to get loads of private landlords just putting all their housing stock to the government, and it's going to leave. It's going to leave us.
I mean,
literally homeless.
It's already happening, and what these landlords don't realise is it used to be 7 years before you can do like part ownership, but the government changed that now. 5.5 years now. So what happens is these landlords are going to sign an agreement for 6.5 years. They're going to think, well, sweet, that just comes shy of 7 years, so I still own my property. What I don't realise is the government changed it to 5.5 years. You've just signed to agree for 6.5 years, so you can't go against that contract for a year after the time when they can assume half of control of your property.
Exactly. And the other thing they're doing, especially in seaside towns like, Skegness, Great Yarmouth, all these places, the hotels, sweet, they're getting their money, but now you've got the businesses closing down because they're saying, it's okay for you, you're getting your money, but what about us, the little shops, the little souvenir shops? Nobody's buying from us now because you're fucking renting them all out to these. Now we're all going under, we're all going bust. What are you going to do about that? And they're just shrugging their shoulders, the councils.
You've got because most seaside towns, they rely on the summer trade, right? It's like, I live in a seaside town. I can assure you that most of the people that own businesses, it's seasonal. So you'll get a bit of like, I know a bloke who owns basically a stand on the beach that sells ice creams and food, stuff like that. He'll tell you the same thing. So I can open up all year round, and I do sometimes if it works okay. So, but all my money for the year is got in the summer holidays. So I make my money in the summer, and that's got to last me the rest of the year till I get back to the summer things like that. But when these seaside towns, when you take away all the hotels, so you don't get the tourist trade, it's a knock-on effect, like you said, Gary. You don't get the shops, you don't get the ice cream sport, you don't get this, you don't get that. So it annihilates a whole seaside town. We've seen this. I mean, I live in a seaside town that's still basically feeling the aftermath of what they've done to the fishery. I live in a coal. Most of the people in my town were either coal miners or fishermen. Both lots have been destroyed. The fishermen are barely making ends meet as it is. It's ridiculous.
And that's why they don't get the economy of society, because it is all these little bits that are interlinked, they said about when everyone's working from home that the people by the businesses weren't getting any money because people weren't going to coffee shops, laundrettes, and this type of stuff. And it's happening now, but they just don't seem to give a shit. It's like Merthyr Tydfil, a mining town. Look at it now. It's just full of people who are disenfranchised, and they're taking drugs. They're just doing whatever they want to do because they know there's no way out, because their only way out was to go and work the coals.
Yeah, look
You
at
know?
Look at Grimsby and stuff like that. The same
Yeah,
happens there.
exactly. There's the fishing town, Hull. I think Hull. I don't know. Fishing towns, anyway. You know, that's built on fishery. But the Marxist agenda is to not pass down generational knowledge, and that's what you would do. You know, even as a carpenter, you know, you have a son. Your son is going to be a carpenter, and he's not going to go to university and all this to learn. He's going to learn from his father. You know, the fishermen are going to go on the boat when they're younger. They're going to know exactly how to do it, and when the father passes on or stops doing it, you carry on, and that's what they just don't want. They want to stop everything, so it's centralized.
See,
2 seconds ago, to give a bit of context, what you just said there, like you say about a carpenter's son and things like that. This is to do with the legal fiction that as well. It's like, for instance, if your last name was Baker, it was because you was John of the Baker family, because that family would be Bakers through generations and generations. The same as Carpenter. Like, I don't know, John Carpenter would be from a family of carpenters. So you would literally be Danny of the family of carpenters in your town. But they've changed that and they've made it into a legal name. That's why your surname, do not use a surname, because it means surcharge, things like that. It's all legal. It's all to do with commerce and stuff like that. That's what I don't like, you using your family name.
Yeah, it's like all these hotels that have sold what I said earlier. Just they don't realise what they've done, because once all these shops shut in the town because they ain't getting a trade, and then this new system comes in, this benefit system where it's all credit based, they ain't going to be able to go to these hotels anymore. Then what's the government going to do? They're going to pull the plug on the migrants, paying the migrants, and then all the hotels are going to go under. They don't realise what they're doing to themselves by going along with all of this.
Well,
I don't think they've looked at the bigger picture.
I mean, it's like Rick and Danny mentioned earlier about an acceptable form of jihad. Most people don't understand jihad. Jihad is a use. Basically, the main component of jihad, and it's always been, it's like the main component is migration. That's what actually made Islam successful, is when they migrated from Mecca to Medina. That's why it's used. You've also got the subversion of laws and society and values and stuff like that. This is all part of jihad. This is why I've always said, and people get me wrong, do not misunderstand Islam, and do not think that Muhammad was some sort of illiterate barbarian, because he wasn't. Because I can guarantee you, from what I've read of Islam, that lot, Muhammad read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. That man was scholared. I'm telling you now, by the very, very essence of the things he says and some things like that. Yes, he had barbaric actions, things like that, but he understood the basis of war and how brutal, and he actually literally embodied the brutality of war. I said, I don't back him up. I said, but you've got to give him his props for what he's done. He was the one who invented civilizational warfare. Sun Tzu highlighted it. Muhammad literally weaponized it. And it is, jihad is about attacking civilization at its roots, undermining it. What a lot of people don't realize, and again, it's like with the boats, what people don't realize is constitutionally, the reason why we have international laws about being able to repel invaders and stuff like that, under our constitution, our government's meant to go out there and stop them boats and either sink them, or especially our army, sink them or turn them back. The same with like things like jihad. What people don't understand is the rule of law is, once you have been conquered, the conqueror owns everything.
Yeah.
So if they, it's like the Trojan horse. If they can get out in and they overthrow us, and they become a bigger force than us, then we then become their property by an act of war. Because none of us actually understand. But in war, and their jihad is an action of war. It's how they enact their wars. Yeah. They don't realise that we are at war. So if they win, we all become their property. So if you think, it's like Danny said, if you think that you're going to keep your house and all that lot, you won't, because you're a kafir. Okay, so unless you can afford to pay the jizya, you will not even have a basic life. You will not have anything. You won't own anything. They will just walk into your house. Look, they've done it. Look at some of the Arab countries that they're already in now. Look at ISIS. ISIS actually put people out of like towns that lot, went into buildings and went, "This is now my home," because spoils of war. You know what I mean? This is what people got to start to realise. You're talking. It's like earlier. He was talking about putting 700 immigrants in a town full of 400 people. Now that's twice the force of that people. Now I can guarantee the people that live in that town probably be made up, probably at least half of women and children that can't fight back against fighting age men. So you're talking about 200 men fighting 700 men.
Well,
How quickly do you think them 700 men can kill them men and then take over them houses and put everyone out?
Exactly, and this one is it's that place Lenny or something like that, and a lot of them are old. Yeah, you know, they're there. There's a lot of retirement. You know, people going into retirement and whatnot. So when they do go there to go and take over the town, and that's what I try and tell people is, I can take on whoever I want. Right, I can have a fight with whoever I want, but I can't fight 30 people. And that's all they need is 30 people to start walking down the streets and saying, well, you're not supposed to be here. It's Sharia law and that. And by your own censoring, by saying, well, we can't go back out now after 10 o'clock because them lads are going to be about and they're going to come and jump us. They're going to be implementing the Sharia law. And I can show that from Hong Kong, right? We gave Hong Kong back to China. China said it wouldn't interfere with any of the laws and the way that they live, right? Then they started protesting because they were putting in certain laws. So they couldn't arrest them and try them in Hong Kong because they've said that, you know, we're going to adhere to what you've done. So they're taken back to China.
Yep.
No, what did the UK do? The UK see this. The UK has spoken about this. Oh, Hong Kong just come over to England. Because they know that was them, you know, their first step on war to us to say, look, we can do what we like, and you're going to accept it. Yeah, cool, we can, because we can't fight a force like China.
Well, it's
I mean,
it's 2 seconds ago. It's like what you say about implementing Sharia and stuff like that. We have had for quite a number of years in London, especially, we've had Sharia patrols. People have been assaulted. An American tourist was killed because he stood up to a Sharia patrol and stuff like that. The police are actually backed these Sharia patrols. We've got signs being put up in London that you're not allowed to walk your dog and things like that. This is a Sharia area, things like that. We've got people that are like literally in Birmingham shouting to about 200 people in front of a shop. No, we've got to stand up. We've got to rise up. We've got to kill the infidel. You don't see the police going and arresting them. But if we was to stand here and go, right, everyone get armed, we're going to go and sort this out. Within an hour, all our homes would be raided and would be ghosted around the prison system.
Exactly. Exactly. I understand that. That's what would happen.
I mean, it's like Jay's just said, we should be commandeering their boats, you know, and that's right. I mean, if you look at in the Second World War, even though our troops was fighting, what did we have? We had the Home Guard patrolling the shores to stop that happening. So why are we all of a sudden, it don't matter, just stand down and let anybody who wants to come. You know, no wonder with the laughing stock. In places like Russia.
It goes back again to what you guys are doing in the Constitution. Because I had a group of 20 men in February. And I was going about, and I was, you know, it's from like a small community anyway. They'd all come and do it, blah 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 blah. And then when it comes down to it, we was going to go down to Dungeness and make sure that we make noise. As soon as it comes down to it, and they realise that the cameras are going to be there, the Daily Mail is going to be there, they're like, no, we can't do it because we're going to be labelled X, Y, and Z. And that's what stops anyone doing anything, you know, because they know that the labels are going to be there. They know that they're going to be put in a bad light. They'll probably will have their homes raided. The landlord will be told, you know, to get you out, that type of stuff, because they don't want people to be standing up to it. So if we know our laws, our inalienable rights, and that's the right to protest. So if we know more about that, then people will be more, we don't care about the labels because, you know, we're just doing what we're here for.
This is exactly it. Well, the right to protest, you have the legal right to protest and you have the constitutional right to protest. Your legal right to protest has rules and regulations and boundaries that come with it. Your constitutional right to protest is unrestricted and it's unalienable. So that they can't, I mean, if you read the document, they put no parameters on it. We can protest in any way we feel fit, and this is the problem. People see people like Stop Oil and stuff like that, and they go, "Why are they getting away with it?" Because they're upholding their constitutional right to protest. They may not be, but the courts are, and the government are, and the people that are paying them to do all this, they are using the constitutional right to protest. They're not using the legal right to protest.
It's the same as your inalienable rights. your inalienable rights, you've got as much rights as everybody else. So you've got as much rights as the LGBTQ. You've got as much rights as these Muslims to life, liberty and freedom. So start fucking using it. Start standing up together and saying, no, we've got a right as well, and we're indigenous. We don't want any more of them. So piss them off.
Exactly. That's what I try and say, especially with the migrants and the hotels, and hopefully things can start getting moving forward. But Theresa May, and it's important as well, because Theresa May said in the House of Parliament that we need to make this country a hostile environment for illegal immigration. Yep. That was the words that she said. So I'm saying to people, look, we've got to go from what they said, okay, because they're going to be using it against us anyway. What she said in there, we need to make it a hostile environment. And the hostile environment is not just, just letting people come in and whatnot. We've got, it's got to be uncomfortable for them to go back and say, well, hang on a minute, things have changed. Something's changed here. Then the government might try and say, well, the people are wanting this style, an even harder style. So we can go even harder without losing any type of voting base.
How long do you think we'd last, Dan, if about 5 boatloads of us went across to Saudi Arabia, landed on their beaches and went up into the town and says, we want houses, we want benefits, we want this, we want that? What do you think would happen to us?
We'll be arrested straight away. We'll be arrested, put in prison, and then it will be some type of, it will be an invasion, and it will be some type of coup as well. They'll be trying to say that we're trying to do a coup on their king or whatever. We'll be in jail for the rest of our lives, probably killed.
That's if you're lucky. You're more likely to be beheaded on sight.
Yeah, that's what. Exactly. That's what I was getting at, and yet we're supposed to allow it the other way around.
Exactly, and the only when I look at things, the only logical reason is because of the indoctrination that we've all been gone through. But some people are more susceptible to it than others. The left will just keep going on. These people are a certain way. They're even doing it with Suella Braverman. She's a Nazi. She's far right. The whole government's far right. Yeah, and people believe it, and then the ones who don't, they don't want to be labelled that way because they know how bad a situation goes. It shouldn't be us that should be having stuff bad happen to us because we're labelled. They're labelled illegal immigrants. They should have the bad ones against them, and they shouldn't be allowed to walk as free as they are in our country.
Exactly.
And I'll keep saying that. I'll keep doing that until I'm either dead or arrested.
Well, exactly. I've often said the same thing. All these people that sort of go refugees welcome, and they want to ignore the fact that they illegally entered this country, which is a crime. I want to be able to walk into the house and take what I want. I know it's illegal, but it doesn't matter because you've got more than I have, and I'm desperate. I mean, I'm living on the breadline, so I should be able to come into your home and take what I want, and you shouldn't say anything about it. Because if you're not going to say anything about that crime, don't say anything about my crime. Because all I'm trying to do is get a better life for myself and my kids.
Exactly, and that's why
I'm going to take your stuff from your home, so my kids have got a new PlayStation, my kids have got a new TV, and then they'll live better. So if it's okay for them, it's okay for you to have that done. Because he's going to.
I said that on
and all these people, and all these people, like you said, Dan, the delusional, all these people who are standing there with the placards, say it loud, say it clear, refugees are welcome here. Do you think when it all kicks off, the refugees are going to knock their door and say, was you for us or against us?
Exactly, they'll get treated the same way, and
exactly. They're going to knock on the door. When that door opens, they're going to bash them to death, the same as everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. And what Nathan was saying, I said that on the LBC yesterday. Now, this time of night is good for me anyway because they kind of let me on now. And I was saying to the guy, you're talking about illegal immigration, okay, and then you're trying to say that they have a right to be here. It's a crime that they've committed because you are all saying it's illegal. So they committed a crime. The proceeds of that crime is a hotel and a house and all that. But if I was selling drugs and I got £1 million, I got arrested for that crime. The proceeds of Crime Act would take all my money. So what are we doing? We're conflating two things together and trying to say that's fine. It's not. It's either illegal or legal. Which one do you want to do it?
Funny enough, Danny, I'll bell you at some point because I want to expand on that conversation. I'm not going to say it in here, but what you just said there, there's a few things I want to tell you about that.
All right, cool.
I sort of like proceeds of crime and certain things like that. That's actually involved in a lot of things, and but I'm not going to say it here, but we'll have a conversation.
Yeah. Bellamy, we have that conversation, but you know, I think it's a valid point, to be fair. Well, it is a valid point because it's our law.
Exactly. How are they allowed to profit off a crime and we're not? But this is the thing. The government profit off crimes. Businesses profit off crimes all the time. The banks are the biggest ones who profit off crime. But the only people that are not allowed to benefit are the law-abiding.
It's disgusting. It makes you see their strategy anyway, their agenda.
Well, this is the problem and why we keep employing people. It's like I said, we can do this for Brexit. We keep sort of telling people, it's like, read the Barcelona Declaration of 1995, because in that they guaranteed the acceptance of Islam. They'd done that back in 1995. That's why we're seeing all this. That and the Marrakesh Agreement are two agreements that basically we're being held by, and the reason why this is allowed. Unless we stand up with our constitution, we cannot override them, because there's nothing legally that can override them, but our constitution can. And this
again, then it's something else. This is what I'm saying all night. It's down to the constitution and people understanding and knowing about it, but there's very few people that can teach it. Do you know what I mean? But we all need this country. Probably the more I speak to you and I speak to Gary, the more I understand that this country is probably going to fall regardless of what happens if we don't get this constitutional rights in check pretty fast. Because that seems to be the underpinning thing that they can't, like the establishment can't lie. If it's put across correctly, they can't lie about it. You know, they can't stop you doing something because they know, no, let's fuck what I can do now. The guy knows exactly what he's on about.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the Perjury Act of 1911 is often ignored by courts with barristers and stuff like that, but a barrister and a judge are not allowed to lie either. So again, if you word something in a way and they know that you know what you're talking about, they won't lie, because they know that you can then, especially if you've got witnesses in the public gallery, that you can actually prosecute for it. But it will fall. I'm telling you now. For instance, a case in point, we've seen a thing. Look at Brexit. We had Juncker and the whole EU saying, you must give up your sovereignty. You must give up your sovereignty. You must give us your sovereignty. If our sovereignty wasn't so powerful and it didn't hold them back, why do we have to give it up?
Why do they want it so much?
Why are we now seeing the WF saying you must give up your sovereignty? Why did we see Barack Obama telling the American people they must give their sovereignty up to an overbearing power? Because our sovereignty is the brick wall that stops them. Because sovereignty, the meaning of sovereignty means be above rule or control. So if you are sovereign, you are above rule and you are above control. You can be governed by your consent, but you cannot be ruled and you cannot be controlled. That's why I don't like you using the word sovereignty or sovereign.
That's mad, isn't it?
But like I said, go on YouTube, go back. They say it all the time. They always harp on about sovereignty, your bodily sovereignty with like the pandemic and stuff like that, bodily autonomy. It's all down to sovereignty. You're sovereign and unalienable rights. And that was the one.
Yeah, that was the one in Brexit where, you know, we want to regain our sovereignty or sovereignty even. And that was the one that had the hardest reaction from people, you know, the strongest reaction.
Well, funny enough, myself and Gary was some of the very few people that got the whole sovereignty thing out there with the EU, things like that. It's like that actually surprised us, because again, back then people didn't know about the Constitution's sovereignty or anything like that. So when we said the word sovereignty, most people looked at us like we was like crazy, or it's like, what the hell? Are you just making up words now? But it's like, what, Gary? What was it like? All of us was like, what? How? Because it just seemed to just explode. It was like all of a sudden everyone's talking about sovereignty, and it was like, what? This has got a bit quicker than we expected. So things like I said, it's like most of the things that we wanted with the Constitution, people understanding sovereignty and rights and stuff like that, we never thought it would take. We thought it would take at least 20 years to even get to the point where we'd be having these discussions, Danny. It took a couple of years. Like I said, so when people say, it's got to take too long, it's not being understand, like I keep saying, the reason why there's been so many revolutions in France and other countries and here and stuff like that is because every time they try and take their liberty, we have an undying natural urge to be free. Okay, and
Yeah.
unless they manipulate our brains and our DNA stuff like that, we're always going to have that. That's why they want. They've been Bill Gates and his lot have been researching the God gene and stuff like that. What the very gene that makes us think that there's something bigger than us out there and stuff like that. They've researched loads of religious people. If they can take that away, then that's it. We're like just autonomous bodies. But this is what they want to do. They want to try and destroy our feeling of liberty and our want and yearning for liberty. That's why revolution always happens, because people want to be free, because that is our natural state.
Well, as you know, Nate, I don't know whether you know, Dan, but I spend half my time here, which I am at the minute, and the other half of my time in Belarus, because we've got a business there, me and my wife. So I spend half of my time here and half there, and it's like chalk and cheese. When you're over there, it's unbelievable. You don't see any of them, or like that roaming the streets and this and that, because they won't have them, because they've got the right blend, because they don't allow that sort of thing. If you don't work in Belarus, you don't get any money. There's no benefit system like there is here. If you don't work, you don't get any money. The only time you get money is if you're off sick, if you're working and you're off sick, or if you're genuinely disabled in a wheelchair, etc., and you can't physically work. Then they look after you. But anybody who's able-bodied, you go to work or you get nothing. And a lot of people who are young, leaving college, and that's why you see so many on the videos on YouTube, whether in the subways, busking with the hats and stuff, because they have to earn the money themselves. The government don't give them nothing. That's why you don't get the Muslim problem over there. One, they wouldn't have them anyway. They'd say, hey, hang on a minute, after the first bout, they'd be saying, hey, hang on a minute, that bout was full of just men. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be allowed to carry on like it is here. And that's the problem.
This is the point. Jay Topo just said say in the comment that's quite good. It's about Biden destroying the US Constitution, that lot, because it's all being handed over to the UN. Well, it's actually UN is just the UN is going to put it this way. So, give me a couple of minutes to explain this. City of London is the financial hub of the world. Washington DC is the military arm of the world, and the Vatican is pretty much deals with everything else. Those are three separate states. They are not part of the countries they're in. When it's not the UN, the UN is going to be the military arm. It's the WF that want to assume complete central control, and he makes a good point, because it's showing. Look at what's happening in the US. Okay, the same as happening here. Biden wants the borders open, and most people don't, because what happens is, and the same as we've seen now in London, if you flood a load of people into an area or a country that comes from different values than to what's in that country, eventually that country is going to turn to the values of the people that's come in, because they're going to be the majority. And that's what's happening in America. It's sort of that. Our constitutions are being destroyed because they can't get the people to give it up. This is where the clergy plan, the Coven plan comes in. It's replacement. If we will not bend our knee and give up our sovereignty, they're creating a situation where we will have no choice. Like I said, it's like with a vote in public. You see it in London, you see it other places, stuff like that. If they bring up over, put it this way, Islam is not compatible with our way of life and our constitution. It's not. It's a lot of times it's completely contrary. So if we become the minority, our constitution goes with that, because it won't be in the interest of the people that are actually living here to uphold it.
You've only got to look at Iran now to Iran in the 1960s and early 70s now. Late 69 and early 70s, Iran was like us people. You know, women was walking around like our women in miniskirts, bikinis on the beach, the lot. Then when it got Islamified properly, look what they're walking around in now. And that's where you're heading. That's exactly where you're heading.
Hey, Gary, how's it going? You doing all right?
Hello, Mrs.
Hey, Nathan and Danny. I am MC Nemesis. I heard you mention talk about Islam, and you're right. It's not compatible with our way of life, because Muhammad. The whole pedophile situation with Muhammad just kind of ends it for me. But I guess Muslims are pedo supporters.
I mean,
hi, Nemesis, you're right. Yeah, well, of course they're the pedo supporters, because it's rife in their religion. It goes through, and that's who they support. And Muhammad's perfect in every single way. So if he's perfect in every single way, and they do agree that he married and he has sexual relations with very underage children, then they have to be sympathizers of paedophiles.
And it's not just that as well. We go back to the fact of if you attack the generations while they're younger, you've got a man that can subdue and make his wife, who's very young and impressionable, subservient, and to the point where she will know nothing but that way to live. So when she grows up, she's going to teach the next generation to do it. This actually goes back quite far. This actually goes back to things like slavery and like the plantations and stuff like that. Like I said, it's like there was a very famous speech done in America beside a river that was talking about this, and it was basically a horse breeder, and he basically explained how to breed horses in a way where you'd get a horse that would do your bidding and wouldn't be like a crazy stallion that would run off. Like I said, it's like this goes further and deeper than most people think.
I realized that slavery was wrong and all, but at the time the whole world was doing it, and if we wouldn't have done it, then we wouldn't have come to be an economic powerhouse at the time in the cotton industry in the South. And honestly, like I just think it's a necessary evil at the time. That's just the thing. It's like it sucks, but it's just like a necessary evil.
Well, the problem I have with saying things that, and basically what we've been given, the narrative we've been given is like I've actually got. I'll have to find my hard drive, but I've got evidence of like basically, because what people don't realise is at the same time that slavery was happening in America, there was often a lot of British people that was taken over there, called emancipated Brits. But people don't realise is like that there is actually I've got evidence of contracts where you have African people that were given a contract of work. The British was given the same thing. The British and the Africans, that lot. So if it was all slavery and nothing else, why are these contracts there? And like I said, if slavery was like with the narrative we're being given, why was the first legal owner of slaves and the biggest owner of slaves in American history a black man?
Exactly. Anthony Johnson, he went a step further as well, and he went to court in Georgia, I think it was, to get his slaves back. He didn't want them to be free. They said he's free, and he got them back. He got them back from another landowner. But slavery, right, back then is just like working now, right? People don't get paid their worth. You go and see McDonald's workers, they get paid the minimum what's it called, the minimum rate of pay. If that wasn't there by the government, do you think they'll be getting £10 an hour? No, they'll be getting £8.50. So there's no different of what's happening there. So in 100 or 400 years into the future, they're going to say that all these big companies, because the world's evolved and now they've got some new generational thing happening, they're going to say that we were the slaves. And then there's going to be people there saying, well, my father worked at McDonald's, so you owe me some reparations and things like this. It's just what happens at the time. It's not illegal. It might be immoral. It might be immoral, but if you haven't got that level of morality in the first place, it won't be immoral either. You won't think it's bad. It's only when people and their minds evolved and the British were like, oh, hang on a minute, this is actually bad because now, and it's the same as it. Let me just do this, step up a little bit. It's the same as capitalism, right? Because if you look now at capitalism, it's gone into some next place that nobody even knows about. Everyone just wants as much money as they can get out of their business, which is fine. You're doing what you're doing. But 20, 30 years ago, capitalism wasn't about, it was about being comfortable and making sure that your workers were a little bit comfortable as well. Now it's about maximums. It's about
monopolies now. Capitalism is about monopolies now.
Exactly. And I can't even remember what the British slave people, they kind of got to that level of understanding. Well, actually, this is bad what we're doing. Let's stop it. The same way as people need to start looking at capitalism and say, this is bad. What's happening now? We need to slow it down again, because you're just going to smash the system. And that's why the system will get smashed on both of them. But I don't think slavery was a...
Well, this is the thing. People go on about slavery. Let's give a little brief history of like England. Okay, now going back as far back as even the 1700s, you was not allowed. I mean, this is the thing, right? This is what we call wards. Okay, there was for most of the history in England, if you wasn't born of a noble family, then you was a ward. Okay, so you lived on a baron's land and you worked for that baron for food. Or you was particularly given a plot of land to grow your own food. So you had to work for the baron as well as work your own land to feed yourself. So you never had any sleep. That's slavery. And it's like that. You was never allowed to leave that area without permission from your baron, the church, and another landowner. There had to be an agreement for you to leave that land. So we're talking about 15-minute cities. We've had this in our history. We had it. That's why you have wards and stuff like that, because we wasn't allowed to leave the area of that baron without an agreement.
Exactly. It's just technology is advanced, and we've got now a CCTV surveillance system that can
exactly
do the job for you.
At the same time as you had slavery in America, not only was British people being tricked to get onto boats going, you'd have a new life, but as soon as they got the other end, because they didn't have the money to get back, they were emancipated. They were put under the same system. They was working literally for food as well. But this is a part of history they won't tell you. But at the same time, you had the people called the Barbary Pirates, okay, which actually set up a base. This is how bothered the king was. He wasn't bothered because I think he was making money. But there's an island just off of Cornwall, and they actually set up a base. These pirates, and these are Arab and basically African nations that come in here on the boats, coming to the shores and taking English people and then taking them back to slaves. They was doing exactly the same.
They were doing it worse.
Well, I wouldn't say worse. I would say it's in the same ilk, really.
They were. I'd say they were because they get when they got the white people on the boats, they looked at their hands, and if their hands had calluses on it, then they'd go work the field, and if their hands are smooth, then they'll go to a different place where they'll be demanding money because they knew they're noble. They knew that they can extract money or diamonds or things.
That is true. That is true to an extent. If you look like your hands look like you work, you was said things. If your hands look like you wasn't work, they'd know you were saying. So you'd often be given up, like the pirates do now. You'd be given up for ransom. So you'd be like, let's know you are. They'd send a message back, and then your family pays you back. The Barbary Pirates never bothered anyone until it started affecting the crown. Then all of a sudden they done something about it. But like I said, it's happened throughout history. Like I said, it's like MC said there. A lot of people don't understand this. Like with slavery, it's like often the same as the reason why I use the Barbary Pirates, because the king did nothing to protect the shores or protect the people. So the king was basically allowing it to happen.
Which is what's happening now.
Yeah, so it's like the same things you had happening in the African nations. You had Africans taking people from villages that they'd got. They would take them to the shores and sell them to the Arabs and us and other people. Our king and that lot was doing the exact same thing. They were just allowing people to come in as long as we didn't take anyone of any nobility or do anything or harm anyone of the crown things out or come too far in. They didn't care because it was peasants that was working the land for themselves. They was of no benefit to the crown. Because they worked the land themselves, they got their own water, they grew their own food, so they was on the benefits. So it didn't matter. Exactly. And this is where we've got to come away from this sort of thing, because when you actually boil down to it, the whole world has always been enslaved and has been for at least 300 years by a very few people, and it's always the same. So when people call for reparations, things like that, you're attacking people that had nothing to do with it. You're attacking people that were completely so far removed from it. But yet none of these people want to attack like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, Collins. I mean, look at the Collins. Look into the Collins family in America. Just look into that family, and you'll understand a lot more about what went on.
But the thing is,
now, I can't remember the original name off the top of my head, but it's Collins now. But it was a thingy before, the name before. But they was the richest people in the world at one point.
It's like MC was just done. I feel for him because he's got the same. If you look at what's going on in El Paso and look at the footage from El Paso, they're overrun.
Well, this is the jumps back on because I'd like to hear his view from the other side of the pod.
And then, I've monitored it, and it is very bad. And you've got the Mexicans there and the Muslims there, openly bragging on camera. You know, we're here and we're going to do this, and we're checking over. America's finished, and it's got to be. Well, if you're American and you're watching that, you're watching people on the border in El Paso just come over the border, and as soon as they get them in your country, they're saying, well, we're here now. Your country's finished. We're taking over. And if you're a patriot like we are, it's got to be horrible to listen to be fair. So I feel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not being
He's in the
funny.
same boat.
I'm not being funny. America is literally, I've watched videos of it. America, like loads of vets and that, like, it's kind of like a biker group type thing, but thousands upon thousands of them are just united. So I reckon things are going to change in America fairly well. Not change, but I think they're going to start thinking in America.
I don't think things can change. I think the president has been set. I don't think under any circumstances Trump will win, and that's the only way that you'd get some proper change. Because no matter, I know he was a bit flaky during certain things, but you've got to say on a whole that he was a good president for America, and he actually was doing things for the people. That can never happen again, especially now with the amount of immigration that they're bringing in on the thousands. So it's just going to fall again. It's another one of them ones that they're trying to displace American people. They're trying to change the demographics of little villages and whatnot, just for their own agenda, just for their own fun.
If a revolution is going to start in America anywhere, it will be Texas. Yeah. Because if they piss them off, then we'll, in the end, say, well, it's death or glory, basically, for them. That's what they'll say. And they will fight. But
they put the presidents of it on January 6th. They're saying there wasn't even it was so controlled, it's unbelievable, but there's still people in jail now for just trying to stand up at the Capitol building. So they're installing fear into people of saying, yeah, we'll do that. But when it actually comes down to it, will they do that? Because they know the consequence. If they're not really all about death or glory, and that's what you need. It's in England as well. And I've said this time and time again, you need a bunch of people that don't give a fuck, right? You do what you're doing. Come with me. We're going to go and do this regardless of what happens, right? Our lives will literally be on the line for it. If you have a big bunch of people that are prepared to do that, and this is why the Muslims are so strong, because they have thousands of people that are prepared just to drop a bomb in their chest and walk into the middle of a city centre. They don't care, right? So if we had people like that, again, you could start these type of revolutions, you could start this type of stuff. But I don't think when it comes down to it, there'll be enough people to say, yeah, let's just do this.
Well, this is the thing. It's like what we're talking about here about Biden and the things that, like what we were talking about earlier about the way of life changing. It's like, again, I don't want to bore people with it, but look throughout history, okay? Now, look at most of the civilizations like the Sumerians, the Akkadians and stuff like that. Very technological. They came along and they disappeared as quick as they came. Why do you think that happens? The Aztecs were wiped out by the French conquistadors going over there and murdering everyone. Why do you think these civilizations just disappear? If you think that we can't disappear as a civilization, I mean, let's face it. If you take, and you could actually include half caste and white people in this, okay? If you take that demographic alone, we are the minority in the world. We are the minority. And literally, this is going to be. So if you think that we can't, and like as English people and our values, if you think we cannot be wiped out like all the other civilizations before, you've got another thing coming. And all the other civilizations have got the same thing in common: apathy. We allowed it to happen because we had carts and things like that. They did the same. They tried a similar. Look at Medina, for instance, with Islam. Medina was completely overtaken by Islam. Why? Because they allowed them to. They gave them an inch and they took a mile. This is what happens through time immemorial throughout history, whether it be Babylonia, Sumeria, Arcadia, Aztecs, you name it, the Incas. The same thing happens. Civilizations get wiped out, and these are usually actually peaceful civilizations. And it's usually the peaceful that gets wiped out. So people have eventually got to understand you're going to have to fight. You're going to have to fight, and that's you make a choice now. We can go with Article 61 on a few routes, and we can fight hopefully without no bloodshed, or you can sit on your backside and wait for it to come to your front door. And I can assure you, there's going to be more bloodshed than we've ever seen in history.
Yeah, exactly. And we are a reactionary nation, and we've done it throughout everything. Apart from I guess Brexit, that's a reaction from a referendum. We don't actually get there before, and this is what's going on about earlier on about how frustrating it is for a year later people then to take what you've been trying to tell people for the past year before, because now the time has gone. We're on the back foot again now once you wait a year and then start talking about things. So yeah, people need to not wait. Well, they will only do something when they can't do something, and that's when it's on their front door. And then they'll be like, "Oh, why didn't we know? We didn't know about this." It was no excuses in my eyes. So like the vaccine, there's no excuses for people who took the jab, and now they're all fucked up and that. I'm literally not going to say, "Oh, I feel sorry for you," because we tried to warn you, we tried to tell you stuff, and you told me that I was making your life in danger because I'm a conspiracy theorist. So no, I don't have any.
I was nearly removed. I was nearly removed from Facebook, YouTube, and everything for my opinions and stating fact and using the white paper on COVID and injecting that. I mean, look what's happening now. Yeah, it was all great, but look at what Australia's done. Australia's literally just turned around to its people and gone, well, it's your body, it's your fault. No one made you take it.
Exactly.
It was you should have done the research. Literally, everything we were saying before, it's like, do your research, don't take it. Well, sod off, you don't know what you're talking about. Now, literally, the same people that told you to take this jab is telling you should have done your research. That must be a kick in the teeth. But unfortunately, I'm the same with you. It's like, I'm not going to give you a trophy for participation or anything. If you took the jab, you did it. You're going to have to accept all these people that said, well, if you didn't take the jab, you should be the last in the queue at the hospital. Well, I'm sorry, but I do still stand with that in the other way around. It's like, if you took that jab, then you get to the back of the queue, because what you did to yourself, you did to yourself. There is disabled people, there's people with cancer that did intentionally do these things to themselves that should come before you. It is a form of self-harm, it's like you say, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. I'm the same. That everything that they said to us, especially about the hospital, I got kicked out of my doctors for not taking it because they wanted me to all be all masked up and that when I'm coming in there, and I wasn't having it. So they kicked me out for being abusive to the staff. Imagine that.
I had that. I had to take my daughter to her doctors because she's at different doctors than me, because she was living with her mother. She come to live with me, and in the doctors and that lot, I basically we wouldn't wear masks. I said all this. I said every single legal point. The manager of the surgery come out and started having a go at me. I was like, "Are you a doctor? Are you medically trained?" She was like, "No, but I'm the manager of things." I said, "So you voted?" And I said that thing. She was just like, "Well," to the point where I said about I said, "Do you know the Helsinki Accord?" And she went, "Yes," and got all flustered. And I was like, "Well, you know you can't do what you're doing then, and you know I'm going to sue you." Do you know what she turned around and said? She went, "Well, do you know what I think I should do? Is like, if you're going to do this and if you're going to put your daughter at risk by not letting her feel, I think I should have informed social service." I went, "Go on, then crack on. See what happens." After.
And that's similar to mine. I was having an argument anyway about it, and I had my little one, and she turned around to her with a mask on, trying to talk to her, and I said, "Don't talk to my daughter." Do you know what I mean? She don't talk to strangers, especially when they can't see your face, right? And then she starts fucking just going out all madness. "Oh, you're one of these type of people. You're an anti-vax." Look at my records. Look at what vaccinations I've had. Look at what vaccinations my child's had. It's not. We just don't want this one. Blah, blah, blah. And then because I was going to take them to the medical council, they chucked me out before I could take them to the council.
Well, it's funny enough. I've actually had this in court cases with my daughter and that lot, to the point where it's sort of like I land up going head to head with like social services, CAFCAS, the court, everybody, because I don't want my daughter vaccinated with the MMR jab. I literally went up the thing. It got to the point where I had to be sitting in a court, and I basically went right, because what happened is I sent loads of information and so on. That was used against me. But what they didn't realise is the information I sent to them turned out to be exactly true. So I had to sit there basically in front of a judge, barristers and all that lot, CAFCAS barristers, and I said, right, let's take this to court, because they did actually, the judge went, what we're going to do then, we're going to create a separate case just to do with vaccination then. And I just sat there and went, right, sweet, thank you very much. I said, I've been trying to get this into court for a very long time. I've got everything I need. I hope you're ready, I said, because I can prove that it's administering obnoxious materials to a minor. I said, and once I do that, because I have the proof, you, and I pointed because it was on over the computer in a court, and I went, every single person here is going to be guilty of conspiring to administer obnoxious poisons to a minor. That's one of it. I said, and there's going to be about 20 other things. They dropped that case within about 2 weeks.
Yeah, no doubt.
I come back saying, we're no longer going with that. And I was like, no, the barrister, the judge, I'm doing
No,
all.
we
of
want
it.
you to. I want it.
They didn't like it. They didn't like it. I was like, please, let's do this. And even the judge was like, and I'll even give it to another judge because I'm sure Mr. Kirkton will claim some sort of argument if I do it. I went, no, because you are not qualified. I've already spoke to it. You're not qualified to oversee this. So yes, I would prefer it from someone from the High Court actually. But I said I've been waiting. They didn't like it, and you could see in their faces. I was like, no, I've been trying to get this into court for ages. Tried this outside Scotland Yard, but it didn't go to well. I said, but yeah, let's go into court. Let's have a talk about vaccination and the mRNA jab and the information and that lot that I've got. Let's have it. And literally, as soon as they realised what information I had, they were like, well, no, that's it, over.
No,
we're not going near that because they knew damn well I'd set a precedent.
Yeah, exactly.
Because as much as I don't like to blow my own trumpet, I've actually set a few precedents and I've raised points of law and stuff like that, which most barristers never do in their whole career.
Check you out.
But the thing is, it's just knowing the law. Like I said, all it is knowing the law. Most people can do what I do.
Yeah.
You just, instead of trying to get into all the legal jargon stuff like that, just understand the basis. Like I said, it's like loss, harm, being deceptive in your undertakings. If you just understand that, just don't defraud people, don't lie to people, don't cause them harm, don't do anything that's going to cause them loss. And that's it. That's all you need to know about law.
They still come and arrest you. They still come and arrest you for bullshit, for hate speech, or for protesting, or for what was it? What was the COVID thing you got arrested for being what is it? Organizer of a protest. £10,000.
Well, the reason why I got arrested is
new stuff to arrest you.
Well, literally, like I said, when we got arrested when I got arrested outside Scotland Yard, me and Gary told everybody in the live and everything because thousands of people wouldn't turn up. Me and Gary went, no, we're not doing that. If you want to turn up, you turn up. We can't stop you, but make sure you're over the road. We don't want you with us because we're trying to do something here. Okay, there was a small group of people that actually turned up. Vote for him was, like he said, he was in the crowd. But me and Gary made sure that me and Gary stood by ourselves on a thing. The reason why I was arrested is because somebody walked over and stood next to me and Gary and spoke to the police, and I was arrested for being in a group of more than 2 people.
No.
Yep. That's it. That's what they think. But we turned up to Scotland Yard. I don't know if you've seen the video, but we turned up to Scotland Yard with a big brown envelope with evidence of sedition and treason.
Yes.
I mean, so everyone can see that. Look, there's a point where I'm actually talking to the police, and people were annoyed. And it's like, and I will explain it on a different live, but people didn't hear what I said to the police because the whole group of police go to walk forward, and then I talk about primary and secondary legislation, and then they stop. And then they kind of look at each other and go, well, we've got to do it anyway. Because then we later found out, as Gary was told, it's like Crescinda Dick ordered our arrest, which she can't do.
Why?
She can't order unless we commit a crime. And that is the thing. And we was actually there to uphold the law.
Yeah.
I'm actually here to uphold the law. So under mens rea, that legislation is not greater than the crime I'm highlighting. So I have a complete lawful right to be here. She didn't like that. But what people don't realise is when a constable leaves a police station, he's autonomous. He's under his own steam, his own volition. So I mean, it's like I spoke to constables do it. Their sergeant can go, right, no, nick him. And the constable can turn around and go, no, I don't see grounds. If you want to nick him, you come out and nick him. Because they get to pick and they get to choose. They get to say, well, I don't see grounds here. I don't see this. I don't think this. And they've got more autonomy than they're actually taught. That's why most of the police now, it happens with a lot of things. Like police, they actually go through an IQ. And a lot of people don't know this about the police. If you score over, I think it's 100 to 120, you'll never get in the police. They will not allow you in the police because you're too clever and you will start asking questions. If they go too low in IQ, you will not be able to follow certain things. So they go for this buffer zone of between, I think it's 90 and 120 in IQ, because you are clever enough to do the job, but not clever enough to start answering questions and see where the holes are. And they do it in quite a lot of things. It's not just the police; they do it in a lot of our institutions. If you are cleverer than they need, you will not get a job.
No.
It's great. I can imagine that as well, because that's what that's what the whole education system was set up for, wasn't it? You know, it was set up for a set of rules. You know, the bells, that was the work bells or the factory bells, and they wanted you to be educated just enough to follow instructions, but you know, you wasn't able to go back then anyway to like universities or whatnot because you wasn't a noble person. So they just kept you in that middle zone of understanding basic concepts, but not understanding why or how it's detrimental to you.
Well, even the church, the Roman Catholic Church, stopped their own clerics from reading and writing for quite a long time, so they wouldn't pick holes in the Bible. They had to wait for a certain amount of generations to pass, so the clerics would just read from the Bible as they're taught.
Yeah.
People don't know this. But it's happened a lot. It happens in every institution. Church of England's no better.
Well, we was talking about Australia earlier, and I mean, they're waking up now to the fact that they're just as corrupt as every other country. I mean, most of their legal fictions, they're registered on Norfolk Island, not in actually Australia. There's a little colony in Norfolk Island where the buildings and that are set up by the Crown, and that's where all the legal fictions go. It's not actually, they're not actually Australian.
Yeah.
Australia doesn't exist anymore. It's Australia, all capital letters.
Yeah, Corporation Australia.
Yeah.
Talking about that, Rick's just put in the thing. When it was Pendragons, the police actually used to behave differently when they knew we was observing their actions. They need to feel that fear again, and that is true. It still happens, and that was proven when me and Gary went to Scotland Yard, because that same day there was people manhandled, thrown to the floor and assaulted by the police and arrested for being other protests. And the protests were thing. They was nice as pie to me and Gary, to the point where with me, apart from the first bit, because I'd done me tendons in my arm, apart from grabbing my arm and me going, because they pulled me tendons, they was quite happy with me. They stood there, they was all thinking, he was like, no, won't cuff him, he's fine, he's not going anywhere, he's thinking. Didn't throw me to the floor or anything like that. Gary was kindly and nicely followed all the way back to the tube, and they did try and sort of get one off a few things. But like I said, they do, if you know that they know you know the law, and especially if you know how to actually bring the law back on them, they do treat you differently. I mean, like I said, I've just recently had an absolute case which I've never seen a court, and CPS and that lot have tried. I've got proof that they've actually committed like crimes and that lot, but they are trying to ignore it. It was, I think personally, it was my warning. It was a case of, you are going to prison if you carry on this, because I'm not allowed to tell people how to go into court and what they're doing. I'm not allowed to tell these secrets. And many of us who actually do things actually face it. You know this, Danny. Most people that are actually sticking their neck out and actually doing something that will damage the cabal, that lot, we're the ones that get threatened with prison. They try and destroy our lives. They remove our jobs, and they do things like that. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's
because
not,
they don't want us speaking out, and it's not even necessarily. See, this is the thing as well. It's not necessarily, your topic or anything like that. It's how you change things, or how you could potentially change things, because they dislike me because of what I say, not because I've got a huge reach, but they are seeing like actions. And I speak out on other podcasts and whatnot. And when I first come out and started doing stuff with Tommy, and all the blacks were like, blah 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 blah. You shouldn't be doing this. The guy's a racist. And now look at it. 2 years later, he's on big podcasts with people I would class who are black supremacists, who would never entertain him at all, and they're happy to have these conversations. He's always getting, invites to go on to black podcasts. Two years ago, that wouldn't happen. So the police and the establishment, they can see it all. They see how, hang on a minute, it evolves. So we've got to shut these people down more and more and more. Same about you guys, Constitution. They see it just exploded through Brexit, the sovereignty thing, So then they'll say, we need to close these down more, because it's not necessarily thousands and thousands of people that don't listen. It's the people who you do reach do actually listen and take it on board.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's like
it doesn't take the whole country to change things. It just takes enough to people to actually do something.
Dedication.
It's like on Facebook. Dave, you know yourself. We can't say anything on Facebook. We have to just generalise, because the minute we try and put any sort of truth out, Fair Today bans.
Yeah, straight away.
So we have to
and that's it, and that's the type of struggle sessions, because now they've won that one, because now they've made you actively and consciously not say what you want to say, because they know the reaction you're going to get, not from the people but from Facebook.
Self-censor.
And that's the self-censoring bit, because you've literally said, I don't want a 30-day ban because I can't get any more stuff out there. I need to get this out there, but I need to censor it in a certain way so I won't get done. And all Facebook are going to do is at a certain point, they'll just turn it up another notch and say, right, now deal with this, until you can't say nothing apart from I'm having a good day today, which is what the social credit system is. You've got to go outside your house and smile or say the government is great today, and then you can get that out your little complex bit.
I mean, I'm not saying 100% I was the first one, but it's like I remember before 30-day bans on Facebook. I mean, because I for about a year and a half, I had a very intimate relationship with myself and Facebook community standards. I went out my way to basically attack them and find loopholes and stuff like that. They didn't like it. At one point, I actually spent just over a year banned on Facebook. It was continuous bans. And then literally at the end of it, I come back out, done the straight thing. And then he's like, because I got a 30-day ban, and I remember getting a 30-day ban, and I remember everyone telling me I'm lying. It's like there's no such thing as a 30-day ban. I spoke to loads of heads of groups, and it was like, no, there's no 30. But what are you on about? There's no 30 days. Stop making things up. You just try it. And I was like, honestly, look, I've got a 30-day ban. And then all of a sudden, everyone started getting 30-day bans. But I'm not saying I'm the first. But it's like I remember saying I've got a 30-day ban, and everyone going, stop trying to make things up. So when have I ever made anything up? I've got a 30-day ban. It's like, but yeah, literally.
It did happen overnight, because I remember there was no type of bans, and my first ban that I got, I'm confused. I'm banned for what? What can I not do? So it did happen quite quickly.
Well, literally, I had a year of 7-day bans.
And then the other thing they used to do,
3-day bans, that didn't work. So then they put me on a 7-day bans, and literally I was kept for a whole year on 7-day bans. And that's when they started going back things. So it's like they would ban me for saying, and then they go, "Oh, a month ago you said this. That's another 7-day ban."
Remember that?
I spent a whole year on a ban. I couldn't go live. Remember that, Gary? I couldn't go live. I couldn't go in groups. I couldn't. They literally, even CMW, literally nearly went under because where I was banned, I couldn't interact with a group. Lucky enough, I put a couple of people there as admins to that. Like all that group would have just gone. They've actually attacked CMW as well.
They did it to both of us, didn't they? Because there was a period of about 6 months where none of us was on. Because you get a 30-day ban, Dan, and then you'd have like 10 days left of that ban, and then the message you with something. Oh, you've said this from 6 months ago, 12 months ago. It goes against the standards. You got another 30-day ban.
Do you know interesting fact? Danny, right? Interesting fact. Me and Gary are still not allowed to do Facebook Lives together.
What together?
Yeah. If Gary goes live, if Gary goes live, I don't get the green man. If I go live, Gary doesn't get the green man. We are not allowed to be on the same live on Facebook. That's why we've come to StreamYard. If we do anything to Facebook, we do it through StreamYard because we're not allowed to sit on the same panel on the same thing and talk. That's been the same for about nearly 4 years now.
Fucking hell, that's terrible.
Like I said, but this is the thing, is like a lot of people get attacked in many ways, and this is what sort of upsets me in a lot of ways, like we was talking about earlier, like when you sort of say people are doing things, it's like, look, us three alone, the amount of crap we have to go through, and then because I can understand how it does, because it does upset me in a way, to then see a year later somebody talk about the same thing that you went through all these bans, all this crap thing for, and it's like, well, hang in a minute. What's going on?
No, they can talk about it.
Yeah, but it's like I said, it's the same thing as like, look at the protests in London right now. I'm not being funny. I know loads of people that have tried setting up protests in London that have been shut down before they've even got started. And now you've got all these people on Facebook, and I'm not going to name certain names, but they have like they had the Andrew Bridgen talk and stuff like that. They can throw. They're meant to be on the right, but they can throw a massive event in London on the steps, have a massive sound system, the whole lot. And that goes ahead, and the police are okay. But if us three decided we're going to take it, and I've got like a 6,000 watt sound system. I mean, I've still got all this stuff as a DJ. I could take that to London. I can guarantee my stuff would be seized and we'd be arrested and it'd be shut down before we even get set up. How are these people doing it? And this is what I keep saying. People got to understand that there is people that come out of the woodwork. Literally, you've got people like us that have been spending many years doing this. And then all of a sudden, nobody knows this person, but they're on Facebook and all of a sudden they've got 20,000 followers. They're talking about certain things and that lot. They're allowed to do things that we're never allowed to do. So you've got to start questioning that. It's like, well, hang on a minute. Why am I getting a ban for saying what you're saying and you're not getting a ban? You're just saying it in a different way because you're not saying the whole truth. You're just saying
exactly.
teased it.
I see this. I see this time and time again. I was talking earlier on today about it, and it was kind of like I can't really do a lot of stuff because the things that I see, I don't really want to be associated with a lot of it. With a lot of protests, people are coming in, do like you said, they're coming in doing X, Y, and Z, and I've got to say, I've got to call them out because that's my mentality. But then when I'm looking at all the lists, I'll call you out, blah blah blah. Then I'm like, that's most of the right wing. So it looks like now, if I do that, it looks like I'm a divider. I'm just trying to divide all these groups. So I'm like, I'll just remove myself as much as I can from what they're doing, and then I'll just carry on my journey. But it is. There's a lot of people doing things for the wrong reason, and that's making a huge problem.
It's not just that. Like Rick in the chat is another one. Rick Miguel, we've been trying to tell people since Brexit, okay, because we have evidence and we know this from the ground up. We know for damn fact, and we've been trying to scream and shout to people. When Brexit happened, there was a massive undergoing by the people on the left and the people that fund the left to subvert groups. So the whole point was these lefties are meant to come into right-wing groups, do all the acts and all that lot, and slowly change the narrative. And you see it in the far right groups. You'll get a load of group of people. All of a sudden, you'll see one person that's constantly thinking, it's like, now you're an admin because you're so involved. That admin then starts changing the group. So rather than talking about this, we're not going to talk about that. Oh no, that's a conspiracy. And they start changing the narrative of groups. They've been doing it for years. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing people posing as right wing, but really they're actually on the left. And the whole point is to dilute the message and dilute the act and dilute the unity. So it's like, it's a tricky one because these people should be called out, because I'll not be funny, but in a certain way, I'd like these people to prove themselves, because Gary, I'm sure you know the same, we've all had to prove ourselves over the years. Why of a sudden all these people don't have to prove themselves?
Exactly, and they do it I'm very, you know me, I'm very much, I'm very much just get up there and do it hard. I don't like doing anything softly if I can help it. That's just my mentality. I like that style of protest or whatnot. But then I'm looking and seeing very, very soft left-wing style protests working on the right. And I'm like, no, that can't be allowed. In my eyes, it can't be allowed. You either got to change what you're doing it about, or, I'm a right-wing person. You can say you're a liberal or something like that, or don't say anything at all to let people make up their own minds. But the way that you're trying to be hardcore right-wing, not hardcore right-wing, but you're firmly on the right and having firm left-wing, tendencies or doing stuff, it's just, diverting everyone that's in there. And it's things like, and I can do this because I've said this many times, it's things like Piers Corbyn, right?
Yeah,
Piers Corbyn is in everything. When he was on the code, when he was on the vaccinations, what did he do? He got a £10,000 fine. So what did he then do? He not £10,000 fine. He took potentially £10,000 for to not mention a jab company. Therefore, he should have been took out of the vaccines. He wasn't. He was kept in there. Then he went to London Mayor and he said he was going to unite of London. And then he had Sasha Johnson there, who was at the time very heavily in Black Lives Matter.
Yep.
He should have got chucked out for that, out of the whole side for that. He didn't. All these things are happening. And then I put out one thing of him saying that he was under MI5 watch for 10 years because he's a Marxist. He was part of the International Marxist Society, right? When I'm putting this out, and I put this out, look who you're following. You're from the right wing, and he's a Marxist. Do I get, oh yeah, I can see that? No, I get, you're a divider. You shouldn't be allowed there. I got chucked out of 4 or 5 groups. It's kind of like, it's the truth. You can see it. I've given you factual evidence.
See, I will talk about Piers Corbyn. I've met the man. He can actually come to one of my court cases. I can't talk to that man. I'm not being funny. It takes that man 5 minutes to come up with a sentence. I'm autistic. I can't wait around that long. I'm sorry, but like the man bores me. But my problem with Piers Corbyn is it's like that. That man, from my knowledge, he must have over £100,000 of court fines by now. None of them see that. How are they not chasing him? How's he not figuring? How's he not lost his home? How's he still doing it? It's like you say. It's like anything that man has touched has been destroyed.
Yeah.
That man,
and he keeps going into different things.
That's why because he come to the court case, and I because some people come to the court case who work with him, do things with him, and that lot. I'm not backwards about coming forwards. I was quite thinking. I think he was in earshot, and I went, that man is coming nowhere near the movement or anywhere near. I will not have him anywhere near over my dead body.
Yeah.
He'll ruin it. He's had his shot of it, but he'll ruin it. He doesn't understand. Like I said, he tried talking to me about what we was doing in the court and that lot. And the man, I'm not being funny, the brains obviously went to his brother, because I don't see that man having too many brains. I think that's probably why he's a Marxist, because he's just clever enough to parrot something.
I think he's a very, very intellectual, clever man. All this rubbish of him wearing a resist, defy, and that's a Marxist slogan as well. Do not comply. An oversized t-shirt that he always wears, okay, over an oversized suit. You just look like an idiot, the village idiot, right? With your hair, how you are, you look like a village idiot. But I think he's a very clever individual, and he uses that stupidness, the same as Boris Johnson says, I use, my laughing and joking and messy hair to my advantage. Because now the stupid people of society will be like, well, I'm much more clever than you. Do you know what I mean?
Wolf in sheep's clothing, all that lot. Same as mentioned Fabian's, that lot. They're like wolf in sheep's clothing. But I mean, personally, I don't think that Piers Corbyn is the architect or the brainchild behind a lot of what he does. Just speaking to them and things like that, and speaking to some people that have tried working with him and then got put aside, it seems that it's almost like he's told where to go and what to do.
Yeah, he might be.
I picked up on that. It's like the resist. That's a Marxist slogan.
Well, when he did it in COVID, the first time I saw him, he was saying resist, defy, do not comply, and he got everyone chanting it over and over and over again, right? And I knew that was, I didn't even know who he was, right? I didn't even know he's Piers Corbyn's Jeremy Corbyn's brother, right? So I was like, that's a bit strange. And more I saw him on these protests, the more he was doing it. And then the more people were saying the slogan. And I was like, he's a Marxist straight away. So then I'm digging into who this guy is, and I find out. And I'm like, well, this is what they do. They do these slogans, build back better. That's another slogan of a Marxist. It's easy to regurgitate. Stupid people can regurgitate easy. You don't need to know what's behind it. Black Lives Matter. There you go. What's behind it? I have no idea, but I'm just going to say Black Lives Matter. From then on, I was like, no, I've got to do it. And then I'm looking to other people and people he associates with, and I'm looking at other movements, and I'm just seeing all these things. And I'm like, should I call you all out, and should I just do the right thing, or should I just let everyone else, do it yourself?
Look at CMW. CMW has been attacked relentlessly by a lot of lefty groups and stuff like that, because we won't bend. Like me and Gary said, it's like we've had a manifesto, we've had a goal since we started, and we haven't moved that. We haven't done what most people do, and we flick to whatever. We've stuck with the constitution and the law and what's lawful, unlawful, stuff like that, and we've been the same way through. And we haven't allowed certain people and certain groups to come in and do anything with CMW, because we know that they're not in it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
So and this is a problem. But it's like with the Long March to Freedom and having these open panel discussions, things like that, we're eventually going to have to get the people who have genuine intentions talking.
Yeah.
So eventually we're going to have to put our shit aside and do this.
Do you remember when he took that bung, and then when he was found out because the secret recorded him, he come up with a lot of bollocks to get out of it, and everybody believed him.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Exactly. That was a 10,000. It was monopoly money. He knew it. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He would have said it before. And it's a barefaced lies of the man as well. He's lied to my face twice, very easily, and not really understanding what he said. The first one was Sasha Johnson. I asked him outside the Old Bailey. I've got his picture. I'll try and find it, right? 4 times I said to him, don't put your fist up like this, right? Because that's fucking Marxist. You know what I mean? He was like, no. Every picture he put his fist up like this, right? And I was like, what are you doing? You're trying to mess up what I'm trying to do here, because we was talking, I was telling him how anti-Marxist it was. This is how little I knew of him. And then he said he's going to unite London. He's going to make sure that Black Lives Matter runs out of London. Then he's marching with them. He's got Sasha Johnson as his panel, as his running mate or whatever it was. And I was like, it's so very easy for you to lie to me, to my face. It's easy to lie to all your members. And then he used to be the king of PayPal donations. He's the king of it. I got his phone number, so I messaged him something. I want to speak to you about all the allegations and blah blah blah. He just comes back saying, "Yeah, if you can help out, this link, this thing, this thing, this thing," and there's about 12 links on there. I'm just like, come on, man.
Well, this is the thing. Me and Gary got absolutely slated because, like I said, it's I think we was the first that started going against PayPal Patriots because we've never agreed in it. We got absolutely annihilated by everyone. It's like, and this is the thing. It's like even people that know and respect us was like, "What you're doing? What you're doing?" It's like, no, stop. We shouldn't be paying this. I'm not being funny because it's like there is some people who do genuine work with their GoFundMe money, but many people were just getting money and then disappearing. And this is what you're getting. You're people that are taking. I mean, it's like people that donate are the people on the breadline. They're the people that are worse off because they just wait. They're just desperate for hope, and you're taking their money and doing nothing. So me and Gary was like, no, we're going to start calling this out. We're going to stand against this. Stop giving people money. If you're going to do something good, do it for free. Because all you need is like CMW. CMW, we've got a movement where we work within ourselves. So if we need like 5,000 flyers made for an event, that will be shared across the group. Some person will have a printer, some person will pay for the paper, some will pay, and we'll come together and eventually you'll get them 5,000 flyers because everybody will do whatever they can their bit. No one hands over money. It's a case of, well, I've got a printer, I'll print up 500 of them. So it's like, well, I've got a printer, but I haven't got any ink. So I'll buy you ink and I'll give you. That's sort of how it happens. So we work with it. We don't need to have a PayPal and give us loads of money. All we need you to is to actually get involved. And this is where people have to start understanding this. PayPal accounts and stuff like that are abused by so many people. And I'm not saying everybody, because there is genuine people out there who do PayPal and put it to good use.
Yeah.
But there is more people that are taking your money and laughing at you than there is that are actually going to do anything for you.
Exactly. There's loads of people that just do it just because they can see a monetary opportunity out of it. You know, it would make my life so much easier if I did that. But I don't do that, and everything I get more or less, unless it's like Urban Scoop got me a couple of stuff. But apart from that, it's all out of my own pocket. When I go, that's why I haven't been able to go to any demos or anything, because I haven't got a car now. So it's kind of like, fuck, I can't get to places. But it's still on me, and I don't owe no one nothing either. If I want to stop tomorrow, I'll stop tomorrow. If I want to turn everything off and no one knows where I am, I'll do that. I don't owe anyone anything.
Exactly. It's like that's what me and Gary said. It's like me and Gary spoke about it enough times. A lot of people says what you think. Like myself and Gary we've had people come forward saying, "I will fund your movement. Whatever you need, I'll get." And we're like, no. One, because we're not going to have our movement where you get something like, well, I'll give you the money, you'll do this and all that. And one, we just don't accept money because it's about the people working together and getting together. So we're not going to leave with the things that beside me and Gary we could have a lot of money in our bank accounts right now, but we never have, and we haven't. I think Gary lost his job. I've lost loads of stuff. But literally, it's like we're on our asses and we do everything by ourselves because it's like you say. Then we ain't reliant on anybody else. And as I said, if we want to give up, we can give up. If we want to carry on for all your thing, and we're not beholden to anyone.
Well, the best thing they ever did for me, Dan, was dox my job, because I was, in a mundane life. I was here. My missus was in England at the time. I lost my job and got a bit of money, and I says, let's go and make a business over in Belarus instead. Yeah, we'll give it a go. Now that business has been going 4 years, doing really well. It's a cafe, and I'll come back here. She stays there and runs it, and then I'll go back and help her and stuff. But it was the best thing they ever did for me, really, because I was stuck in a mundane job. I probably would have never got out of that. It was something I was always used to, but it made me have to change my outlook. It was the best thing that ever happened to me in a way. So they've done me a favour.
Sometimes I look at things sometimes, and when I'm sitting down here, I'm like, I'm dead, but I can't leave work. I've still got my responsibilities that I have to do, right? But then sometimes I'm like, it would be easier if they found out and they did it, they doxed it, or they rung up and said that blah blah blah. It probably would. It forces me to change. It forces me to do something differently.
Exactly. That's what it did to me. It was like, 9 to 5 job, all the same, Monday to Friday, and then when they did that, but it frees you up once you change your outlook as well. You tend to think, well, I've always wanted to do this, so I'm going to give it a go. And then you end up doing something you really enjoy and you've always wanted to do, rather than stuck in that mundane job.
Me personally, I'll say the same thing. I said, getting involved in what I do and doing what I do has probably been some of the best that's ever happened to me, because it's like everything that I thought I held dear has been taken away from me in the process of doing most of this. Thing. It's like, and I've come to the realization it's like all them material crap and all the other bits now mean absolutely nothing at the end of the day. It's one of the best. It did change me as a person, the way I actually see my life and value life and stuff like that. Like I said, it's like they can't take anything else from me. So they kind of bugger themselves, really. All their little attempts to sort of take the things out of my life and threaten me. I mean, they can take my liberty. I don't care. I'll start a right in prison. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll help everyone with their cases, and I'll say, you know what, listen, I'll start telling everyone the law thing. I will literally bring that prison to its knees. Put me in there. Don't be stupid. You know what I mean? But it's like they've taken everything. That meant literally everything. The only thing I've got that really means to me now is my kids and that lot. But they can't. They try taking them, they can't. But it's like there's nothing they can take. So they've literally created a monster, because there's nothing you can do that's going to affect me anymore. I spent the last decade, just over a decade, with you just destroying everything that I had, everything I held value in. I have nothing now. So you've now got somebody who don't give a shit about the things that you want to take away.
Yeah.
So you're going to do now.
And that's what, like, I'm pretty sure that these people, they do have it. Right, psychological people doing your whole rundown. Do you know what I mean? What is your disposition for psychology? You know, how does your brain go? And I think with me, they know they can just put me a certain way, and they can't do it the full, because if they let me unleashed, where I'm like you, where I have nothing left, then they have a huge fucking problem. They would have created it, and I don't think they want to create. They just want me to be silenced just enough, just so I can keep going, but not fully. So I'm like a raging monster, you know. And like you, they put you in jail. That's exactly right, Nathan. They put you in jail. They'll be fucked. You'll be going through all the cases. You'd have all the canteen coming in all the time. People will be like, "Yeah, no, don't worry about it. You wouldn't worry about nothing." Sitting there going through cases and just getting people out. There you go. You're out on that one.
I am that pedantic. Every time I go into a police station, like, could I have the codes of conduct, please? And most of the codes are like, no one ever asked for that. It's like, I want it, please. And I've near enough memorised that off by heart, because the amount of time I spent in there. So I literally spent about 2 or 3 weekends on remand over a certain case, and all it landed up in a fine. But it's still bollocks. They just done it because they could. It was one of them. It was just taking me out. Like, one of them was like, I got arrested the day before I was meant to go to an event, and I was actually asked if I would think about speaking. I got arrested and put on my remand for the weekend the day before I was meant to go there, and certain bits like that. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the thing, if I went to prison, I would be reading the codes of conduct, and I would let everybody know what the codes of conduct are, what they can, what they can't do, what we're actually allowed to, and stuff like that. And I'd be screaming it. I'd stand on the table, and I don't care. Solitary doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. Like I said, it's like you're talking to somebody whose their favourite pastime is pissing off to the middle of nowhere on my own and doing solo camping. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Like,
I'm quite happy with my own company. You know what I mean? All I need is mine and certain things like that, or a book, and they can put me in solitary, but they have to give me a book, so they can do it. Crack on.
Take away my liberty. That's fine, because I'm happy with my own company.
Yeah. Well, tell Danny Knife that when I text you that land in Belarus, what you could have had for £3,000, tell him what that was about.
3.5 grand. Gary, like, as you think, because he was thinking about nearly going ours, but it's all that I've got links to my family here. I've got to sort out first. But it's like for 3.5 grand, you got, I think it was about 3 acres of woodland, 10 acres of land, and on that land you had like 3 already built houses. But all they need is being done for 3.5 grand. Now, the equivalent of that to be in this country, you're talking upwards of 120 grand.
Well, more than that, the houses on it, the same will be.
I know, technically speaking, though, they're more like barns and stuff like that, but you could turn them into houses.
Oh, right, yeah. Still, and it proves they talk about the inflation that we have now, and it's kind of like, well, what about the inflation that we have in general? Because there's other countries who are I wouldn't say are second world countries. Do you know what I mean? They're the first world, but different. You know, they're more pure. Like Eastern Europe, I think they're full of pure. You know, some of the most purest countries you can get because they haven't had the corruption. But anyway, and they're a lot cheaper. Their economies, their inflation of stuff is a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Well, a packet of cigarettes for 20 in Belarus is 3 rubles 20, which is about 95p.
Exactly. But even if you go to Spain, you know, when I was out there recently. 200 fucking cigarettes is like 50 quid, you know, and that should have been part of the same taxation system as we had, but we put extra stuff on it and nobody seemed to worry about that. But now it's the inflation. Everyone's like, oh, it's really bad because it's affecting more people. But we've had this our whole entire life. We've been overpaying our whole entire life for everything.
Yeah. I mean, tax is absolutely abhorrent. I mean, we had Godfrey Bloom on a little while. We had him on. Actually,
I see that. That's a good one. Oh, have you had him on since?
He's been on twice, but he's coming on again soon.
I watched the first one. It was a decent one, actually.
He said himself, it's taxation is theft. It is theft.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, I said I love God. He's like I said, he's but he's a lovely guest to have on if people get him. But he doesn't go on too much. I mean, I'm quite honoured that he come on to our platform really because he doesn't usually do platforms like ours, to be honest. But I think it's a lot to do with the fact that we do know what we're talking about. And it's one of them and everything. But yeah, he's coming on again soon. So, and I think he's picking the subject next time. So, I think I made him do a bit of research. But no, he's coming on again. Like I said, we're having research and write of a book about the vaccine, the last 100 years of vaccines in the UK on soon. We've got quite a few people lined up to come on. But all this is.
Do you know Bubba Kate?
Yeah.
That's coming on with us as well soon.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Because we have all different varieties of people on, because, you know, just to find out where people are at and what's going on, and you know.
She's a strange one.
Well, I'm going to call it a night in a minute, boys, because
I'm going to go off now anyway. I was just waiting for the time to say see you later, but it's a good stream.
Thanks for coming on. Everyone's enjoyed it. Everyone's like what you're hearing. So yeah, whenever you want to come on, just let us know.
Well, when I get back to Belarus, Dan, I'll be doing more lives from Belarus, so you'll see what Belarus is like.
Yeah, no, it's one of the ones I had down. If I had to run, where would I go? And the 3 I had down was Spain, Belarus, and Poland. Right.
Yeah.
Now Poland's gone and done a dirty on their people, right? With their new anti-Russian laws, so that's out the window. Spain's is nice. But then Belarus, when I listen to what they're saying and how they're dealing with stuff and how they're keeping the country good, I'm like, that would be a great place to do. But it probably wouldn't be possible. But still, it's one of the ones I think that many people will start going to. If you
ever want to come out, once I've gone back, you're more than welcome to come out. It's taking the cost of no money to stay. You can stay with us, and then you come and have a look. You can come for 30 days without a visa.
Oh, is it? There you go.
So you can come for a month without having to get a visa, and in that month you can go around. You have a look. The streets are spotless. It really is a beautiful place.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've heard a lot of good things in the way they run things properly. That's how it should be done.
I just want to throw another country into the mix of places that will be the last bastions. I want to throw in Mexico, and a lot of people go,
Mexico.
Because I tell you now, the cartels run the country. Literally, they run all the country things like that. The government don't have. They have very little say in Mexico, and I know people who from Mexico and that lot, and they said the same thing. So the cartel will not have the WF and people like that come in and take over what they're doing. It will be an all-out war, and I would rather take the chances of just keeping on the right side of the cartel than I will do being under the WF.
That is actually true. I was going to say they are brutal. The cartel are brutal, but if you stay on the right side of the cartel, then I guess you've not got the government or the world government, and you've got an armed militia to protect you. So yeah, that's a good shout. Actually, thinking about it now.
But to be fair, the Americans have already said they're on about taking the troops in to there to get rid of them, and they've gone, bring it on. Basically.
Oh yeah, no, because they're saying about it's the cartels that are bringing in the fentanyl.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they need to have a war with them.
Yep. Which actually it's the CIA. There's proof of that now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we all know he's bringing it all in, and
yeah.
where from.
But when they threatened them, the cartel just basically said, "Well, bring it on then. We're waiting."
That's not what they wanted to hear.
No, the cartel have got weaponry that can match an army. It's not going to be a walk-in to take over.
The cartel was it the cartel? Yeah, I'm sure it was in Mexico. Some NATO ground-to-air fucking missile system or something was found. I'm sure it was Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico have got a lot more than people think. A lot more than people think.
And don't forget. The people of Mexico, the normal citizens like us, the cartel leave them alone. So, they ain't. There's no lockdowns and shit like that. So they're more likely to fight on the side of the cartel anyway.
Yeah, true.
That's actually an unknown truth about the cartel. A lot of people go things. It's like as long as you stay on the right side, normal citizens are left alone, and they're actually protected. They're actually protected. And this is what a lot of people don't understand because you're not allowed to have that sort of narrative of knowing that the cartel is like they're like the Robin Hoods. You know what I mean? They speak and things like that. But the only time you're on the cartel's radar, technically speaking, I know people that's come from Mexico and live in Mexico. They say so the only time you'll ever be on the radar of a cartel, you'll be a victim of a crime of the cartel, is if you involve yourself in it.
If you try and step on the toes,
normally, you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you just get on with your business, mind your own business, pay your respects, and you'll be fine.
Yeah,
pay your dues. That's it. Job's a good one.
And if it's about it this way, I'll say again: if I've got to go somewhere and pay people to live a normal life, I'd rather pay the cartel than pay the jizwa. I'll say that much.
Yeah, no, 100%. Fucking too right.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up then, boys.
All right,
again the next couple of days.
Have a nice one. Have a good evening, both of you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, good to see you, Dad.
And you, cheers.
All right, speak soon.
Speak soon, bye.
I'll send Dennis's
see you
number.
Guys. Thanks for watching.
Right, yeah, thank you for everyone in the chat. Thank you, Jay, mate. It means more than you know. Thank you for everyone coming and joining in. We'll be live again tomorrow with young Alex with his parachute jump he did for veteran charities. And myself and Gay will be doing it live in the next few days. Probably we may do an open panel again. Who knows? We've got a couple of others in the pipeline. But thank you for everyone for sitting there and listening for as long as you have. It means more than you know. Thank you for everyone.
Cheers, Joe. Cheers, everybody.
And keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep pushing it. Let's do this. Let's start uniting. Let's start talking to it. Because it's going to take all this. If we all start speaking to other groups and all start to try and get around a table and speak, we can actually do this. We can get this done. Unity is happening and it will happen. But
getting 61. It's a solution.
Yep, exactly. Get into Article 61 now.
Yeah,
right?
Protected.
And on that, so right, see you later, everyone. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.
Yeah, see you later, guys. Cheers.